have a lot of interesting presentations, keynotes, and panels to present to you all today. But before we start, I know it's a slow start. It's day 3. We are halfway through. Some of us have been already to a couple of parties. I get it. That's good. Or maybe not. We're just, like chilling, getting a massage every day. Just a bit of housekeeping. If you don't have access to your Devcon app, it's an app, it's a passport, go check it out. There you can see all the schedule for the next 2 days, and you can ask questions to the presenters as well. If you scroll down, you join the Q&A through the Meerkat app, and you can already start submitting your questions. Also, we'll be live streaming all the sessions, not only from the main stage, but also from the other 5 stages spread out throughout this venue. So if you want to send to someone, a link, so, hey, I'm in this presentation, looks pretty nice, go check it out. I would highly advise you to do so. And like I said, today, it's definitely not about me. And I would love to start introducing your first presenter for the day. So today, here, you've been hearing a lot of, for the past 2 days, you've been hearing things, cryptography to Ethereum culture, from Ethereum mainnets to also L2s. And today, we're going to start with usability on how crypto and how blockchain can be useful and used in real life. And I'm very, very happy to bring a fellow Portuguese here to present this very first session. We'll have Pedro Gomes, that's going to present smart accounts need smart sessions. We're going to cover about how Wallet Connect is introducing smart sessions and also on walkthrough on other Ethereum standards for the day. So everyone give a warm welcome to Pedro Gomes.
Thank you. And thanks to my fellow Portuguese for pronouncing my name correctly for the first time in a conference. So as you heard, my name is Pedro Gomes. I'm the founder and director of the Wallet Connect Foundation, and I'm really thrilled to be talking to you more about the future of wallets, how we're going to change the experience for users, and most importantly, how we're going to have smart accounts use smart sessions, and why do they even need smart sessions? Obviously, I don't expect people to know what smart accounts are or what smart sessions are. And I feel like we need to kind of go on a journey why wallets work in the way they are. So let's start with breaking down the lingo. Like when you think about wallets, you might think about the leather wallets in your pockets, or you might think about the digital wallet in your phone, and you might even think about MetaMask, Rainbow, Zerion, Trust Wallet, all of these blockchain wallets. But what makes them so different as a blockchain wallet? It really comes down to this experience of before we used to log into applications and now we connect. But it's not just the change of the word itself, it really changes the infrastructure and the technology behind it that completely revolutionized what is going to be the future of the internet and all of these applications. So you see all of these terms throwing around like dApps and wallets and smart sessions, but it all comes down to authentication. Like authentication means it's the process of proving who you are and what you own. And in a short word, when your user sees authentication, it just means that you want to get in. Like, let me in, I want to get into the application, I don't really care. And if you don't really care, you really want to make sure that you do as less clicks as possible. Like, less clicks is more. This is our mission for building a better user experience. A wallet is better the less you have to click around. But a wallet is also a little bit more insecure if you don't approve everything, and that's where the tricky part of balancing convenience and security. So why is Web3 different? Like we talked that there are physical leather wallets, there are digital wallets in your phones. Why are Web3 wallets or blockchain wallets any different? I like to always bring probably one of my oldest diagrams. I've been presenting this diagram for more than 5 years. And this kind of explains very simply how the infrastructure had changed from Web 2 to Web 3. Before, we had a server that was powering your application. But these servers inside have this module that's called authentication. Some people even call it identity. But this is basically what your login looks like. Your login lives in the server. And blockchain obviously does not have a server, and you can't just put login in there. So it was cleverly designed that we put the wallet on the user side. So as you can see, the wallet sits on the bottom, no longer in the blockchain. And that means that now the wallet is your authentication, which is separate from the app. But it has also created the inconvenience of now, every time you use an app, you need a second app, which, it does have its advantages, but it also adds more clicks, which is against our mission here. So when you think about the wallet, it kind of comes down to like credentials, signing an account, and I kind of try to break down here what it looks for different wallets. It really doesn't matter. Like if you have a mobile wallet, a browser wallet, a hardware device, or even if you use a cloud or MPC, like they all come down to like something you know, something that you are, and something that you have. And it basically breaks down into credentials, signing in accounts. And you can see here that one thing that you all have in common is this concept of an external account, which is going to be important for you to remember that no matter what wallet you have, they all have an external account. But before we get into that, I did say that connecting is this new verb that we moved away from the login, but we did try to recreate login with blockchain, and basically didn't work really well until someone came with a standard, which is called Sign In with Ethereum. And Sign In with Ethereum actually is just this. It's a text message. It's actually very simple. Like when you think about it, it just says, this website wants to access your account. And then we added some parameters that says, like, you can access this chain for this amount of period, and so on and so forth. And even throw in some terms and conditions to make it look very familiar. But this is actually more familiar because if you do Google login, it's the same thing. But we're so early into blockchain that we don't have this beautiful UI on the right. We have a text message. So wallets are slowly adopting Sign with Ethereum to not just be a text message and to actually be like a concise and compact display that allows you to connect. And eventually, you might even have this. Like, you actually have a Sign with Ethereum. Here, I just modified literally the Google one, and I put like some Ethereum stuff. But in concept, it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing that Sign with Ethereum tries to achieve, with the difference that you still have to connect to then sign, which doesn't feel very great. Like, it's like a two-step to do something that was before a one-step. So I'm part of this community called the Chain Agnostic Improvement Proposals. And we proposed this wallet authenticate, which basically tries to bring back the login experience. And basically that meant that what if we just don't connect anymore? We just like go straight to the signature. So if you could just do Sign with Ethereum, like you could actually get this like Google login experience with your wallet, and it would be even more secure because when you're signing your wallet and connecting at the same time, you're actually verifying ownership of your wallet. So this was actually pretty cool, and this got us like, like less clicks is more, but is that enough? Like, because at the end of the day, most wallets are used for transaction purposes, and logging in is just one part of it. So yes, we reduced connect and sign into a single step, but after you log in or you connect with your wallet, you still need to perform some transactions. And this looks as, switching to the wallet and everything, approving transactions. And when you think about signing transactions, there's a lot of nuance here. Like, the beautiful thing about Ethereum is that it's a smart contract blockchain, which means you can do everything. The disadvantage of being able to do everything is that these transactions can be incredibly complex. And understanding what these transactions look like can be a little daunting, and at the end of the day, people just like close their eyes and they just like approve. Let's be honest with ourselves. Like, if it's not transferring a token, most people are not actually looking into this, and the reason for that is because there's applications out there that we don't know about it. But we also don't want to scare people away. And this kind of balancing convenience and security is kind of hard, right? That's kind of like the magic of building a great wallet. where you have to allow people to explore every application that exists and at the same time make sure they're secure. And I'm not saying that we haven't done a good job, but we still have to continue to focus on doing less clicks is more, and at the same time, we actually have to give people security. And I think this is where we go back to the definition of a wallet that I mentioned. It's credentials, signing, and an account. And all wallets today have external accounts. So that's why we then have the concept of smart accounts. Technically speaking, they're not called smart accounts. Neither are external accounts. They're called externally owned accounts, most commonly referred as EOAs. And then we have smart contract accounts, or SCSAs. But no, honestly, like when I have conversations with people, we just call it external account and smart account. Like that's kind of like the easy way. So most wallets today, like 95 or 99% of the time, are external accounts. And we're in this process of making the experience better by turning them into smart accounts, which means that they're going to be more programmable. But it also means that like you now have to deploy a smart contract. So if you have to deploy a smart contract, you're no longer thinking of your wallet as just one key that is managed by your secret recovery phrase. You actually have a smart contract, and that is like the account that your wallet manages. But if you don't have a key, you don't have a signature. So how am I actually going to sign? Like the whole purpose of this was to sign. So what is actually controlling your smart account? So there was a standard that was created, which is how can we actually validate ownership over contracts? Because while with signing with Ethereum, it was very simple. You signed this text message, and now I can just verify that the signature matches your address. But with a smart contract, I don't really know how to validate it. So ERC-1271 created like a very simple interface that says, is valid signature. Sometimes people think like this code things are very complicated, but this is literally the whole spec. Like, it's like very long to read, but then is valid signature is the whole code. And this basically takes a signature and throws a true or false. So it's a binary that says, yes, it is a valid signature. So your smart contract is basically saying that this signature was done by someone who was authorized to control my account. So now we have to get a little on the nitty-gritty and actually break down what it means to have an account. So the same way a wallet is credentials, signing an account then is defined by who is the signer, who is the payer, and what kind of cryptography is involved. In an external account, it's pretty straightforward. Like you have the same signer, you have the same payer, and you have the cryptography, which on Ethereum is SCSCP256K1, and that's it. Like, you don't have an option. This is what an external account is on Ethereum, and this is what your external account is going to do. With a smart account, actually, this is a little bit more flexible. Now we have a smart contract where we can encode logic that allows you to have more programmability. This programmability can be many things, but at the core of smart accounts, it means that you can have multiple signers. Multiple signers does not necessarily mean that it's a multisig. The reason I try to not call it a multisig, because there's a preconception about multisigs being multi-party. And that means, oh, you have multiple people signing for the smart account, therefore this is like a business account. No, it's not a business account. You would have multiple signatures by using your account in a mobile phone and a desktop. That in itself already provides you with like a good reason why you need a smart account, because you don't want to move your keys around with different devices. Or you might even want to do something more complex where you have a secret recovery phrase that you own in a piece of paper for security, and then you have like one in your device and one in the desktop, and you use like two-factor authentication. So this idea of programmability makes for more security and convenience at the same time. So we really find the balance here with smart accounts. Another convenience feature is that we now detached ourselves from the signer always have to pay. And what does that mean? You know, everyone understands here that blockchains have fees, and these fees are called gas. And in order for you to pay for that gas, you have to be both the signature and the payer. But what if you could actually have another account pay, or maybe even you pay but with a different token? With smart accounts, you can actually program that information. So smart accounts not only allows you to have flexibility of having multiple signers, but then it also means that you can have a different payer than the signer, and maybe even you don't pay, someone else pays. And finally, the cryptography. Like, the actual cryptographic curves can be infinite. Well, infinite not so much, because the more contract logic that you add into your smart contract, the higher the gas cost, but you get the picture. It's way more flexible. And if it's more flexible, it means that we can actually get a little more creative. Like, I don't know how much you know about cryptography, but 256K1, the curve of Ethereum, is actually not that popular. That's how we like to reinvent the wheel kind of thing. We kind of like to use things that nobody else uses, but all of your phones actually use other cryptographic curves. Like, for example, one that's called P256, which most people now know today as the curve that's used for passkeys. So what if you could actually use passkeys to control your smart account? Now we're getting really convenient, because now I can have passkeys in different devices. They all control the same smart account, and I don't even need to pay for the gas. This is getting a little too good to be true. But at the end of the day, you could imagine that, like, you would have like multiple wallets and you would interact with multiple apps, but they're all under the same blockchain. But what if you could just have like one smart account everywhere? It just kind of like covered everything that you would touch, because you have multiple devices with like multiple signers, and you share the gas, and you can use passkeys if you want. It really would become this like truly universal account, which smart accounts really enable that experience. And this is where the terminology account abstraction comes in. Like, account abstraction, in a way, it's like a mindset. It's a framework for you to think about how can we detach as much from the limitations of the blockchain such that my account can be more programmable, more convenient, and still secure. And this all started about 2 or 3 years ago with 4337, which basically its title says account abstraction using alt mempool, which I don't think we really need to get into that. But in the diagram, what it means is that before, remember, we had the triangle of the app, wallet, and blockchain. Things are starting to get more complicated now, right? Because I told you, now we have multiple signers. So now the signer doesn't necessarily need to be in the wallet, so it's its own component. And you also are not a payer. So now in account abstraction, we introduced the concept of a paymaster. So the paymaster is now the payer. The signer is the one who actually does the transaction. And the wallet is, you know, the thing that you actually control. So now we have 2 extra components. We made the experience much better, but we also made everything more complex. And in the title, you saw that it said account abstraction using an alt mempool. That essentially means that there's a pool of transactions that are ready to go into the blockchain. And that's the reason it's called alternative, is because it has to go through a bundler. You can no longer send transactions directly to the blockchain. Anyway, this gets really complicated, but I promise you that we're working really hard and bringing standardization, and we're going to go through this journey of how smart sessions are going to fix that. So the first thing you might think is, like, how do you actually detect if a wallet supports smart accounts? Because your application now has to consider that your wallet doesn't work like most wallets. You don't have an external account. How do you actually provide that identification? There's this concept of wallet call APIs. It's a new standard of how we're actually going to start interfacing applications with wallets differently. And it basically composes into 4 new methods. The most important of these methods, I would say, is this one, the wallet send calls. And this basically changes how we actually think about the wallet sending transactions. We no longer think about telling the wallet, send me an Ethereum transaction. I'm telling you, I want to take these actions, and here's the multiple actions, and I want you to actually execute them. And you, as a wallet, whether you're a smart account or not, you should just be able to do so. And this comes with this idea of the introduction of capabilities. And this is how you discover if a wallet actually can support smart accounts. So the wallet get capabilities actually allows you to detect that, oh, on this different chains, this wallet has the capability of paymaster or session keys. Like, you can add multiple features in there that allow your wallet to say to the application, you can actually behave in a more convenient way for your user if you use these features. So this is actually quite useful because now we notice that the triangle of the wallet, blockchain, and app broke down into multiple pieces, and the application now has the ability to detect. But one thing I did not tell you, and I did not show you the spec of the 4337, is that despite the spec being a very, very long and complicated spec, it's actually missing a lot of stuff. Like, it's not telling you how the wallet supports and which paymaster it supports and what is the interface of paymasters, and we basically kind of just decided, you know, the community will figure out one day. And that was kind of okay at the beginning. Like if you go back to 2022, 2023, people were building paymasters and sponsoring transactions for everyone. But this was also an opportunity for fragmentation where everyone had their own paymaster and everyone done something a little different. So in 2024, we realized, guys, we need to stop this. We need to all agree to do paymasters in the same way. And we wrote the standard 7677, which created, this part is not really that interesting. I just kind of wanted to give you a picture of how a few lines of code can make a big difference of how we can make this world a little bit better by not having paymasters capture value of locking users into their paymaster, and we can have all paymasters working the same way. It was a very small thing, but it made a big difference. Another thing that we didn't talk is about the actual smart contract design. You know, like I mentioned before, Ethereum allows you to do pretty much everything. Like, so what would change? Because in external accounts, every account worked the same. But with smart contracts, that kind of gives a little bit too much flexibility. And if every wallet works slightly different, then we're going to have to start having problems. We standardize how account abstraction framework works. We standardize how the paymaster works. But what about your actual smart contract? What can I do with your smart contract account? So this is where 7579 came in. And it provided a very minimal framework for how to create modules. And in these modules, you can essentially think that we can use the basic like smart contract code that we all agree is the consensus of what a smart contract account is. And then we can all install modules. So you can think of these like almost as plugins for your account, adding new functionality and becoming this more vibrant ecosystem where everyone adds new features. These features could be, for example, recovery. Like you want to do recovery in interesting ways, like where you include your family and friends, or you can include a third party. It could also be features like, you know, proving different credentials in your modules. It could be some features around how you define policies of how you actually manage your account under certain conditions. And for me personally, the one that I got a little bit more curious about was, if I can control how my account is used under some policies, I'm essentially giving the ability for the smart contract account to manage itself. Because I say, I don't want you to be able to spend this amount of tokens within this window of time. And if I can do that, I'm starting to think, what if we actually had the app actually sign the actual operations on my behalf? Then if that's going to be the case, then we're going to start thinking, wait, if the app signs on my behalf, I no longer have to return to my wallet to approve every transaction. And this would actually create the best picture, because now I've told you at the beginning that we were able to create sign with Ethereum in a single click by removing the connect. But now I'm telling you that the app itself would be able to sign on my behalf because I have a smart contract account. And this is essentially what would be the end goal, where you log in once and then you actually have the app do all of the work. But it gets a little complicated because, as I told you, like the app doesn't really have this concept of how to actually create the transactions for your smart contract account, because you might have installed certain modules and those modules have to actually operate very differently. So we're currently working, and the reason it says XXX is because it's really work in progress. This new API that actually allows you to delegate to the application to prepare the calls and actually generate the signatures independently. So we come almost to the end where now we have smart sessions. So you now have a smart account. You've been able to log in a single click. You have a paymaster that subsidizes your gas. And now the application, using the previous standard or wallet repair calls, has the ability of signing signatures on your behalf. Because using this API, they know exactly how to operate independently. We basically reduce less clicks is more. Now, the only thing we need to tell to this application is, what can you do with this smart session? And this is where the final standard comes in, which is grant permissions from wallets. So the application is able to request permissions, the user approves those permissions, and those permissions can be encoded, as we saw with the Google login, as part of the sign with Ethereum. And then once you return that context to the application can send it directly to the bundler. So now we don't even need to have the wallet in the loop, and the application is able to use the smart session to operate your wallet, because you basically said you can only do this much for this amount of time with this amount of tokens, and you basically created the rules for the bundler to understand that this app can sign on your behalf with a smart account. But there's some concerns about, if the app actually has control of a signer that controls your wallet, it can cause some problems. I don't know how much you guys know about web security, but browsers are not very secure. So this is where I also wanted to bring back the concept of passkeys, because now your app can generate a passkey for your smart account and control it under the certain permissions that you give. And this then looks like, these passkeys, and then your wallet essentially becomes a passkey for that specific app under certain permissions. So the only thing that we need to do now is actually upgrade the EVM, because one thing that the EVM has a problem is actually with computing different cryptographic curves. So if we add the actual curve for passkeys into the blockchain, then we actually would have an even cheaper gas for everyone. However, this is actually something that's been in progress with some rollups, but not necessarily for the Ethereum mainnet. So you might think that I'm from Wallet Connect. If the app does everything for the wallet, what is actually being connected? Realistically, you've essentially logged into your app and you've passed on the wallet inside your app. It's almost like you have the concept of a mini wallet. So we basically have almost like what we had in Web 2, but now the authentication lives on the app under certain conditions. So you might be thinking, are we done? Is this the end game? We fixed everything? Not really, because one thing that I didn't explain is that this only works in the same blockchain. And we currently have, I forgot the number, like 500 rollups or something. Like, it gets really complicated. So what if smart sessions could actually function across all chains? So I'm going to bring some new lingo into the table, and we're going to talk about chain abstraction. I'm joking. We're not going to talk about chain abstraction, but this is the next game, right? We basically have wallets moving to smart accounts. We now, as part of Wallet Connect, we have the ability to introduce smart sessions to make the user experience better. And chain abstraction is the next game, where bringing interoperable tokens, magic spend, 7702, and like bridges and solvers and bundlers, we can really have the chain abstraction improve the experience. And then you might think, what is the future of wallets? Like, before you just had like apps and wallets talking through Wallet Connect, and now you have like sessions and signers and paymaster. Most importantly, we want to work on redefining what is the wallet experience for Web3 and making it as convenient and secure as possible. But most importantly, we want to make sure that less clicks is more, and people have the time to really enjoy the benefits of these applications. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pedro. We already have a couple of questions here. Not sure if we will be able to cover all of them, but let's gonna start with the most voted here. Pedro, is it already possible to use the same account abstraction across all layer 2s? If not, when do you think it will be possible?
So it is possible to some extent, but as you saw, smart accounts are deployed contracts, so you actually have to deploy the contract in every L2 that exists. So if you have to deploy the smart contract in every L2 that exists, that means that you have to manage multiple accounts. And it gets really, really inconvenient. People are working on how you can manage accounts across multiple chains. And I think chain abstraction is the next level. I think of chain abstraction as almost like cross-chain smart accounts. So eventually, very soon.
Another question here. You wouldn't giving a session to the dApp make scammer dApps life so much easier?
Well, obviously, that's a topic for discussion. Like smart sessions is about 9 months old. We have done some experimentation. How much permission should you have to give to the app that it's convenient for you, but it still makes you secure? Like the current designs currently focus on spending policies, and that has been most of the conversation. But in my opinion, it should not make it easier because you can actually have more control because of smart accounts give you programmability.
Is Smart Sessions a smart account?
So if smart sessions are smart contract is another topic of discussion. If you go to the spec of 7715, there's 2 versions. There's one that's called session key smart sessions, and there's one that's called session account smart sessions. So there's a little bit of a difference of how people think about it. But yes, I guess you could say the easy answer is yes.
And then one last question. Do you think of sessions as long-lasting or short-lived?
Look, when you think about login, login actually is, on average, people log in into a website, and those sessions are 7 days. But what Web2 has successfully done is that they can renew those sessions. So essentially, at every 7 days, you have the ability to renew the smart session. So we don't have this capability of automatically renewing smart sessions today, but that's how I envision us kind of inheriting that design from Web2, where smart sessions would be 1 week old, and then you would just renew it automatically without you having to log in every time.
Pedro, thank you so much. That was a great presentation. Thank you so much, everyone,
Thank you, everyone.
for adding so many questions. Yeah, definitely today I learned a little more about account abstraction and also wallets. For the next session, I came with a lot of curiosity, especially because the speaker, I don't know if it was to save time or to leave everyone, curious about it. We're going to talk about applied cryptography and why is it worth it to attend and to be at this talk today. Another, to remind, you can also submit the questions throughout the app. The QR code will be right next to it as you can start submitting your questions and so on. And also you can write notes and collaborative notes, and then everyone can know what you think about the session and things that will be useful. So I'd love to invite on stage Barry, that's going to talk about applied cryptography, why is it worth it? And with the name of the session is I.O. Welcome, Barry.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Is this good? Can you hear me? Okay, so today I'm going to talk about I.O. So this talk starts with like an inciting incident. So in 2013 or 2023, I took a trip to Marseille, and I got really bad food poisoning. I was very sick, and I had these kind of like hallucinations that ordinarily you need to pay like a lot of money to get. So it was either this or it was this. But I don't know which one was the culprit. But like, so people think that like your stomach is actually like a part of your brain, that like the bacteria in your stomach, it digests food in a certain way and it communicates with your brain, which like affects the way that you actually think. And after I had the food poisoning, it kind of changed my life a lot. Here are some of the changes that happened. So I started living alone. I moved to a new city to live with friends. I stopped being a digital nomad, and I had a home for the first time in like 5 or 6 years. I started to focus on health. I found like peace in my life that I didn't know was possible to have. I also quit my job. And all of this was like precipitated by me having food poisoning. But I think that it was more like another contributing factor is that like I just always want more from life. Like the things that I have or the things that we have is like never satisfying for me. You know, so I'm always like searching for more. So now I'm going to talk about like some of the things that we currently have that I think are not enough. One of them is the whole programmable cryptography tool of like proof of validity. Like this is a useful tool, but like we've been using it for years, and it seems that like we're getting close to the limits of applications. Like I'm very excited that we have ZK EVMs and we have ZK rollups, and that we have this like whole proof of validity ecosystem that's growing. But I don't think that this has transformed the world in the way that I was hoping that programmable cryptography would change the world. Another thing that I'm concerned about is like ZKID. So I spent a lot of time thinking about like, well, why was the first blockchain thing a currency rather than a reputation system? Because I thought that like, well, a reputation system is going to be much more like free and open. But the reason I think is that like reputation systems are inherently about like excluding people. And it seems that like this is a difficult thing to like build as like it seems as less empowering than a currency system, which is like free for anyone to use basically. So like I'm less excited about doing like private identity stuff, and because it's inherently about like excluding people. So like last year I spent a lot of time thinking about like what else could we have, you know, like what was the future, what was a better future for us. So this time last year I gave a talk about, it's called 2PC is for lovers, and it talks about how we can use FHE and MPC to have this like multiple party hallucinated server where you have this like encrypted computer that like you do all of the operations inside the computer and nobody knows what's going on inside. And like the talk is interesting and it digs into this idea and proposes some sample applications. But one of the big problems with this whole direction of work is that it required interaction. So like with MPC, you needed to be online in order to execute the server. And I'm currently most excited about like having servers with many people computing together. And if you wanted to have a server with like 1 million people, you just can't do that, right? Because 1 million people would have to be online at the same time and computing together at the same time, which seems to me just to be completely impractical. Because like someone is going to lose their password or someone's going to lose their phone, and you just won't be able to see the final result, or you won't be able to finish the computation. But the thing that so in order to overcome this, the tool that we need to use is I/O, which stands for indistinguishable obfuscation, which basically takes away the interactivity that we need to have for hallucinated servers up until now. So if you want to do something new, you have to do things differently. So the rest of my talk, I'm going to talk about like the different things that we're doing. So why don't we have it already? So it's hard. Like indistinguishable obfuscation has been an open problem for a long time. Recently, in 2022, the first scheme from standard assumptions was proposed, and this was a big deal in the I/O world because it was the first time that it was like even theoretically possible to do this. But unfortunately, the scheme is not practical. It would take millions of years to like execute to do a full execution of an I/O circuit. But this is from standard assumptions. So in cryptography, we always try to base what we're doing upon standard assumptions. But like actually in the cryptocurrency world, we won't really do this so much. In the cryptocurrency world, we use a bunch of non-standard assumptions that like the regular cryptography community would be very concerned about. And like 2 examples are like the snark-friendly hash functions. They use this very like crazy kind of assumption that like the rest of cryptography doesn't really think about. And also grinding is right is another non-standard assumption. So like, well, the question is like another question to ask is like, why do we even need to assume anything in the first place? And the reason for this is that like when like P equals NP question mark is like this big open problem in computer science. It's like this kind of like millennium prize if you're able to prove like P is not equal to NP. It basically says that like some things are easy and some things are hard. And like all of the easy things, all of the hard things are not actually just secretly easy things. So because we can't prove that something is hard or something is easy, we're not able to prove that because we're not able to prove that anything is hard or anything is easy, we're not able to prove that like specific things are hard or easy. And because of that, we're not able to say that like, well, this problem is hard. It's hard to solve this. It's hard to decrypt this unless you have the private key. So what are current assumptions we currently use? Well, we currently use a bunch of assumptions that are based upon prime numbers. So elliptic curves is like a prime number-based assumption. And this assumption has been chosen because it's been like an open problem for hundreds of years. For hundreds of years, number theory has been trying to figure out to understand more about prime numbers and about like their distribution or whatever. And this is the assumption that like most of our cryptography is based upon because it's just really hard. Like it's been open for a long time. But like the problem is that there's a lot of complexity here. There's a lot of complexity. I want to go back. Yeah, there's a lot of complexity here in prime number because it's just like this kind of security by obscurity thing. It's this problem we've been trying to solve for years and years and years, and like no one has made any progress on it. So therefore, we think it's hard. But like I'm not like there's been like recently more people have been trying to come up with like simpler assumptions that are also like we think hard. And like lattices is an example of this. Okay, now I want to go to the next slide. Okay. So like the lattice assumption is much simpler than the prime number-based assumptions, and they seem like much more intuitively. It seems to me like much harder, but it's not like. But we can't prove it. Like we can't prove that anything is hard. So we just have to base everything on these assumptions. It seems, yeah. So like one example. So what does it take for like an assumption to become like a standard assumption? So it took about 10 years for the lattice-based assumptions to become like standard. Although like many people in the cryptography community are still very skeptical about lattices. For example, Daniel Bernstein is just like is not confident in lattice-based cryptography. Yeah, so like this slide, I don't know if I have time to go deeply into it, but it's basically claiming that like AI is more dangerous than quantum computers for cryptography, because like if AI seems to be a tool to like teach people, and that seems to me like inherently more powerful than a tool that's like able to do compute. So like I feel that like this, like I make a prediction here that like, well, in the next 20 years, AI is going to break more stuff than quantum computers will. I think this is a good bet. But like it means that like the assumptions that we previously had, we need to be more careful about, right? Because like we're going into a world where the like old this has been hard for a very long time might not remain being the case. Okay, so. Right. So like basically I've become open to using like non-standard assumptions to build I/O, and the hope is that like we will be able to. Here's a list of papers, and basically the way it works is from top to bottom is from like standard assumptions to like more exotic assumptions. Yeah. And here's our implementations of the various schemes, but this is in no particular order. I should have ordered this better. Yeah. So like basically our goal is to like implement these schemes and to like break them or try to find, and then to build tools to build things on top of the schemes. So like we have a bunch. So we're announcing this bounty where we've implemented the first paper or the last paper on the list, the most like extreme assumption on the list before. It's called local mixing. And basically, you can take a circuit with 1,000 gates and obfuscate it, which basically means that you add like randomness to the circuit until the circuit becomes 230,000 gates. And then basically the challenge is to take the 230,000 gate circuit and reverse it to the 1,014 gates circuit, right? So be able to remove all of the noise while maintaining the functionality of the circuit. And we claim that this is really hard. And if this is really hard, it's basically like indistinguishable obfuscation. We can build a bunch of cool stuff. So this is a bounty that we're just announcing today. And so the prize is $10,000 for someone who's able to do this. And this is a collaboration between these three groups: Phantom Zone, Xerox PARC, and the Ethereum Foundation. Yeah, so Well, what would it mean if we were able to do I/O? We would basically finish cryptography, and the reason, okay, so here's how to think about this. So basically, you can model I/O as like a trusted third party that you can actually trust. So you can model zero knowledge proofs like this, but the party is more limited. So if you have a trusted third party that like does some compute and verifies the compute for you, then that's like what a zero knowledge proof is. But with like once you get to I/O, you have a trusted third party that's able to do basically everything. They're able to verify computation. They're able to like do multi-party computation stuff. They're able to maintain secrets and only use the secret under certain conditions. So I/O is basically very close to the end of what we would need, or is close to the end of programmable cryptography. And like I don't know what I'm like. I feel like this is like the last big quest. It's kind of like, you know, that in history there was a time when people thought that there was just more land that people didn't know. Like people were like exploring the world, and there was just more places to go. You could always like go further west. But then at one point you just got like to the end of the world, and then it was like, what do you do? Like, what do those people do? Like, imagine that you're like, yeah, I want to live a life of adventure, and then you get to the west coast of the US and you're just like done. Like, what next? I don't know, but I feel like no matter what, I will not be happy, because nobody wants to finish programmable cryptography less than I do. Okay, so while you're in Thailand, there's all these opportunities to have these like life-changing experiences. So go to the night market and don't be too careful. So there's a couple more talks about this. There's 2 p.m. on stage 6 today. Jay is going to talk more about the bounty. He's going to dig into like how local mixing works and a bunch of things about like the scheme itself. Like we don't have any tools yet that people can like build applications on top of. At the moment, we're still like, we just made the simplest possible circuit, but it's reasonably practical. The thing that takes the most time is actually doing the obfuscation. To run the circuit, it's just like a 260,000 gate circuit that you execute. So like the performance is pretty good, but like that said, it is a very extreme assumption that we're building on. I think that like our plan is to sorry, let me go back and show the other papers. So we already did local mixing, but our plan is to sort of work up from like most extreme assumption and most practical, or least and most practical, to less extreme and least practical, and hopefully somewhere along the way we'll find something that like is in the sweet spot. I'm confident that we'll be able to find something that works from standard assumptions, but I think that like it's important to start, and like our goal is to like have a bounty for a bunch of these different schemes, and always have one that's not been broken, or like always have two that's not been broken, and just like continue this effort. Because like the lattice-based assumptions, it took like 10 years to go from being like kind of crazy assumption to more useful, or like more accepted. So we're hoping that like we'll be able to like navigate a similar trajectory here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so there's more talks. I think on tomorrow there's a bunch of talks about I/O that would be interesting for people to check out. Yeah, I have a little bit extra time. I can take some questions, or I can talk some more if I remember some other stuff I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Barry.
Thank you.
This presentation was very complex for my non-technical brain, but actually the audience here have added very cool questions. And the first one here that I wanted to ask was, you know, like a definition, what's I/O, and pretty much an explanation. If you could do like an explain like M5, that would be helpful.
Sure. So I/O stands for indistinguishable obfuscation. and it basically means like encrypting a program such that you can execute the program, and you can get an output that is not encrypted. So like no one is able to see what the program is doing, but what you get out is something that you can understand. So basically, it's like FHE, but in a non-interactive way. Like another way to think about it is, I can give like the formal definition, but maybe we should go to the next question. Let's just take the next question.
Another question here. What does I/O replace ZK?
So I/O kind of includes ZK. So there's ways that you can use I/O well, it depends what you mean by ZK, because people abuse the term to mean a whole bunch of things. And like I used to do that too. Well, I don't know if I did used to do that too, but yeah. Okay, so if you mean zero knowledge proofs as just like a proof that a computation was done correctly, then it's like, yeah, you can do that with I/O, but I/O is much more than ZK. It's more powerful because, like, another way to think about this is ZK is like a single player thing that I can prove about things that I know. I can show people things that I know, and other people can show me things that they know. But there's no way to do like a collaborative proof. There's no way to do a multiplayer things, right? And like I/O basically lets you do like multiplayer stuff. So you can do like all these interesting coordination things.
Well, you got here some love from your PSE colleagues. And I have another question for you. So quantum machine learning will break more things than AI, or quantum each alone?
Sorry?
Quantum machine learning will break more things than AI, or quantum by themselves? Will break more AI or break it on its own?
I think that like AI by itself will break more than quantum computers by itself.
Does I/O not rely on any assumption?
Yeah. It does. I/O relies on a bunch of different assumptions. Like all cryptography relies on assumptions, except for one-time pad, which doesn't rely on any assumptions.
Is there any physical hard limit to how fast cryptography, ZK, etc., can get?
Yes, it can. Like ZK cannot get faster than the thing you're trying to prove. You at least have to like calculate the witness. Or you need to be able to like do the computation. ZK has that limit, and so does everything, I guess. I suppose that like you at least need to understand what you're trying to do. I need to think more about like the I/O case to have like a more coherent answer.
When will I/O happen? 1 year, 5 years? How would you define a prediction market for this?
Yeah, that sounds good. An I/O prediction market. I think that I think the key thing to ask in that question is from like what kind of assumptions. That like historically we've had a whole bunch of I/O schemes that have been from like non-standard assumptions, but they've all been broken. So I think it's just a matter of time. So that's the important thing to include if you're thinking about when you're asking this question. So from like non-standard assumptions, I think pretty soon, like it's already the case that there's practical I/O schemes from non-standard assumptions, but we don't know if they'll be broken or not. So like that's another interesting thing. We could do prediction markets of whether a particular assumption will be broken. That could be really fun. Yeah.
Do we need Ethereum if I/O works?
Yeah. I think that there's still these things kind of like add together. So there's a couple of things that I/O is not able to do. One of them is like data proof of publication or data availability. Cryptography, as far as we know, is not able to make sure that you have published something, because that's like it's like an objective reality. To be confident something has been published is not possible to do with just compute. You need to have some consensus. So Ethereum is still useful for this.
What are you personally excited to work on once the end of cryptography research is reached?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm just secretly going to try and sabotage our efforts.
Yeah, there is a lot of questions here, but I do wanted to find one, maybe like one last question. If you can compare I/O with food, what would be?
um, I don't know.
Probably the hardest question you've got in this
Yeah,
panel.
yeah.
I see.
It seems to be some kind of like food that consumes all of the food. So like atoms. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Carbon. Yeah.
That's a good closing for your presentation, Barry. Thank you so much. It's
Thank
very
you.
cool to learn more about I/O. Everyone, give it up for Barry. So we'll have a short break now. We'll be back at 11, so in 9 minutes. So make sure to grab your coffee and then come back to hear from Zach Williamson from NASDAQ. And we are back. How's everyone doing? Good, good, good. Oh, that's becoming crowded. That's good, 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 good. All right, so this next session, before getting started this session, there's something that I love about the Ethereum community, because we do have the same mission, we do see the same vision, but all of us, we might walk on different directions, which is great, because everything will lead to something better and something good, not only for the ecosystem, but hopefully for the world. Some of us may care more about UI and UX. Some of us may care more about cryptography, usability, and some of us, and I could see a lot of us, care about privacy, which is such an important thing and has been around for very long, but it seems that lately us, the Ethereum, the blockchain community overall, has been pushing this forward. So I'm very, very excited to introduce on the stage today Zach Williamson from Aztec, who will chat about Make Ethereum Cyberpunk Again, why we need privacy. Welcome, Zach.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Hello, good morning. For those who don't know, I am Zach. I am the CEO of Aztec. We are a layer 2 building on top of the Ethereum network with privacy by default. Privacy is a first-class primitive. And so here I want to talk a little bit about privacy, why it's important, why I think that not only is it necessary for blockchain to thrive, why it is an essential missing component that will decide the future of our industry. Click. There we go. I think that the information age, so the rise of the internet, the rise of this mass peer-to-peer communication network, and the rise of AI agents operating within it, has massively increased the overall human prosperity. It has done wonderful things for the world, but it has had a very dark undertone, which is that it is eroding these trust foundations that our society is built upon. Before the proliferation of online networks, when our social spaces were still uniquely physical spaces, it was very easy to forge bonds of trust between individuals and hold people accountable. And nowadays, a lot of our social spaces have moved into the online space where you don't know who you're interacting with, what algorithms are attempting to manipulate you, what corporations are attempting to monetize you. And as a result, we don't trust each other. And I think the technologies that we are all developing here today, these information networks, they are going to be the keystone that brings a lot of this back. So I'm not sure this is going to play. This is a little memento from 1998. So privacy has been around, privacy technology has been around for a long time. This is Hal Finney, one of the OG Bitcoin pioneers, talking about creating zero-knowledge proofs to prove hidden statements all the way back in 1998. Oh, it does play. Hang on. Is it playing? No. Oh, never mind. Back then, it took 120 minutes to prove knowledge of a basic SHA hash. Things have improved along since then. But we are the inheritors of a great legacy. This has been a long time coming. So I want to talk a little bit about why what are we even doing here? What even is a blockchain useful for? Why blockchain? Why decentralization? And I'm going to do this by talking about this concept of information networks and communication complexity, how a society's ability to be consensus-driven, to be equitable, is, in my opinion, largely a function of its communication complexity, which itself is a function of technology. And I'm going to do this by talking about everybody's favorite topic, or at least certain people, the Roman Empire. So hands up who here has recently thought about the Roman Empire? Be honest. Be honest. Okay. Well, you're all thinking about it now, so congratulations. So OK, I'm actually going to go a bit further back than Rome. I'm going to talk about ancient Greece. I would say that the concept of like the classical Greece democratic city-state is the foundation of our existing consensus-driven societies, of Western democracy. It was very flawed. People fetishized it a lot. It had its problems. But ultimately, it was the first unitary social organization that extended towards an entire city that we know of, where you had a concept of consensus. People would decide amongst themselves collectively what their city should be doing instead of an autocrat or an oligarch. And here's a question. Why didn't it scale? Why did it remain as a city-state? Why didn't you have Greece as a democracy in the ancient world, or any larger entity? And I would argue it's because of communication complexity. That was a world back then when, if you had an idea and you wanted to share it, you don't have a printing press. You could write a leaflet, but if you want to distribute that to 100 people, you're writing 100 pamphlets, and most people can't read. The way that you shared ideas was you talked about them peer-to-peer with individuals, and this is a world where information traveled at the speed of a horse. And generally, the information that traveled along these information networks, roads, was the contents of a human brain. This is hugely limiting. And it created a culture and a society where individuals felt very strong bonds towards the people that they knew within their cities, within their polities. And so any kind of inter-city coordination, collaboration, was always very short-term, because the individuals within those city-states would always favor their city-state over, at the expense of other city-states if they could. And so what's the kind of the next revolution that enabled something a bit better than a city-state democracy? I would argue it was the printing press, because with the printing press now, your information network, the road, its data bandwidth has massively expanded now, because if you have an idea, you can print a book or a pamphlet and you can share it with thousands of people, tens of thousands of people. This was one of the foundational liberating moments in our society where you could acquire some kind of consensus around shared ideas, shared values. I would argue that the concept of a nationhood, nationalism, is intrinsically tied up with the printing press because it allows for stories to be shared and disseminated to create a culture where you have people separated by relatively large geographic distances that all basically subscribe to the same myths, the same legends around who they are and where they've come from. And so I would call the printing press and the associated mass media that generated around it, newspaper, print broadcast, print, even radio and television broadcasting, it's all the same thing. It's basically a one-to-many style communication. If I have an idea, I can share it with all of you. It's very hard for all of you to share an idea with me. And I need resources and influence to be able to share my idea. I need to be published. I need to be distributed. And so I would argue that since the invention of the printing press, communication styles has basically been this one-to-many mode until the rise of the internet. The internet is really the first technology we have where we possess a many-to-many style communication. Any random person can share an idea, disseminate it, and gain traction with their peers. And this is hugely liberating. It's also hugely disruptive in the same way that the invention of the printing press directly led to the 30 Years' War, which in some parts of Europe killed 70% of all human beings. So good and bad. And so why am I talking about this? Because blockchain is the new information network that extends past the internet. The internet has a problem. You cannot differentiate signal from noise. Everybody has an opinion to share. Not only that, but now we have algorithms and AI agents pretending to be humans sharing their opinions. And we don't know what's real and what's not real, what's valuable, what's not valuable. Blockchain is important because it allows individuals to coordinate amongst each other how to pool, allocate, and distribute assets, money. That can't be faked with an AI agent. It's a foundational expression of human agency, what you spend your resources on. And this is what a blockchain can achieve. This is why, in my opinion, it's such a radical technology. And I would argue, for it to really fulfill its potential, it needs privacy technology. Because right now, blockchain doesn't reach particularly into the real world. The cypherpunk visions of 2015 and 2008 haven't really come to fruition. I'll talk about it a little bit. So I was going to go on a little bit of a segue about information networks and cavemen. I'm afraid I didn't time myself very well, so I'm going to have to say this for another time. It's a good story, though, but another time. Why is privacy important? Why does this new information network that allows for the coordination of assets need privacy technology? First of all, I want to talk about what is privacy technology, because privacy extends far beyond hiding how many assets you have or what you're spending your money on. Privacy tech is all about, at a low level, proving a statement is true without revealing underlying information required to derive that statement. For example, having a UK passport e-signature without revealing the name of the person or their age. Proving I received an email from Facebook without leaking the contents of that email. Privacy is information asymmetry. I know something you do not know, you know something I do not know. And information asymmetries are fundamentally important in our everyday interactions. They are not nefarious, they are completely benign. For example, when you vote in an election, everybody will, your vote gets counted. Everybody will know in aggregate that your vote has affected the outcome, but nobody knows how you voted. You know how you voted. That's an information asymmetry. They're important. And they are used to create things like identity technologies, proving that I possess a passport from a certain nation, proving I possess a bank card from a certain bank, even something as simple as proving I have a Twitter account that's over 3 years old with over 1,000 followers. That can be used to give strong indication I'm not a bot. What this is trust infrastructure. Privacy technology is not about trustlessness. It's not about not having to trust each other. It's about creating technologies and mechanisms that allow individuals to more easily trust each other by reducing the surface of what they need to rely on. So here's a question. Here's an elephant in the room that's been bugging me for 7 years. Where's the fundamental value in Web3? Right now, all of the value in blockchain, all of the billions of dollars, is sourced from, I would argue, only 3 locations. You have the value that people place on the consensus of a distributed network. Think Bitcoin. How much are people willing to pay to get a unique record of events? You have the value in dollar-backed stablecoins. And you have the value in stories, entertainment media, basic things think like NFT art, things like that. What's missing from that? Well, what's missing is anything where the value is derived from something in the physical real world. We don't have real-world assets on chain. We don't have the ownership of physical items, or even something as simple as intellectual property, or anything ephemeral that's derived from a real-world quantity, doesn't exist on chain in any meaningful form right now. And so whilst we're all here because blockchain is a big industry, there's an enormous amount of money in it, relative to the global financial system, the value of blockchain is a drop in the ocean. And we cannot become mainstream. We cannot make sure that our technology reaches into individuals' lives in a meaningful way without that. I would argue that this is deeply cypherpunk, because of what this enables and how we're going to do this. Composability is a foundationally important value proposition of blockchain. It is the value proposition. If you exist in a traditional industry and you want your organization to become more efficient, the canonical solution is vertical integration. You bring your supply chain in-house. You bring your third-party dependencies in-house so that you have fewer middlemen to pay and you can more easily, efficiently optimize and refine for your use cases. This gives large centralized organizations a strong competitive edge over smaller companies, smaller competitors, which I would argue is not good. Composability in Web3 inverts this paradigm, because in a distributed network like Ethereum, any piece of software, any library that you deploy, any application, any dApp that you deploy to the network can be used permissionlessly by every other entity in that network. Every node adds value to every other node. And so what this means is you can take the technological stack of a large vertically integrated organization, and you can break it apart and have individual smaller actors providing each individual service on a blockchain platform, while still benefiting from the efficiencies of vertical integration. Composability is why blockchain has become a big thing. If you had to ask for permission from the Ethereum Foundation to deploy a smart contract, Ethereum would not exist. If you had to ask permission from the Uniswap Foundation to use Uniswap in your application, like Uniswap would not exist. And right now, private composability is something which is badly missing, and which is required. Privacy tech is starting to become more widely available, and people are more aware of it. Things like being able to prove that you have received an email from a certain domain without revealing any more information, things like that. But all of these privacy solutions are very bespoke. If I write a dApp that contains a ZK email or ZK TLS or some kind of privacy-preserving aspect, I'm not composable anymore, not easily, because if another application wants to use my smart contract, my software, they have a lot of downstream complexity that they need to incorporate into their application. It's not as simple as just calling a Uniswap smart contract. And without composability, blockchain is nothing. Without composability, privacy technology is this kind of like niche nice to have that interests people. But with composability, it changes blockchain, it changes the world. I'll give some examples that are starting to emerge today. I've mentioned ZK email. ZK passport is a brilliant technology that where you can verify an e-passport digital signature, prove that you possess a passport from a certain nation without revealing anything else. ZK TLS enables relatively trustless attestations from Web 2 applications. You can prove that you've received information from a website, from a web server, and share that with other individuals. And these are going to form the foundation of composability in the future. Because these technologies enable something which is quite powerful, which I'll talk about in a little bit, which is basically making Web 2 composable, taking data fortresses that exist within the Web 2 ecosystem and allowing entities to siphon data from them permissionlessly. But before getting onto that, I want to talk a bit about decentralization and how privacy is not only aligned with decentralization, like the two are deeply intertwined. I'll give some examples here. So if you're building a dApp that touches the real world, or it touches Web 2, there's a very good chance you're going to need some kind of identity standard, kind of proving who you are in some way. Who here is excited about adding identity standardization into Web 3? I'm grateful. There's more hands than I thought. This is foundationally important. If you cannot link a cryptocurrency account to a real-world identity, then your blockchain can't talk to the real world without a data custodian in the mix. And I want you to consider that. So let's say I'm doing real-world assets on chain, and I'm doing that by having some centralized data custodian who is attesting to like the validity of certain cryptocurrency accounts, saying, okay, yes, you can hold this asset, you can hold this asset. If I build a dApp that utilizes that technology, I am not composable anymore, because if another third party wants to use my technology, so let's say I'm doing an exchange for real-world assets, and I want to like interact with a smart contract that originates real-world assets. Well, if I need to integrate with their data custodian, what if they say no? I need to ask for permission again. I need to have a relationship with another entity, which is completely unlike what happens on chain today, where everything is completely permissionless. Any random person can just turn up and like add some value to the ecosystem. Data custodians break composability, and you can only get rid of those data custodians whilst touching the real world with strong privacy technology, the zero-knowledge cryptography that can allow for trustless attestations about what's happening in the real world. Once you have that, then you can build decentralized protocols, DeFi-type systems, that can still have some kind of understanding on who you are as an individual without leaking that information. You can create non-custodial applications, cryptocurrency wallets, that still interact with assets and value originated in the real world. And in my opinion, that is quite wild. I mean, the idea of a non-custodial wallet is radical. People outside of blockchain still struggle to wrap their heads around that. And that's for wallets that hold what are ultimately largely like synthetic assets, like Dogecoin. Extending that to a world where you are interacting peer-to-peer with a smart contract, proving who you are to that smart contract, to an algorithm and nobody else, and then using that to be authorized to trade and transfer and hold real-world assets, that is absolutely revolutionary. And it's going to happen. If not this year, next year, or the year after, eventually. So, why is privacy going to make Ethereum cypherpunk again? This concept of a ZK transformer is one of the most radical things you can do with ZK today. Basically, the whole entirety of Web3 is based around these monetization models of monetizing your data. The social media networks will have information about who you are that they control in the data fortress that they use to monetize. And I just want to highlight how strange this is. This is your data. Your data about you. It should be yours, but it's not. It's owned by a company, and it's used to it's leveraged at your expense largely to generate revenue. And zero-knowledge cryptography technology can be used to basically crack open these data silos, because if a third-party application wants, for example, information about Facebook, for example, Fastcaster wants to import their user profiles from Facebook. Well, Facebook's not going to cooperate. And you can't trust the user because they're going to lie. But the user can send you a zero-knowledge proof that they received information from Facebook using ZK-ML, using ZK-TLS, things like that. And it basically allows for a level of composability between applications that do not want to be composable. Now, I wish I had time for this, but I've got 6 seconds, so I will move to my conclusions. Maybe run over 10 seconds. Ethereum will be cypherpunk again with these strong privacy-preserving technologies. You add privacy, identity standards, private composability into Ethereum, and you create an information network that has teeth, where individuals can coordinate and communicate how to distribute and disseminate their assets in all contexts. It allows for a radical new way of living, of organizing oneself that doesn't exist in the world today. It makes the many-to-many communication style created by the internet understandable and digestible and composable. Human-centric networks that are governed by human beings instead of AI agents, where we use our own data however we damn well please, without having to ask for permission from entities that are accustomed to owning information about who we are. And we can distinguish ourselves and what we do through trustless attestations. We can distinguish our creative works, our desires, our hopes, our fears from the ocean of statistically generated, AI-generated noise that is saturating our existing information networks. So, yep, that's how we're going to make Ethereum cypherpunk again. Thank you for listening.
Zach, thank you so much. We have time for a couple of questions here, and I'd like to start with one. Legacy GAOs somewhat tolerate the transparent chains. Will they tolerate the private ones?
Well, that's a very good question. I think the solution to this is to be slightly facetious, deliver shareholder value, demonstrate value. Basically, you can create alternative financial models in Web3 that use strong privacy technologies that are just simply better than what we have at the moment. So financial incumbents like the US, well, it's going to be a tough sell for privacy technologies. But for countries that aren't the US, that still have large financial industries, perhaps like the UK, that are looking for comparative advantage, fostering a technology that allows for much lower barriers to entry, much greater competition, more efficiency, is unbelievably attractive. There is a giant pot of money on the table waiting for a government that is willing to embrace not just blockchain technology, but privacy-preserving technology in a big way, because it'll turbocharge their economy.
Another question here. Doesn't on-chain ID pose censorship risks?
Yes. Not going to deny it. So imagine if you're using passport signatures to validate who you are, and, well, you get de-citizened. Well, you're in trouble. So it's a spectrum. I think if you have a universal identity standard, that poses much greater censorship risks than a holistic identity standard. What I would like to see happen is like a concept of who somebody is coming from a large, diverse set of sources. So not just things like passport signatures, or I could prove I possess like a UK government account I used to pay taxes, or I could do things like prove I possess a bank card, prove I have an email from a utilities provider for a physical address in the UK, prove I have a Twitter account with a lot of followers, prove I have a LinkedIn account that's been active for 5 years. Basically, you have all these little attestations about who you are that you build up into a concrete mass that provides overwhelming proof. And that kind of system is much more censorship resistant than relying on a single source of truth.
How will we reconcile the need for tracing and indexing to provide useful UI/UX with the obfuscating encryption required from on-chain privacy?
It's a very good question. So we have some solutions at the moment in Aztec. So like, how do you handle shared state obfuscation with UI/UX? Well, in Aztec, the way we handle it is we have this thing called a PXE, private execution environment, runs locally in a user's device that could be queried like a blockchain node for information. Longer term, this will be a solved problem through FAT, basically PIR, private information retrieval. You can store your data encrypted on a third-party server, make queries about that data, get it returned to you, and the third-party server has no understanding of what's happened, but they can still handle your request. It's a few years out, but that's going to be the future.
Can you debunk the age-old, if you have nothing to write, you have nothing to fear?
How many people here are comfortable yelling out their yearly salary? Yeah, not that many people, right? Yeah, you have something to hide. Everybody has something to hide. Like, what is a human being? We are the difference between the mask that we present to outsiders and our internal selves, full of contradictions, insecurities, hopes and dreams and fears and petty vanities. We are all a miserable pile of secrets, and we need to embrace that.
One last question. What are the main limitations of smart contracts on ZK chains?
You mean privacy-preserving chains? What are the limitations? Well, I mean, the main one is they barely exist right now in the real world. I mean, you have Alio that have launched. ASIC will be launching next year. I would argue that there are some user experience issues where you have to generate zero-knowledge proofs client side. That can take some time. But ultimately, I would argue that it's like foundationally, I don't think there will be any user issues. I think like the technology will lag behind the transparent world, but eventually it's always going to be behind catch up. But you can expect the same end state as the transparent chain when it comes to UI UX.
Zach, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks everyone for joining. We'll be back in a few minutes with Robert Drost from the IGAN Foundation to talk about a manifesto on coordination ECC. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. You'll have time to grab a coffee, to run to another session, or just stay here for the next session. Thanks everyone. And we are back. It's been crazy, motivating, and beautiful past 2 days here at Devcon. I don't know about you folks, but every time I'm walking or sometimes running from one stage to another, I can't help, meeting new friends, old friends, and almost cry a little bit with the intensity and how beautiful this conference has been. Don't know if it's your first, your second, your third, maybe like your fifth Devcon, but the energy, it gets better and better every year. And I'm so glad to be here sharing with you all this energy. And for this talk, like I said, you folks probably know my brain and my work. It's a bit more non-technical, so I'm very, very excited for this talk. As a person who works in communities at Ethereum.org, I'm very, very excited to hear from Robert from the Eigen Foundation on a manifesto on coordination ACC. So everyone, please give a warm welcome to Robert.
Hi there, I am Robert, and I work at Eigen Foundation. Let's see, everybody, okay, looks like everybody's settled in. So let me get right started. So there's 3 ideas that I want to go over in this talk. 2 of them are just giving some background, which are pretty important for open technology. I think a lot of times when we're sort of seeing the evolution of things, it feels like it's a glacial pace. But the glacier does eventually grind down mountains, and the grinding of mountains, I want to look at the patterns that we see from that. And especially because the latest and greatest version of open technologies has been crypto. And I think what I'd like to form in this talk is the kind of underpinning of what kind of openness results and what we can expect to see in another 5 or 10 years based on these 2 together. So giving the background on open, I thought a good way to do this would be to just kind of show people how much has been accomplished for going from proprietary to open technologies. The top one there, networking, this is kind of predating all of us, but there was like 20 years or so of proprietary networks. If you could believe it, there were like 25 different networking standards. And it's shocking now to just hear, but like TCP/IP was completely the renegade kid on the block. When it came out, everybody thought it was such a crappy protocol. All these other protocols were so fine-tuned. They did all these specialized things, and it all went away. I mean, this is the same era where you had proprietary character formats. ASCII was created to kind of get away from that and so forth. And so that was sort of one of the biggest first moves into openness. We had a couple other that a bunch of us have experienced, maybe not the internet, but the mobile phone revolution, where we basically got the entire internet carrying with us all the time. Not value necessarily, but at least the information sharing and information downloading. And probably one of the biggest ones that I would say in general for all of us, open source. I mean, open source literally was called by Bill Gates a cancer that destroyed value for everybody in the industry. And hardware, public clouds, I'm going to actually say a few things about those in a second. Post-blockchain, I put approximate tipping points down on the top. Before last week, I actually still had Bitcoin in question marks, but now I'm tentatively saying 2025 may actually be the tipping point. Tipping point means when it's so prevalent that it's just all over the world, like the mobile phone, going from before to after, it's an entirely different transition. We haven't had that yet, but maybe next year in Bitcoin. The rest of them, going to DeFi, ETH money, crypto keys, identity, walled garden data, and public clouds, we haven't hit the tipping point on those. That's some of the most exciting parts that we can expect coming with that transition to open tech meeting crypto and crypto settlement. So let me just jump through a couple here. So hardware and software tech meeting the cloud. This is a really important one. How many people in the room are developers? Okay, a lot of us. And we all develop on the cloud. But it is really interesting to see that, for about 30 years in computing, it was all so proprietary. Everything on the left side you had to buy, you had to manage. It had all sorts of different standards. You were doing different APIs for everything all the time. And over time, people figured out that there's a much better model. Virtualization, other software allowed you to abstract. and you had infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and then software as a service. And progressively, they unlocked some of the greatest software innovations that we've ever seen. Open won in the end. However, winning on one level doesn't mean you win on all levels. So the cloud itself was open, but the cloud platforms quickly became pretty centralized, with the top three controlling like 70–80% of the whole market. Result of that, which has been an interesting problem as a side effect that I think blockchain is going to help us solve a lot, is that before clouds, open source had this great model where you built open source and then you made a product based on it and you actually got the value from it. In the Web 2 public cloud, that stopped happening because now what would happen is that your open source software, because it's open, would be used by cloud vendors. And so if you look at a chart like this, where Google Cloud has all of this SaaS and platform as a service and so forth, they're just wrapping somebody else's work and putting it out there. So not fair, in my opinion. But the crypto cloud, this is one of the most exciting parts that we're all going to experience. We've seen it already. Blockchain, you write open source software, token, a protocol, and the team that built it is making money again. Hasn't extended down to the public cloud yet. DePIN and other things are bringing it in that direction. The beautiful part with that, and I'll talk about it in terms of like how settlement is going to really enable this. This means now that we don't have a central cloud player anymore. We have a whole bunch of different infrastructure providers, tens or hundreds or what have you, and so none of them are going to go ahead and actually dominate the field in the way that you saw with the big public cloud vendors. So open will win. Okay, and then one last point I wanted to just say on those is that sometimes when I say this slide afterwards, people come to me and they say, but this doesn't quite make sense. Web 2 public clouds are quite decentralized. But as we saw with the internet launched in the mid-90s. By mid-2000s, this open technology of reading, writing data became entirely owned by a couple of big social networks, advertising networks, and so forth. So you took a decentralized technology and owned it. And in the cloud case, the billing system, the accessibility to put in your hardware, and most importantly, having the rights to get the revenue from all of that was centralized. And so the unlock or the openness in this case is being able to participate in the value generation and the value revenue. And that's a big theme, obviously, with crypto, and extending into technology like public clouds is quite valuable. So, okay, that's sort of a background intro. I have one slide where I just like to go through the why of open tech, because it's not always obvious. Like when you look at open innovation, it looks immediately like maybe open innovation doesn't win. Short term, closed systems can scale really fast. People are able to develop on them. There's less coordination friction. They're able to take the revenue, reinvest it really quickly. But the reason this causes a problem is eventually the closed systems, when they start winning a market, they slow down. They don't have a big motivation to innovate the way they did. They're just protecting their monopoly. Longer term, open innovation moves ahead, bringing in a lot more people to it. We've seen that all over the blockchain space. We all use each other's protocols. We literally compose applications out of each other's dApps at this point. And the feature velocity increases over time because as you kind of settle, Ethereum is settling its ossifying its layer, and it's kind of like accreting itself to something solid, and then people will build more, and they'll build more, and so forth. And the last one, which I think has been a really dominant one, is how many times do you find out there's actually no diversity in the thinking, the values, the knowledge? I mean, it's kind of nuts when you think about a big network like Facebook being, really not localized, and instead having this one projection of sort of values and one projection of the system all around the world. That doesn't really seem like what you would expect would be a good way for humans to interact. Okay, so now let's and it's unstoppable for us. I just like to say, I used that phrase tipping points before, and the tipping point's really important. For a long time, it's like the Buddha story. If you have a reed that is very inflexible, it seems hard, and then it snaps and it breaks. Whereas the one that actually is soft and pliable is able to, bend with time. So the fragile short-term ones, those eventually do snap as we get the entire, weight of the advantages of open innovation. So now talking about crypto. One thing that I've kind of reframed recently that I think is a pretty good framework. I don't know how many people here have heard of, money crypto, tech crypto. that division. I kind of reframed it in two, and it sort of exposed that there was a third one that's really helpful to put together. Is like the three classes that we have for settlement in crypto. The one that started it all, of course, was financial settlement, getting the read, write, own. Now you can actually own digital assets. And Ethereum expanded it greatly to programmable money with all of those DeFi protocols. And tech settlement, there's a few different cases with tech settlement where you have sort of more limited, and we're going towards more open and generalized tech settlement. And then finally, I don't know if a ton of people think about it all the time, but there's this meta settlement concept, which probably is the most important and underpinning one. I want to say a few words at the end about just how substantial that is in terms of making sure we don't end up having what happened with clouds or other things, where you've got open technologies, and at the very top, you have somebody that kind of monetizes and closes a wrapper around the whole thing. So here's a slide. Forgive me, this one has a couple of labeling from the company that I work at, but it's a general principle. The top side of the picture is showing us the Ethereum Trust Network, and then the bottom side is a new branch of peer-to-peer networks that are enabled with restaking protocols. The top one, just to level set for us, when you think of Ethereum, the reason it works is it has two portions. It has a consensus portion, and it has a execution virtual machine or smart contract portion. And it's split up that way because the consensus machine is something that is an entire bunch across the internet of software nodes, and they talk to each other at full TCP/IP speeds. They're sending commitments, they're sending data blocks, they're sending transactions, all of that stuff. And so that is a distributed software application. The EVM is now somebody using that distributed software application that manifests an EVM to write something that gives them exact execution of a smart contract. So very valuable switching. And so that means dApps that are based on that, they're very flexible, but they basically are inside of the realm of a smart contract system, EVM execution. They don't have access to directly being able to program the consensus itself. So the sort of unlock that we've gone to now, let me actually jump to the next slide, it's maybe easier to see, is that we've kind of gone, now I'll do it from here. So we've gone from things like Bitcoin, which were very monolith applications, where all the way from the security of proof of work to the consensus of Nakamoto consensus to the execution of UTXOs to the application of sending money around the world, those were all one case, one use case. And then obviously Vitalik and the team at Ethereum invented that you could generalize that, so now you would be able to have an application rather than just sending money back and forth. And that enabled us to now have flexibility at the application layer. The next big innovation from, I guess, around 4 years back at this point was the rollup era, and recognizing that the execution VMs themselves could be generalized. So now you have the ability that you have different rollups, building them on Ethereum. It's been great. We just heard Justin talking about the Beam chain upgrade, and that's all going to sit in the context of the current execution layer. This final innovation here, what I think is the big significant one, is that we're opening up the layer of peer-to-peer technologies so that you now have the ability in your applications to have whatever kind of distributed software. It's as if you're actually able to put in something that is at the same level as the beacon chain, except it's running your application. So you think about storage, content delivery networks, you can think about databases, other things that need very high performance, but they still want to be settled with the open settlement. They want to settle their technology onto blockchains. Okay, so, and this allows, importantly, now that there's a framework that, similar to like EVM nodes being run by people on Ethereum, this allows operators to now look at this model of consensus as another thing for them to run. So they sign up, they bring CPU, GPU, trusted execution environments. They can have varying node requirements, maybe as low as Ethereum, maybe 10x higher than Solana, because now we freed up the peer-to-peer protocols to be anything. They have all sorts of different assumptions. And this then allows different operator groups to perform different subset of tasks. And we take all of the people that are operating right now, a pretty limited set that they can run, and they're now able to essentially run everything that's on the decentralized public cloud, which are, in fact, blockchain protocols. So it's a huge unlock. This sort of open tech meeting crypto means that essentially all software that we run for all purposes can move over to blockchain. It doesn't have to just be fixed to the kind of execution virtual machine layer, but it can go down all the way to the hardware layer of as general software protocols as you can create. And just give a feeling, if you look at these types of things, these are things that you would not expect to see smart contracts as a settlement platform for. There's a lot of stuff that goes into like proof of location, proof of machinehood, all sorts of pinging, all sorts of latencies, running Linux, running ZK provers, a lot of off-chain compute. And all of these are actually being built now, which I think is really exciting. If you look at it, we're sort of at the level at this point where there's hundreds of new blockchain protocols that are being built, making their own peer-to-peer network, and not having to, like Filecoin, create a whole new layer 1 network. They're able to create these things as kind of layer 2 networks on Ethereum, mixing together peer-to-peer networks plus EVM execution as well. And then, I'm sorry, here's the slide where I said the hundreds in dev. So quite a few of these. And the meta settlement, this is the final point that I wanted to make here, because I think a lot of the points there, they paint a really good story. I think we can be excited about open technology having won every major technology battle in the end, sometimes taking, like in networking case, more than 2 decades. But it goes the right way. Happily, blockchain accelerates those things. Those are all great, but at the very end, there's this question of like, who owns it at the higher levels? We kind of know this idea of like network capture is such a problem because it's very hard to get out from the friction of a system that has kind of captured your data, your identity, and so forth. So two ideas that I just want to present on that, and then I'll get to the final conclusion about the meta settlement. One is that we have existing in kind of normal mode of blockchains a lot of things that are on-chain observable faults. This has really been solved by blockchain, including ZK proofs and so forth, that you don't have to worry about it. If somebody can give a proof that anyone non-interactively would be able to read, see that the proof checks, see that somebody committed something incorrectly, or somebody performed some action correctly, you can reward them or slash them, whatever's appropriate. The challenging part are these intersubjective beliefs, and these are sort of human observable faults. Not sure how many people have dug into them, but things like data availability, you can never prove that somebody didn't show you something, because while you're claiming they didn't show you something, they can show it. And then it's a he said, they said of, did the person really not show it, or did the person actually, actually show it after the threshold? Prediction markets, obviously, any oracle. I mean, there's nothing on chain that would tell you on Chainlink that Bitcoin is less than $10. If it published that, DeFi would break, and there's nothing on chain that would sort of detect that that's happening. And these kind of examples go on in the blockchain space. And I put at the bottom one this idea about promises, which are general, credible commitments. Those are really exciting because you think about it, what is a promise? If it's between me and this gentleman over here, I can tell him, hey, I'm going to make sure that, anytime you need, when you call me, I'm going to come with the car and get you, right? And so I made this promise. It's one-to-one, so it's not going to be intersubjective, but it's something that's happening in the real world. Intersubjective would be like I'm creating an Uber alternative, and I'm saying Uber's take rate of 60% is horrible. I'm going to go ahead and my take rate's only going to be 5%. And that's great. I could write an immutable contract, but now I'd have a lot of problems with that because can you really write a big software application without ever changing it? If you can change it, which invariably pretty much all of crypto can right now, most of the systems, they just have to have upgradability somewhere. Then that 5% is no longer true. But if you have the ability to check for human observable faults and then translate that information on chain, then that actually takes care of that problem because as society, we can go ahead and say, hey, this person violated this. Or let's say Facebook says, new version of Facebook someone competing says, we're only going to change the privacy policy if the community agrees, like a DAO, 51%, that we're going to approve a new privacy policy. If they violate that, then the users can say, hey, you're sending me a EULA. I'm supposed to either sign it or get the hell out of the application. You broke that promise. So what actually allows us to do that? Well, in L1s, this is probably the most core feature that without this, it's really not blockchain, which is that you have viable slashing by chain forking. Meaning that you can take the existing system, you've got your data, you've got your identity, and you can just fork it and create a new version. We've seen that many times in L1s. It's a very unique feature, and one of the problems that we've had is we build a lot of things on something like Ethereum. They're all L2s, and Vitalik is really clear that forking L1s because of L2 faults are an issue. So one of the more recent breakthroughs that I'm not sure everyone's heard about, so it's this idea of slashing by token forking. And this is the idea that you're able off-chain to make agreements and then project on-chain that something was violated. When it was violated, the actual value of tokens in DeFi, in Uniswap, in Compound, Aave, everywhere automatically gets shifted to the new chain and effectively slashes the people who violated that off-chain promise. And importantly, it's a lot more fundamental than on-chain voting. On-chain voting still ultimately is following a mathematical protocol, so, and this one is and not able to do the token forking. And this one allows us to do that. So the final comment I would say is that we really don't have the openness we want in general. We never would have it before crypto and this meta settlement. Once tech platforms capture the network effects, they become opt-in autocracies. You either use it as is or you just leave. And the forkable tech platforms, this is the final frontier of open technologies enabled by blockchain. And that's where we're going to get to. Global internet native self-enforcing coordination. All right, thank you.
Robert, thank you so much for your presentation. For everyone that's here, you still have a bit more time to ask questions through this QR code, but I do have one question for you. From all this presentation, which things we could expect that would change or become concrete in 1 year, 3 years, or 5 years? So how do you see maybe in 1 year from now, you're coming to Devcon or DevConnect again and repeating this presentation, or...
I think one of the most promising places for all of this to show in the next year or two, and in my mind it's kind of like a call to action for all of us, is that big moves to blockchain, they definitely are helped by things like DeFi, but the most fundamental changing technology for humans since maybe fire is AI. We finally actually built the ability for us to have elastic, scalable intelligence. And in Web 2, AI is a disaster. I mean, it actually takes everything that's wrong and makes it even more captured, even more localized. But so this AI side is actually screaming for what I'm talking about here. If you have open technology, if you have non-captured clouds, if you have us creating the hundreds of protocols that AI is able to use where there's not a corporation owning it, but it's owned by tokens in digital sense, and rules can be made, we have much higher chance of being able to create AI that actually has the right kind of rules to be positive for humanity. In the end, people are like, oh, AI is going to cause this big problem, but it's actually humans, evil humans using AI that are going to be the problem. So we get a chance to get them out of there. I'm pretty optimistic, but I'm an optimistic guy. I think we're already going to see major AI crypto advancements already around AI agents in the coming year. And in 2-3 years, I think that if we flipped it, I think it's possible we could already be thinking about a tipping point for Web3 AI plus crypto.
We're so looking forward for the future. I have one question here. How does intersubjective faults interact with politics and regulation in post-Gary Warren era?
Ooh, I'm going to sound really stupid now because someone needs to tell me, what is Gary Warren? You can shout it out, whoever put the question up. Oh, Gary Gensler. Oh, Warren Buffett. Elizabeth Warren. Okay. My mind's over there. Wait, what happened? The question went away. Now I forgot the question. Oh, how does intersubjective forking work in that? So let's see. I think it's a extremely strong marker to say that the system is decentralized, which always has come to be the most important part of crypto, which is essentially establishing with countries that they don't have jurisdiction or ownership because it's a global technology. So my expectation is that it should be, quite positive force. I also don't really know how relevant either of those two are going to be in the next 4 years, but they're still going to be around somewhere in the zeitgeist.
Can you give a real-world example of an AVS?
Yeah, so a real-world example of an AVS would be something that's looking for the opposite of the Turing test, so proof of machinehood. There's a chain called Witness Chain that's doing that, also proof of location. It's great that we have, kind of machines. We think we're decentralized, but if our decentralized machines are all sitting in the US and Europe, it's not as decentralized. We would like to be able to have people participating all over the world, especially like Southeast Asia and Africa and South America. But if we don't have a good way to prove that, then we're going to have proof of, we're going to have the Sybil attacks we would have in any case. And so that's the kind of protocol you can't do in a smart contract level. It requires really intricate, hard to beat, very expensive to beat type of work going on at a network level. And so that's a great example where completely unique P2P node technology is needed. I think another one, when you say real world, it's not there yet, but it's definitely going to be something we need, which is, having great data storage helps, but more important than that is having something completely competitive to Cloudflare and CloudFront and so forth. So having really strong, data will be published, not just data availability in the sense of, first being published. Data will be readable later on. So content delivery networks ensure that you're going to be able to do that over time. And so we need that in combination with secure storage layers. And that's not something you can coordinate. In theory, you can, and people would probably, without this AVS model, build it as new L1s. But the idea of taking all of that technology and having its security and having its settlement happen on Ethereum is probably one of the most exciting aspects of what we can do on Ethereum, is to collapse more and more of the tech settlement and value and these other components in.
Robert, thank you so much for your overtime. We still have a couple of questions here, but we won't be able to cover it. But once again, thank you so much. Everyone give a round of applause for Robert.
Thank you.
Well, time flies, the music comes in, and it's time for have lunch. So we'll be back at 1 p.m. with a panel on Ethereum values and alignment. Looking forward to seeing you all here. But for now, take a break, go chill, go have lunch, and see you all at 1 p.m. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the main stage of Devcon Southeast Asia. If you are ready, don't know me, my name is Isabella, and I will be your host during this afternoon. And for the next session, there's a very interesting question that's going to float around this next session. If you could describe Ethereum in one sentence, what would it be? I'm sure here everyone would have their own definitions, and the 5 panelists that will join this session, probably they will have a much longer definition, so that's why they will need a couple of minutes to dissertate around that. So I'm very, very glad to welcome Ahmed, Mark, Nixo, Peter, and Phil, who are going to talk about Ethereum values and ethos alignment from per-merge till now. Welcome, folks.
Test. Okay, we're in. All right. Hey, everyone. My name is Phil Ngo. I'm the project manager of the Ethereum consensus client written in TypeScript called Lodestar. I work at ChainSafe, and here we have a bunch of probably familiar faces in the community here. And thank you for coming to today's session, Ethereum's values and ethos alignment. So I'll give everybody an opportunity just to introduce themselves and just tell us a little bit about what you're working on and like what got you interested in Ethereum. So we'll just go in order, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Hey all. So my name is Peter. I've been on the Go Ethereum team for almost 10 years now. So I'm one of the boomers in this ecosystem. And I guess just to answer the question, what got me interested in this whole thing, it was mostly decentralized, autonomous, self-organizing systems. So I was always fascinated about having computer systems that just self-assemble and do something without too much intervention.
My name is Nixo. I came to Ethereum, I came to working full-time in Ethereum through staking. I was a staker. I'm now transitioning to working at the Ethereum Foundation. But the thing that brought me in love with Ethereum was the self-sovereignty, and that was like very clear when I onboarded as a staker that Ethereum very much espoused a self-sovereign identity.
Hey, my name is Mark, and I'm a contributor to the Optimism Collective. We're focused on scaling Ethereum through layer 2s, building free software. The reason why I became interested in Ethereum is because I really became disillusioned with the world. I was pretty frustrated with, a lot of institutions that I thought were kind of falling behind. They're still built on fax machines. I was kind of like, hey, civilization, we should be able to do better than this. And I started learning about Bitcoin and kind of got into the sound money idea because I was worried about how much debt there was in the world. And then I saw the DAO and I was like, oh, wow, this is really cool. Like Ethereum could be like a platform for these institutions of the future. And then I fell down the rabbit hole and I couldn't stop thinking about Ethereum and just wanted to build and, scale it to the world.
Yeah, my name is Ahmed Bitar. I work on the Nethermind execution client. So around 3 years ago, I probably started looking into cryptocurrency in general, and I started doing my own research. And then the more I dove deep, the more I was appalled by Ethereum, about financial freedom, about censorship resistance. And then the way I became a core dev was I got inspired by Peter because I kept seeing him tweeting on Twitter. And this made me think, oh, being a core dev must be like the pinnacle of like technical knowledge in this space. And yeah, this is why I'm here now. So thank you, Peter.
All right, sounds like we already have a little bit of alignment already. That's a good start. But now to the hard questions. Let's really see here like what people say. We don't know each other's answers. We didn't like rehearse this beforehand. But if you were to describe Ethereum in a sentence, how would you describe it? Anyone first?
Ethereum is a credibly neutral new financial paradigm.
So when I was thinking about this, I was trying to come up with like a catchphrase, like something really, really simple. So I've got 3 of them. One is unbank the banked. You know, this is like a classic one. People don't really say this one anymore, but it was really popular maybe like, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago. Another one is, you know your counterparty, right? Like I think there's this idea of hardness. Josh Stark, I believe at the Ethereum Foundation, is talking about this. I think that this is a really important property of Ethereum where, you kind of have this property of when you're interacting with someone on the blockchain, you know the way that they're going to respond. So this assurance is really, really important, and it de-risks certain types of interactions. And I think that's like a huge value proposition of Ethereum. And then the last one is shine light on power structures. So, today there's a lot of walled gardens in the world, and it's really opaque the way that the decision making for these walled gardens works. So a huge value prop to me about Ethereum is that the power structures can be legible on-chain. And I think that we should strive to move more and more power structures on-chain so that the users can see the power structures and opt into the power structures that they want to, so that we don't just have these opaque walled gardens that people have no say in.
That was longer than a sentence.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I would say uncompromising, censorship-resistant, permissionless, and decentralized world computer. Focus on uncompromising.
I think for me, the most important thing would be flat, decentralized power structures, in short.
What do you mean by flat?
By flat, I mean I would like not to have power structures at all. I would like to not see hierarchical power structures.
Is no one going to say, like, code is law, maybe?
Nope.
We all know what happened there. Okay, well, that's some, good, interesting perspectives on Ethereum. I feel like we still have, some alignment here on, like, what we're trying to build Ethereum for. I feel like a lot of the times what makes Ethereum different and what makes us very special is because of some of the values that a lot of the contributors, whether it be core contributors or dApp developers or infrastructure builders, the reason why we're here is because we do have some alignment on what we're trying to build here and the properties of what this stack needs to be viable to the true vision of why we're here, which I would assume is the Web3 values, decentralization, accountability, transparency, and such. But if I were to ask you, what is like one property or the most important or existential threat to Ethereum if this value disappeared, what value would that be? What would make you rage quit and exit the ecosystem because we've lost that property?
I think when you talk about some of these properties, you end up tangentially kind of talking about the other ones. And so I'm going to say credible neutrality, but that also refers to decentralization and censorship resistance. And without those things, credible neutrality is those things. Like you were talking about flat power structures, and if my problem with the traditional financial structure, our traditional economic system really is that some people have incumbent power that people who are newer to the system can't grab at. And I think that if we don't maintain credible neutrality, Ethereum could be more dystopian than the system that we're in currently. Like if somebody can control Ethereum, if somebody has outsized influence in Ethereum, the ability to track people's financial transactions in the way that Ethereum allows could make Ethereum more dystopian than our current system.
I think that's a really good point about how if Ethereum is captured, whether it's its governance or just like the validator set, it could be more dystopian due to the lack of privacy being built into the base layer. So yeah, I would definitely want to rage quit if old money overtook Ethereum's governance.
Old money or new power structures that are crypto native and taking over the system. Either one.
That's a very good point. There's definitely some of those that we have to worry about too.
I think for me, I would say that the most important value is equal access or equal opportunity of access. So essentially what I would like to see is on all the different layers of Ethereum, whether it's L1, L2, platform, dApp layer, whatever, that anybody who figures that they would like to do something on it, they just can without somebody being able to either prioritize or deprioritize them. And maybe we can go into that a bit later, but in short.
Yeah, so when you look at all the properties that are mentioned in this panel, I feel like always it comes back to decentralization. Because if we lose decentralization, we can't guarantee censorship resistance. We can't guarantee permissionless access. We can't be, even if, for example, people working on Ethereum stop being credibly neutral, the decentralization of Ethereum could render them out of the protocol if they wish to, if the protocol is actually decentralized. But decentralization is a very broad word because you have decentralization geographically, you have decentralization in the number of validators, solo stakers, infrastructure. So like decentralization needs to be applied on all aspects, not a single one of them.
I would definitely like to challenge the community into trying to use the word decentralization less so that we can hone in on more on the specific thing that needs to be decentralized. Because when someone says XYZ is centralized, it doesn't really convey much information. We should be talking about the very specific things that are centralized because systems are made up of many parts. And really, a system is only as decentralized as its least decentralized component. So it's not really useful if you're just saying XYZ, that's centralized. We need to be more specific so that we can share mental models and not just argue past each other in a religious way.
Is there something that you're thinking of that would potentially have a reason to be centralized that's more effective if it was more centralized? Like, is there something that you're thinking of?
Oh yeah, every time that you decentralize something, it's a cost. And you need to make sure that the cost of that decentralization is worth the benefit, right? So literally decentralizing every single thing in the world, civilization would probably fall apart. So I think sometimes it's good to have decision-making that's centralized. Other times it is better to like design by committee. It kind of depends on what you're optimizing for and like the type of decision that's being made. That's one. I don't want to get into a whole debate about single sequencers versus based rollups because that's like another one.
So the question was, are you also interested in what would break Ethereum, in my opinion, and what are the problems there? Or should we get there a bit later?
We can talk about that now if you like.
So I guess one very interesting thing is that so what are the values, most important values, and what we could lose? I think one of the things that that could pose the biggest threat to these values is, and I'm guessing this is going on CoinDesk, is democracy, which is kind of a steep thing to say. And what I'm trying to get at is I think in any democratic system, basically it's a popularity contest where you have a very big push from the biggest group of the majority, which in general is probably nice for the overall system, but it might not be nice for individual parts. So I think it's one very important value that I would like to highlight is that I think it's important to have these democratic values not just top-down, rather at all the levels of the system, so that it's not like... so the problem is that if you just go top-down, then we can turn Ethereum into this super nice financial chain, because that's what probably impacts the most people, but I'm not sure that that's the best overall direction for the network.
Yeah, and also like what Mark mentioned, there are obviously trade-offs. We're all probably familiar with things like the blockchain trilemma, where you can only have 2 or 3 properties. And a lot of the times we have to have these debates about like where does Ethereum sort of prioritize its values, because it's not easy to necessarily give up some decentralization for more scalability. So like going into like the future of Ethereum, especially when you're thinking about the end game of Ethereum, we have choices that we have to make, and I'm curious like what is more important to you. So there is this sort of argument about whether chain performance is more important than the distribution of power. When you are trying to get maximum scalability out of something, the natural thing to do is to centralize things. But perhaps Ethereum is maybe better than other blockchains at trying to balance this. So I'm kind of curious, like, is chain performance or distribution of power more important, or are they balanced?
I think that's probably something we'd all agree on, that primarily we would like to see distribution of power. At least me personally, I would gladly sacrifice any performance for it, because usually if you give the power out, it's not coming back. So it's basically a one-way street. And I think that's why it's all these discussions around decentralization versus making certain aspects faster is problematic, because once you made it fast, it's very hard to undo it. It's very hard to argue that, well, we don't want a fast thing. So I think that's why I would probably always choose decentralization.
We're building a really cool piece of technology, and it's trying to address like an age-old problem, which is centralization in our economic system. And the conclusions that we're kind of coming to, or the problems that we're running into, is that as we solve centralization issues, we kind of find that we just push those centralization issues further and further down the stack. And so people start complaining because they're already using the system, and they're like, let's just stop there, let's be okay with that level of centralization. But the thing is, without decentralization, this whole thing is pointless, and we should just move back to centralized systems. And so there's no point to Ethereum if it's centralized, and we shouldn't give up on the idea of decentralization just because we keep encountering these problems, because this is an age-old problem that is really, really difficult to solve, and it's not like we're going to build something in 10 years that just is perfect and solves issues that people have been dealing with for centuries.
Was that a subtext for Beam Chain?
Definitely distribution of power is more important than scalability. I think there's some problems with just going on for sheer scalability because you don't really know when you've gone too far and have allowed the system to become capturable. So if we just keep, increasing hardware requirements and increasing hardware requirements, we will pass the threshold at some point without realizing it. And an adversary will be ready to strike, and they will strike and we won't be ready to react, and they can capture the network. So we always have to be very mindful of this sort of attack. I do think that as a community, we have the opportunity to push the boundaries of science and engineering and solve really hard problems to make sure that the power structures stay distributed while scaling. There's some really cool opportunities with, say, new signature aggregation schemes that, the researchers can basically research and kind of invent. And we have the opportunity to bring these to production for the first time and really, develop cutting edge systems that weren't possible before. And this is why I want to contribute to Ethereum. I want to be part of this.
Well, like I already said, I think what the core devs and researchers are working towards is always keeping the distribution of power while maximizing as much as possible what can be done without compromising. The problem is there is some voices in the industry that are pushing to compromise, but I think that we as a community as a whole are pushing against that in a very well manner, and yeah, it's going well. The value of Ethereum will go down if we start compromising.
Just to give one specific example, and I apologize in advance for picking on the project, is, for example, Lido. If you have, let's say you are a staker, whether it's decentralized, centralized, company, project, doesn't matter, and it's big enough, then it can be a very, very good network player or ecosystem player. So they don't have to be at all malicious, no single bad intent. Yet still, every time when there's a protocol update being discussed, a research direction, you always have to keep in mind that you have that single big player, and they probably won't, but may want to have a say in it. And these are those structures which, once they evolve, it's kind of hard to get rid of, and it's very, very hard to tell whether something is malicious, not malicious, maybe just doing the best for the investors. It gets murky.
Yeah, that's definitely something to think about. And a lot of the times when we're developing these systems, it's really hard to simulate all the potential side effects, all the second, third degree effects that come from protocol upgrades, as an example. Like, we've learned a lot from the development of the Beacon chain and learning more about MEV. As you probably all saw, like, there was a presentation about the Beam chain, which aims to fix some of these things that we've learned with the Beacon chain. But yeah, it's also, Mark, it's really interesting to hear from you as well as a consumer of things like blobs. There is a lot of debate happening about whether or not we need to increase the blob target max sizes as well, so that we can better support systems like yours and other L2s. But that comes at a cost of potentially some Raspberry Pi staker, which I'm sure Niso is advocating for as well.
No.
No?
No, I don't believe that we should optimize for Raspberry Pi stakers. I think that they're very cool hobbyists, and I love what they're doing. But like, the meme on Twitter is like everybody saying like, "Oh, we need to let people stake on a potato in the Atlantic." But I think it makes sense to have minimum hardware requirements that like approximately equal what you would make in like maybe 6 months in rewards.
Okay. Well, what about the people who may have difficulty getting access to consistent or even excess upload bandwidth? Like, how do you deal with something like that? Like, are we forgetting about these people?
I guess it's the problem is that once you start looking at bandwidth and things like that, unfortunately the world is not really equally distributed. So I think it's very, very important to make the system as distributed as possible. But there's always this trade-off that you also mentioned, that if you try to aim to make the validators run on a smartwatch, that's very nice, but is there a value of having 7 billion validators? Probably not. On the other hand, if you do have 7 billion validators, that kind of really, really constrains the other side of the equation of who stores the state, and you kind of give rise to these much more centralized operators. So ideally, you want to maximize decentralization, but not at the cost of centralizing something else, basically.
I am excited to see a lot more conversation about making sure that we have client devs in different locations, though, because I think there's a big blind spot when it comes to bandwidth, because a lot of the world struggles with bandwidth, and I'm not even talking about like developing countries. I'm talking about like little towns in highly developed nations.
Like Berlin?
Like Berlin, yes.
Remote Germany, I've heard.
And so I think that like increasing the number of developers that we have in regions like that, or in like South America, Africa, Asia, is really important, because client devs run super optimized versions of their clients on great hardware or like in the cloud, and they don't necessarily know what the situation is for like home stakers.
At some point, I think that we should, as we hit these bottlenecks with bandwidth, we should, dream bigger and think about improving the infrastructure itself for the entire internet. Because if the bandwidth is going to be the bottleneck, it's going to be really difficult to solve that at the software level once we get to a certain point. Right now, there's a lot more optimizations that we can make, but why can't we go out and do physical things too? I think that could be a really promising path forward.
Ooh, an Ethereum Starlink network.
Yes.
That sounds awesome.
Yes, yes.
Let's take down the ISP oligopolies.
Yeah, exactly. These are the sorts of things that make me really excited about being in the Ethereum community for the next decade plus.
I think we already have some solutions to the bandwidth problems, and I think that probably scaling the blobs before these solutions are implemented would be detrimental to home stakers and solo stakers in a lot of places. But the solutions are out there. We can turn them on, work on them, and then we can scale the blobs to support all the L2s.
So as an L2, I have the incentive to ask L1 for more blobs. And, it's unclear if I have considered the full consequences of this. And this is just the incentives at play. So I am a little bit worried because I know that there's a bunch more L2s coming online that might have a bunch of usage, and we're already close to the blob target. So I do think it's really important for L2s to kind of prove that it's safe. And I think that the base team actually did a really good job of this. They made a bunch of long documents to kind of explain, why it's safe to increase the blob target. And without this actual, these actual numbers, the data that shows that it's safe, it's really hard to make decisions. I think another thing that will make it easier to make decisions is if we had the kind of minimum hardware requirements published someplace. People usually say that the minimum hardware requirements are, a consumer-grade laptop. I know at this point, nodes, the databases are getting pretty big. You probably need an NVMe or at least a solid-state drive. But I, for one, would love it if the community was able to come together and literally make a list that said these are the specific hardware requirements that are required, and then we were able to observe dashboards and see the resource usage of all the different clients, and then we would be able to have conversations about improvements or EIPs, hard forks and basically how they would impact the resource usage against the stated requirements.
2 terabyte SSD, 16 terabyte or 16 gigabyte RAM, 4 core CPU.
Make it 8.
It's
Make
going to
it
be
8.
it's going to be 4 terabytes soon.
Well, I
It
think
won't. It won't. It won't.
we recommend 4 terabytes, but I think 2 terabytes is a good target.
Just to check on that, we already agreed that we're going to drop pre-merge history after 6 months. Of course, with enough solutions to hold the history. Like we have already Portal, we have Error 1 files. I don't want to go technical, but we have solutions to keep the history safe and available and accessible for everyone in a decentralized manner. But yeah, so we are not going to raise the bar for the hard drives, no.
Well, it's very interesting that, like part of the reason why I wanted to have Mark on this panel is because we wanted to have a little bit better coordination between L1 and L2. As you mentioned, the base team has been coming to some of the all-core dev calls and, showing us some metrics and trying to convince us that it is safe to raise the blob target and max. But I'm really, curious, is this working for us? Is it nice to actually have somebody who's outside of L1 being able to, contribute and tell us how we should go about doing things? Is that something that we would love to see more of? Do we want to see more Arbitrum, Optimism, advocates, I guess, coming to our all-core dev calls? Will that help?
I think that's a very interesting question, and it's very, very hard to answer it because on one end, on one end, we are always low on manpower. Everything is always low on manpower, so you need the ideas, you need the people to come in and help. That's simply the fact. And if you have somebody who's actually using the system for something, they have these feedback loops to actually be able to provide the numbers. Now, the flip side of the coin is that every problem has multiple solutions, and whenever a business entity will come with solving the problem, they will always solve the problem in a way that prefers somehow their thing. So I think it's super valuable to have the outside contributions, but the challenge is how to make sure that they are actually aligned with the values, and just to make sure that the solutions they present, there aren't better alternatives. So actually, basically what this boils down to is that the more external contributors actually trying to help and the more different ecosystems or different businesses they operate in, if you get enough people together, then you will have enough friction and enough push and pull so that the truly good common solutions rise up and not one or the other that one might prefer.
I think that this question is a lot of political philosophy, to be honest, kind of how you feel about capitalism, whether you think competition is good. We don't want the core development process to be captured. And if there are, businesses that are coming in, they definitely have some incentive to try to capture the process for their own profit. So we always need to be mindful of that. The way that I always think about this is you want to have a distribution of power where the vested interests of each group are at odds. And I think just being very transparent about vested interests is really important, because I think that saying there are no vested interests isn't very honest. I think it's just the nature of business. People have different preferences, different goals, and I think it's more about making those vested interests transparent and balancing the power between them.
I guess one more thing to maybe even more emphasize your point is that it doesn't just boil down to a vested interest. I think it also boils down to simply human relationships. So if somebody, let's say I'm working on the guest team, somebody comes with a pull request, and if it's an internal pull request, I'm like, okay, I need to review that. If it's very wild, I'm like, okay, why did they want to do that? There might be a good idea. Whereas if somebody externally tries to come with a pull request, I'm super skeptical. I'm like, nah, not really, I don't know. So you need much, much more convincing from the outside. And I think that's also something that we need to take care of, is to try to be as objective as possible and to keep these personal preferences outside of work.
Right. Is it also safe to say here that everybody is pretty much like on board here with the sort of L2-centric roadmap? This is like sort of the best way forward for us. And because that kind of goes into like a little bit of a question of like, okay, well, what should L2s be responsible for, and what should L1 be responsible for? There might be some differing opinions on like how much we should push on L1 and sort of push the rest to L2. Like, would anybody here consider the L2 as like an experimental layer for L1 at all?
On a very general level, I think that the L2 roadmap is great, as long as, to tie into this, there's enough competition between them. Because if there's not enough competition and like one of them becomes the de facto way to interact with Ethereum, then it leads to a centralization issue there. But I think as long as we have enough competition between them, I am fully on board with the L2 roadmap.
So what you're saying is we need an L2 diversity page and switch away from base.
No, I think that if L2s are built in a certain way, in an uncompromising way of decentralization and permissionless and censorship resistance, then it doesn't matter which L2 you're on, because you can always transact on it or transact on another. It's just an extension of the main protocol at that point. And this was I think this is the end game this should be the end game for L2s, to reach a point where even if everyone is on the L2, it's not a compromise on any of these things, because it's just an extension of the same values and same properties of the main protocol, which is Ethereum.
I'm definitely a fan of the L2 scaling roadmap, obviously working on an L2. But something that I do think that is really important is that, as the Ethereum community, we continue to put pressure on all of the L2s to, decentralize their power more. So what does this mean? Becoming stage 1, becoming stage 2, and I feel like a lot of the community thought that it would be easier for rollups to get to stage 1 and stage 2. It's actually really, really hard, and we're still working on it. And ideally, we can build free software that allows anybody to spin up a stage 2 rollup permissionlessly. That, to me, is the vision about the L2 scaling roadmap. I also sometimes feel this interesting relationship with L1, because often L2s are asking L1 devs to, work harder, work faster so that we can have these features. I'll always remember this moment in Bogota when Marius actually came up to me and said something like, hey, I'm staying up late working on 4844, why are you not stage 2 already? And that really stuck with me. I think it is important to pressure the L2s into continuing to level up. So yeah, I know that L2 beat is kind of removing stage 0. So I think that's a step in the right direction.
And maybe one point I would like to make is that very often Twitter likes to criticize EF or the Ethereum ecosystem for its direction of this. Why aren't you sharding L1? Why do you go down the L2 road? And I think that's very, very important to realize that they are the flip sides of the exactly same coin. So the end game is to have multiple shards that can more or less atomically communicate with each other. Now, the L1 roadmap attempt originally was to split up the mainnet and then try to fix communication, or sorry, the other way. The L1 was that we try to split it slowly, but keep it communicating between each other, whereas the L2 roadmap was that, okay, we do these hard splits and then try to somehow fix the communication. But the end goal is exactly the same, so it doesn't really matter which path we go down on. However, the L2 might be simpler from a technical perspective, in that you have multiple semi-independent components that can evolve, whereas going down the L1 path would have meant always tweaking this monolith. So it's simply a bit faster and a bit riskier.
Also, as a project manager, like one of the worst things that you could also hear about is like, hey guys, mainnet is down. That's like the worst sentence any one of us can hear. And I can understand like being conservative when it comes to, you know, pushing things like EIPs, especially ones that are potentially consensus breaking if we don't do it right. So do you feel like we shouldn't be taking these risks at L1? Like, you know, Mark says, like there are definitely complaints that they're not necessarily saying you, but in general that L1 moves too slow. We're slow for a reason, and really, like, we don't want to bring down mainnet. So is like layer 2 a better place for us to test things like Ethereum object format or any other sort of like account abstraction stuff, like before we actually get to L1?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great idea, but we do need to remember that it is still real money if these are production networks. I think, you know, having frontier sort of layer 2 test nets with the new features, building end-to-end applications that integrate deeply into the new features is a really good way to make progress. I think for L2s, I think a lot about the go-to-market and kind of the product, because we're trying to onboard the users and be, you know, much closer to the users than L1. So I think more about L2s, you know, benefiting from improving the product rather than adopting the EIPs at this point, because I think that there's so many low-hanging fruits in just better user experience, and our ability to onboard new people. We can do it much more effectively by putting effort into improving the products built on top of the protocol rather than adding features to the protocol itself.
Yes, I think I kind of agree there that the problem is that, yes, in theory you can experiment on L2 a lot, but in practice, let's say you do account abstraction on some L2, it's very nice, everybody likes it, then you have a lot of companies spend a number of years building something out, and then it turns out, well, this wasn't the best solution, so we're going with a different account abstraction. But what happens with all those people who's invested 3 years of their life in it? And I think from that perspective, evolving the EVM, I would go from L1 towards L2, where you have the guarantees of backwards compatibility. With regard to scaling stuff, go wild. I mean, try everything. And basically, there are no implications if shit hits the fan. So if Base tries to do mega gas per second and all of a sudden everything comes crashing down, well, the worst scenario is it stops. It becomes slow. It becomes expensive. But there's no other bad side effect. Whereas if they start experimenting with the EVM and they start doing things that are impossible elsewhere, then that's a very nasty vendor lock-in situation.
Okay, just looking at the time, we have like about 2 minutes left. Should probably wrap this up. But before we wrap it up, there is one question that I have for all of you guys, just so we can get a little bit about what you're thinking here. Do you have a North Star or a mission statement for Ethereum? Like, what is our end game here?
I think that wraps around to the first question. I'm going with credible neutrality, which encompasses all those other things, decentralization and...
I'll go with uncompromising. Yeah.
Unstoppable open systems.
Flat power structures. I'm not budging, sorry.
That's okay. I got none in my mind except ETH to the moon, so... thanks everyone for coming to this panel. I think we will start answering some questions. A little bit of Q&A for you guys. I think we got about 10 minutes to do that. Okay, so if you guys haven't already, there's a QR code behind here. If you go to that and you scroll down, you should be able to find a Bearcat or link or something like that. It says join live Q&A. So please feel free to ask your questions, upvote the ones you want to get asked, and I'll try to get them here with our panelists. So the first one here that we actually have is, other than finance, what is the most exciting use case of a resilient, decentralized world computer, in your opinion?
I struggle with this one, and I'll give an answer that's not like totally fangirling over Ethereum, because in every case of there being a promise to connect a provider directly with consumers, there always ends up being middlemen who like shove their way in. I read a really good expose on OnlyFans on Reuters, where like the whole promise was to directly connect sex workers with consumers, and within this platform, they had essentially recreated the pimps. They had recreated pimps, like, and it wasn't directly clear. So I'm very excited by the idea of connecting consumers with protocols permissionlessly in ways that like are governed by code, but I am very wary of the idea that we can prevent these middlemen from coming in. So I think that we have to be very critical of any exciting use cases that come in.
I think for me, the most exciting would be the platform itself. So finance is kind of super boring to me. And what I really like, for me, what's kind of important is that anybody can dream up their little constructive project and be able to deploy it and interact with the people. And it just, I think this freedom to just do whatever is the single most important property.
One use case that I think is really important is just, like some sort of open and unstoppable social network or kind of like news information aggregation site where people have the right to just kind of like speak their mind, to publish different ideas in kind of an open way where it's difficult to fully censor anyone, and applications can be built on top of this with like their own filtering mechanisms and their own censorship mechanisms. But like the base layer kind of has to be open to allow people to kind of say whatever they want. And this sort of model can kind of be like a checks and balances on any sort of walled garden or incumbent power structure that becomes too powerful in the world.
I'm so excited about the idea of like Farcaster came online, and the idea of being able to pull your data from one front end to another really, really excites me, because I can't tell you how many people I've met who like got kicked out of Facebook and lost all their photos because for some reason they were storing all of their stuff on Facebook. But with that comes a really important feature of needing to have Sybil resistance, because in recent months we've seen a huge drop off from Farcaster because bots have been onboarded and there was a lot of incentivization to be on Farcaster, and so it's gone downhill. But that is also a really exciting thing because social media rules so much of our life and impacts our behavior and is used to manipulate the way that we interact with each other, and we've seen it has a lot of influence in doing so.
Totally. Sometimes I wonder if the algorithm is thinking for me.
I will say from my perspective, one of the biggest centralizing points that we should try to work out and figure out how to get off of is GitHub. I'll give you an example very quickly of just one of our developers who was actually flagged at one point for spam, and his account disappeared overnight. So all of the PRs, all the contributions, everything, his entire history and comments, all the context that we had to his work was gone overnight.
I've been kicked off of GitHub 3 times.
Oh, congratulations.
But I got it back every time.
I don't think it's a contest though, but I mean, just finishing up here, they could basically just cancel you. And that is one of my biggest worries, is that we're so reliant on a system like GitHub, which is a United States entity. So it's kind of concerning that somebody can just be wiped off the face of the digital earth that easily.
Totally. I mean, getting wiped off of GitHub, that could have catastrophic consequences for someone's life. That's many people's resume is their work that they did on GitHub. And, if they're an admin to a project that is a blockchain project where there's real money being stored on the system, it could be a way to cut off the developers from being able to roll out a new release and upgrade the blockchain. So that is definitely a big problem.
I feel like we should muscle through the rest of these questions, one person per question maybe, because I don't want to spend too much time on one question.
Okay.
We have a lot of questions.
Yeah, next question. I'm guessing this one is for Peter. Do you still consider Geth's 52% majority a big risk for Ethereum stability?
Okay, I don't really want to waste too much time on it. I would like to challenge that statistics. As far as I'm aware, Nethermind has the majority validators nowadays, so I think it's kind of moot. We just, I don't think it's that relevant at the current time.
Would love to see people using Bezo, Aragon, and Wrath as well.
All right, next question. Peter, you're popular today. Peter spoke of democratic values on Ethereum, everyone having an equal say, but doesn't this risk designed by committee? Should everyone have a say in how Geth is built?
Actually, I was making the exact opposite point. I don't want everyone to have an equal say. I would like everyone to have an equal opportunity to contribute to Ethereum, but I don't think everybody having an... So I would like everybody who works on the same level have an equal say in things, but I would not like people operating on different levels to have a say in layers which they are not familiar in. For example, I'm an L1 dev. I have opinions about what Base could do, but I don't really feel confident about giving them pointers that do it like this, do it like that they probably know better.
Flat structures aren't truly flat structures. They're just the ultimate meritocracy. They're messy, but they're the ultimate meritocracy.
All right, next question. Which aspects of Ethereum has a greater centralization risk than others right now?
Builders.
The foundation.
Good take.
Yeah, relayers. EPBS.
Yeah, definitely the MEV supply chain.
Yeah, the block production pipeline is pretty ripe for capture today. We're even starting to see relayers and block builders vertically align, which is a little bit concerning too. Okay, next question is, what is wrong with staking ETH on Raspberry Pi when you can literally run hundreds of validators on a single RPi device? recently verified by projects such as Web3 Pi?
Nothing. There's nothing wrong with staking on Raspberry Pi, and I super encourage the people who are experimenting on that to experiment more. But I do think it's a little ridiculous to like expect all of the core devs to tailor towards a Raspberry Pi. I think it comes on both sides. Like the people who are hobbyists who are working in Raspberry Pis should be trying to optimize their systems to work with core devs, and core devs should be working with them. But like, I'm so sick of the Twitter meme of like the potato in the Atlantic.
Do you see centralization risk in development of the core protocol with EF being a bottleneck? Ooh, hot takes.
I don't think EF is a bottleneck. I think EF researchers are churning out specs that are semi-impossible to keep up with. So bottleneck, definitely not. Centralization risk, okay, that's not a 10-second answer, sorry.
All right, thank you everyone for your time. Thank our panelists for coming and spending some time with us today. And have a good DevCon. Take care.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, folks. I really think that now my definition of what is Ethereum got a little more complex, but it's great. And while we are reorganizing the stage to welcome the next presenter, I'd love to remind you all that you can already start asking questions through your Devcon passport. So just go to the next session and then open the Q&A through Meerkat. Also, all the sessions in all the stages are being live streamed. So while the world is waking up, perhaps, it's time to perhaps send a message to the folks you know that wouldn't be, that are not here in DevCon this time to say, hey, you should check it out, this session, this live stream, and maybe send, you know, like a picture and keep them updated on what's been going here. Over 12,000 people were able, this is the biggest DevCon so far, but we know there are several folks that for many reasons could not make it, so it's always good to keep them in mind and send, you know, a live stream or send a note on how it's been going these days so far. And yes, so we are welcoming the next speaker very, very soon. And this time we'll have a keynote on Ethereum. Oh yeah, what else would be? We'll have a keynote from Patricio Palladino on the Nomic Foundation's vision for Ethereum tooling ecosystem. So everyone, please give a warm welcome to Patricio.
So, hi everyone, thanks for being here. I'm Patricio Palladino. I'm one of the co-founders and the CTO of Nomic Foundation. Nomic is a non-profit dedicated to improve the Ethereum development platforms for builders like you. At Nomic, what we do is creating open source infrastructure and tooling for Ethereum. And our most well-known tool is Hardhat. And we've been building Hardhat for quite some time. We started it in 2018, so almost 7 years ago. And it grew from being a side project to being a collection of different tools that include not just Hardhat, the task runner, and the framework, also a network simulator. It includes things like a deployment solution and better support for Solidity in VS Code and different editors. Creating these things exposed us to almost the entirety of the infrastructure landscape of Ethereum, and we got to learn about its limitations. And I want to share a few learnings that we got so far. The first learning is that building tooling for Ethereum is challenging. It's actually pretty challenging. And this is not something exclusive to Hardhat. If you were to build any kind of tool or infrastructure in Ethereum, most probably you'll find yourself with unmet needs, and you will have to either create your own solutions or your own workarounds or hacks. To see some examples, if we were to create a Solidity formatter, which is just a tool that takes your Solidity source code and reprints it in a nice format, the first thing that you would need is a parser, a library or a tool that takes that text, processes it in a way that it will allow you to then pre-reprint it easily. And yeah, you will find some parsers for Solidity out there, but all of them will have their set of limitations. They may either parse in somewhat approximation of Solidity, that it's not clear which particular version they are parsing, or they may be parsing a single version while your tool wants to process every version of Solidity. Or they may be tied to a single programming language, like I want my tool to be built in Rust, but the parser that I want to use is built in JavaScript, and I can do it, and I don't know, find a workaround or hack it together. And this leads to clearly less than ideal solutions. To see some more examples, if we were to build a linter, a Solidity linter, we would have all those same problems and more. What if we wanted a type-aware rule that, I don't know, forbids that you use a certain type as storage of your context? Well, you'll definitely not find a library that exposes the Solidity type system for you to build this rule simply. So what would you do? Well, you either build a part of that, probably in a quick and dirty fashion, or maybe come up with a half-baked solution that is just a bunch of heuristics, maybe a regular expression or something like that. If you were to build a Solidity editor, things would be way, way worse. And trust me, we've been there, we built one, and you pretty much have to re-implement a good chunk of Sol-Sys code analysis. But those examples that I named are just 3 out of a ton of different tools and infra pieces that any realistic or mature development platform has. There are more examples that I listed here, but to be honest, these are just some examples that came to my mind and that could fit in a single slide. In a mature platform, in a real world, well, it's not that Ethereum is not real world, just less mature. In a mature platform, there are tons and tons of tools, and there are constantly new tools being created. But in Ethereum, if you were to create any one of these tools, I assure you that your experience won't be smooth. It will be simple. It will be similar to the things that I mentioned. You will find yourself unmet limitations, and you would have to come up with your own solutions. And to make things a bit worse, some of these tools, you would want them to exist in different languages. Maybe you want a connector language in JavaScript, in TypeScript, in Python, in Java, and that just adds some kind of multiplication to the problem, making it larger. Then another learning that we had is that Ethereum is a moving platform. And what do I mean by this? Well, for once, Ethereum is constantly evolving. It evolves through hard forks, but also through layer 2s. And there's tons and tons of changes coming up now that are due to new layer 2s popping up every day. Also, the tooling and libraries change. We went from using Web3.js at one point, then to a new version of Web3.js that was completely different, then Tethers, then VM, and I'm sure that things will still change. Finally, another thing that also changed is the developer needs themselves. They build different kinds of applications. At one point, we were all building stablecoins, then NFTs, then DAOs, then different things, and those different things have different needs and different levels of complexity and size. Not to say that anything about multi-chain, that it's now completely changing the needs of developers. Just a few years ago, things were way simpler for an Ethereum developer. Now they have to deal with multiple chains at the same time, and things just get harder. Now, to be honest, this is not something unique to Ethereum. It happens everywhere. Every software development platform that is alive and continues to evolve goes through constant change and renewal. It happens to Node. It happens to every single language. What is unique to Ethereum is the speed of change and the fact that every tool is built based on hacks and workarounds, as I described. And when you combine those two things, things changing quickly and things being unreliable, you get a ton of fragility in the platform itself. And finally, the other thing that learning that I want to mention is that, as I mentioned before, at Nomic, we don't work just for hard hat. We work for the entirety of the Ethereum development platform. We want to improve it all. And at one point we realized that we can't just do it through hard hat, and we can't just do it by being direct providers of final solutions or developer solutions. Why? Because we have limited bandwidth. We can only focus on so many things. Our team has a limited set of people. Hopefully it will increase, but it will still be limited, and we just can't fix everything. Also, if we were to be direct providers of every single solution, we could become an ecosystem dependency, a core ecosystem dependency, and that's not something that we want to be. And at the same time, doing that would or could potentially make us gain a ton of influence on the platform, and that's not aligned with the values of Nomic. Finally, if we were to build every solution ourselves, we would be making a ton of decisions because we won't build any of the many technical approaches for every single tool, but we would have to pick one or at most two. And that would lead to less technical exploration, less approaches to every single problem, and that could inhibit part of the potential of the platform. It's better to have diversity of ideas, diversity of technical solutions, and that then every developer, every project will pick whatever fits best for them. So instead, at Nomic, our long-term vision is to build the core pieces of infrastructure that would enable the ecosystem itself to build its own tooling and do it efficiently, and at the same time, doing it from a non-profit, an independent non-profit that it has clear Ethereum-aligned incentives. Which are these pieces of infrastructure? They are two. One is called Slang, and the other one EDR for Ethereum Development Runtime. Slang, it's a Solidity compiler as a set of APIs focused on tooling. What does it mean? Well, if we go back to the examples that I mentioned, and we wanted to create a formatter, and this is actually doable now, you could use Slang's formatter. Sorry, not formatter, Slang's parser. That parser will be ready to be consumed from many languages, is ready to be consumed from many languages, and it's easy to use, supports many languages of Solidity, and it's actually being used by a beta version of Prettier Solidity right now, and it improved how a Prettier Solidity can format different versions of Solidity. For a linter, similar thing, you get Slang, it's a library, you get to use a different set of APIs that Slang exposes, but same thing, you just have the building blocks available for you. By design, Slang is focused on tools, because tools tend to have a different set of constraints than just a traditional compiler. For example, they may need to deal with different versions of the language, while a traditional compiler just deals with one. In a tool, you want a single tool to be able to handle almost or all the entire history of the language, while a compiler can just focus on a normal compiler can just focus on a single one. Same with things like error recovery. You may want your formatter to be more permissive in the presence of, or forgiving in the presence of errors, and similar constraints like that make having a tooling-oriented compiler a great piece of infrastructure for tool developers. And it's published as a library, so you can use it either from Rust or TypeScript, and it's also targeting WASM, so you can even import it from other places. Now, EDR, it's a portable library, also written in Rust. It implements an Ethereum simulator, including some layer 2s. That means that it simulates the network. It's already in production. It powers Hardhat 2, the current version of Hardhat. And when we released it, we saw performance improvements, massive performance improvements, actually, in some Hardhat projects. Some of them just without changing any single line of code, just by updating their dependencies, starting running 10 times faster. And at the same time, EDR will simulate optimism or obstacle change soon, and it will include a Solidity test runner. Again, this is a library. This is not just built for Hardhat. Anyone can install it, and it can be used for any kind of tool that needs to run simulations or do any kind of runtime analysis. Finally, Slang and EDR are sister projects. What does that mean? That they are designed to work together. And that's because the combination of both will allow us to do way more advanced things than what we can do with each of them in isolation. Right now, we have a compiler, SEA, built by one team. We have our own runtimes. It's hard to collaborate deeply enough to build things like, I don't know, picture Chrome development tools. They are debugger. You can change variables in real time. You can rewrite parts of the code, keep running. Those kind of things are possible. We can build them in Ethereum, but they do require a ton of deep collaboration and integration between the compiler and the runtime. And that's the kind of thing that we are going after at Nomic. We want EDR and Slang to mature, to be libraries that everyone can use. They will provide the basis for anyone to grab those tools, grab those libraries, and build the next generation of Ethereum tooling with them. And that's it. If you want to learn more about Nomic, you can scan the QR code. I guess it's on your left. That one has information about the different presentations that we are giving at Nomic, that we are giving at Devcon. One of them, yesterday I already gave it. It's about Hardhat 3, the upcoming version of Hardhat. It's not ready for production yet, but there is an internal alpha and tons of information in that presentation. It's recorded, so you can watch it. Today, I think at 5 or 6 p.m., there's a presentation by one of our team members that's going to explain how EDR can simulate different L2s, different networks. And tomorrow at 12 or 12:30, there is a presentation about Slang and how you can use it to analyze your Solidity code with some pretty cool APIs. Finally, if you want to work with us, you enjoy the kind of thing that we do, you can scan the other QR code and learn more about show offerings, show positions at Nomic. And that's it. Thank you.
Patricio, thank you so much. And for everyone, it's still open for Q&A, so just QR this code. We do have one question here for you. So can EDR be used for things like simulation with altered storage state, storage overrides in Tenderly terms?
Yes. Sorry, but that's the whole answer. Yes, it can.
We have another question here. When will advanced testing features like symbolic debugging be integrated, or will it be possible to connect in advanced nodes like build-bear sandbox instead of hard-hat nodes?
Well, I don't think I have an answer for the first part of the question. We'll have to analyze it. I can't promise on any timeline right now. The second one, I think, should be possible, yes. If not, just reach out through GitHub, and we can analyze it.
We do have another question here. Automatic test generation, is that something that the Nomic Foundation is interested in adding?
Wait, I can read it.
Is it?
Shouldn't we do can EDR be used for? Oh, okay, cool, thank you. It's not our. I'll reread it just in case. Automatic test generation is that something that the foundation is interested in adding? It's not our current focus. I think there's a ton of development going on, super interesting, on AI, but that's not the focus of our organization. If there is a way to integrate those things cheaply, we will, but Hardhat itself, it's a super flexible platform. You can build your own plugins, so if you want to experiment with this and create your own automatic generation plugin, automatic text generation plugin, should be super straightforward. Go try it out and tell us how it went. Yeah.
Perfect. Patricio, thank you so much for your presentation. Thanks, everyone, for your questions. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Yes. We'll be back at 2:30 with a keynote that ETH is permissionless money. So you definitely take this time to take a break, grab a coffee, and come back in 50 minutes. See you soon. and welcome back to another session here on the main stage of Devcon Southeast Asia. We've been hearing a lot about Ethereum, and yes, it couldn't have been different. And when we think of Ethereum, we think of the community, of the ecosystem, of the technology, of a movement, of some contradictions too. But today, more specifically, we're going to talk about ETH. And after all, ETH is money. It is permissionless money. And this session, Mike from the Ethereum Foundation is going to cover how ETH is being used today and how its role can be involved. So everyone, please give a warm welcome to Mike.
Hello. Can you hear me? How loud enough? Cool. Right. No slides yet. Is everyone having a good day? Say again? Cool. Sweet. Yeah. Hey everyone, my name is Mike. I work at the Ethereum Foundation, and the title of my talk is ETH is permissionless money, but the subtitle is the ticker is ETH. Cool, so I'm gonna split the talk into two halves. The first, I'll talk about what it means for ETH to be permissionless, and the second half we'll talk about what it means for ETH to be money. So to motivate the permissionlessness, I have a few quotes. First, from Hayek in The Road to Serfdom. What our generation has forgotten is that a system of private property is the most important guarantee of freedom. And the second is very similar, from Milton Friedman. I think that nothing so important for freedom as recognizing in the law each individual's natural right for property. So both of these kind of are the core thing that brought me into crypto in the first place, which is this self-sovereignty, self-custody over digital property. So let's talk about property rights of ETH kind of on the L1 first and foremost. And I'd like to summarize this with kind of the one-sentence description, which is anyone can permissionlessly store, send, and program ETH, the native asset. Right? This is kind of table stakes for what Ethereum was trying to be in the very first place. And it's actually pretty wild if you think about it, right? Like, you can send money globally for, a few cents, and no one can stop that. And importantly, like, that is this censorship resistance and private property and settlement assurances that ETH provides that gives it the true differentiation from the traditional financial rails that we have today. So I have a diagram to help kind of map this out, and we'll use many of these diagrams as we talk about scaling ETH asset and scaling property rights to other ecosystems too. So here we have ETH mainnet, we have a few accounts, we have Uniswap, which is a contract. So kind of the first primitive that we have is this transfer, right? This is the ability to send ETH from one account to another. We also, of course, have this ability to program ETH, and the canonical example here is that we can send money from the account number 3 to Uniswap. The pool allows us to swap it for DAI. And this is kind of like the original promise of ETH and the programmability of ETH on the layer 1 itself. But as we all know, Ethereum is not just the L1 at this point, right? Like, it has grown to much broader ecosystems, and there's now all of these rollups, and part of Ethereum's scaling plan is actually through the rollup-centric roadmap. So the natural next question is to say, okay, what are the property rights of ETH on rollups themselves? And here I'm using rollups in the canonical sense, which is these are Ethereum smart contract rollups that post their transaction data to Ethereum blobs. So that's like a very important distinction, and we'll talk about how that actually impacts the property rights of ETH across rollups versus other L2s. The one-sentence summary here is that anyone can permissionlessly bridge ETH in and out of rollups. And this isn't to say that you will be able to do any DeFi activity or you'll be able to buy any NFT on any rollup permissionlessly, because rollups make some sacrifices in terms of the decentralization in order to actually scale to be able to handle like global volume. But the core property rights of ETH come from the ability to bridge in and out permissionlessly, no matter what the sequencer does to you. So to kind of represent this, we have a second diagram. And this diagram has kind of expanded a little bit. We now have Ethereum mainnet on the left. We have included the DA layer here, and the blobs are represented as those kind of pink circle things. And then we also have an Ethereum rollup on the right. And the first kind of operation is we send ETH from an account into the bridge. The bridge is just a smart contract that lives on Ethereum mainnet. And that bridging in is reflected in the Ethereum rollup state. So now we're credited account 1 with some amount of ETH, and the underlying ETH is actually locked in this bridge on the Ethereum L1. Of course, you can transfer ETH on the rollup, you can do DeFi on the rollup, you can buy your favorite NFT. But the thing I'm going to focus on is the ability to withdraw your ETH from that rollup permissionlessly. So let's say that the rollup sequencer went offline or started censoring you for whatever reason. You still have this ability to force withdraw. And the force withdraw to me is the most important part of interacting with a rollup, which is you still retain the strong property rights of ETH. No one's able to censor or block that transaction. And that's kind of like why Ethereum rollups are scaling not only Ether's block space and the ability to consume and interact and do cool stuff on chain, but they're also scaling the property rights of ETH asset itself. The force withdraw is able to process because it can check the validity of that withdrawal against Ethereum's DA itself. So this is kind of the important precondition that says, hey, this Ethereum block use of ETH that I'm going to talk about is how the property rights of ETH on non-Ethereum DA L2s look. And this is a bit of a mouthful, but the one-sentence summary here, I put the kind of important part up front and italicized it, which is, if the external DA layer is live, anyone can permissionlessly bridge ETH in and out. So now, suddenly, like, the property rights of our assets have changed, right? It's no longer just Ethereum. It's no longer the decentralization of the whole Ethereum validator set, but actually now you have an external dependency. And that fundamentally changes the sovereignty of the assets that you're holding in that rollup. Now, that's not to say that no one should ever use a non-Ethereum DA rollup. I think there's places for that, you know, SocialFi, gaming, and these types of things, but I still feel like any activity that needs the strong settlement assurances and strong property rights of Ether, the asset, needs to take place on Ethereum rollup itself. Right, third diagram. So we've kind of added something different, which is this other blockchain. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be another blockchain. It could be just, you know, an Amazon Web Services cluster that's running in US East 1. But the important thing is that there's an external source of DA. And this is where the transaction data is being posted for the L2. So the bridging in looks very much the same as before. You send ETH from an account into the bridge. The bridge is a smart contract on Ethereum L1, which gets reflected into the account on the Ethereum Optimium. I'm using Optimium as shorthand. This is the word we use to describe optimistic L1s that post their DA to an external data source. Again, you can do all of the kind of money verbs that we described before as long as the L2 that is sequencing those transactions is online and is not censoring you. But we're not too interested in that. We're curious still about the property rights of ETH as it pertains to when you hold it and bridge it over to the Optimium. And there's still a force withdrawal mechanism. This is kind of the same pattern that we saw before of you need to get your ETH out and kind of withdraw it to the base chain. Let's just say the sequencer is offline. But suddenly you have this dependency, which is you need to check the validity of that forced withdrawal against some external data source. Now, this could be totally fine, and in the happy path, hopefully that withdrawal will be processed normally. But again, this is kind of the security trade-off that you make by interacting with this system that doesn't fully depend only on Ethereum itself. Cool. And before we go into the moneyness stuff, I also wanted to kind of point out the fact that USDC and USDT have no property rights. Right? I think a common misconception is that like people think, oh, programmable money, like USDC is great. It's an ERC20 token. I can send it into all these smart contracts. It has all these nice interfaces that are exposed. But fundamentally, this is neobank money, right? So these two Dune dashboards show the number of blocked or blacklisted addresses for Tether on the left, or sorry, USDC on the left and USDT on the right. And effectively, if Jeremy O'Leary decides that you don't have access to your property, he can shut off the access to your USDC. So this is very similar to the traditional financial world where the government has control over your own property, and you should be aware of that when you're using these tokens. So in one sentence, this. Right. So to summarize, the permissionlessness of Ether, the asset, ETH is permissionless and programmable on the L1. Rollups scale the property rights of ETH. Property rights on non-Ethereum DA L2s depend on another chain. And USDC and USDT have no property rights. Cool. So now jumping into the second half, we're going to talk about ETH as money. And to motivate this section, I have 2 quotes. The first is another macroeconomist, John Maynard Keynes. By the continuing process of inflation, governments can confiscate, secretly and unobserved, an important part of the wealth of their citizens. So this kind of motivates why so much attention is paid to the monetary properties and the supply of Ether, the asset, in particularly the inflation rate and how that redistributes wealth between the people who are being kind of inflated against and those who are protected against that inflation. And the second is a quote from David Graeber. Money has no essence. It's not really anything. Therefore, its nature has always been, and presumably always will be, a matter of political contention. So the point here is to say that this is just my view of what ETH as money means, and hopefully, this helps inform and kind of give you a framing for thinking about it for your own context, but this is certainly not like the end-all, be-all of the discussion of what ETH as money actually means. Cool. So to start, I thought it would be useful to do a brief history of the Ether supply. So on the far left, we have 2016. This is like right post-Genesis. And on the far right, we have today. And we see that the supply has gone through kind of a few big regime changes. And I'll highlight 5 different time stamps. So first, in October 2017, we had the Byzantium hard fork, which changed the Ethereum block reward from 5 ETH per block to 3 ETH per block. This is important because it changes the slope of the inflation or of the supply growth over time. Very similarly, in 2019, we had the Constantinople hard fork, and EIP 1234 reduced that 3 ETH block reward to a 2 ETH block reward. In August 2021, the London hard fork introduced EIP 1559, and this is when the burn was activated. And we'll talk about the burn in a little bit, but the kind of key feature in the total supply is that we see that instead of being like a straight monotone increasing line, we now have some variability in the growth of the supply. And that variability comes from the amount of ETH being burned through transaction fees. And that's variable, it depends on demand, but now we're kind of into this regime of burning ETH along with the inflationary pressure from the issuance. The kind of most important point, I would say, in this plot is September 2022. This was the merge, no more proof of work rewards, and you can see that at that point, we've basically stopped the growth of the supply of Ether. And the last point is in March 2024, earlier this year, the Devcon hard fork introduced 4844, in which blobs arrived. And yeah, effectively, some of the activity that was taking place on the L1, some of the activity that was burning ETH on the L1 migrated to L2s. But the overall impact on the total supply is almost negligible, right? Like you barely see that inflection point, and that's kind of a key takeaway too of the overall supply mechanics of ETH currently. Cool. So briefly, I'll do some back of napkin math for what the current ETH inflation rate is. I think it's interesting and kind of going through the numbers. So there's 120 million Ether supply, and about 28% of it, or 34 million, is staked. At that stake rate, that corresponds to about a 3.25% yield, meaning that over the course of a year, we have 1.1 million new ETH created, which is less than 1% annual inflation, right? So like compared to fiat money, this is already way better, all things considered. Solana inflation looks a little different. They have a supply of 588 million tokens, and 400 million of them are staked, which is about 68%, and at a 7% yield. So this corresponds to 28 million supply, increase in supply each year, or a 4.7% annual inflation rate. So 5 times higher than Ether inflation. It's also interesting to look at Bitcoin inflation. Now, it's kind of confusing because people don't think of Bitcoin as inflationary, but of course there still are block rewards. And the current amount of circulating supply is only 19.78 of the total 21 million Bitcoin. And for the next 4 years, there'll be 3.125 Bitcoin per block, corresponding, based on the 52,000 blocks per year, to 164,000 Bitcoin per year. So the takeaway here is that the 0.8% inflation annually is about the same as the Ether inflation, which is kind of interesting to think about. Now, Of course, billion does have this 21 million promise, and that is the inflation rate of Bitcoin gets cut in half every 4 years in perpetuity. And this is from the Satoshi white paper. It says, once a predetermined number of coins have entered circulation, the incentive can transition entirely to transaction fees and be completely inflation-free. Now, this sounds great in theory, right? Like, there was the Maynard Keynes quote about inflation being the way that the government taxes us. However, there's still kind of this fundamental question, which is, how does the instability of proof of work with only transaction fees get resolved, right? And in particular, this plot shows transaction fees of Bitcoin over the past 6 years. And you can see that there's about a 2-year period from mid-2022 to mid-2023, mid-2021 to mid-2023, rather, where the average fees generated during each Bitcoin block was like far less than a single Bitcoin itself. So the kind of question that naturally arises is, how can you sustain the economic security of a chain based on such low amount of transaction fees over like a 2-year time horizon? And that's why Ethereum's kind of long-term issuance policy is not to actually go to zero, but to have both inflation and burn. And during periods of high volatility, the burn will absorb a lot of that inflation. Maybe we'll go net deflationary. Maybe we'll kind of just offset inflation altogether. But during periods of lower activity, lower volatility, kind of the natural recessionary kind of downturn, then there's still incentive to behave honestly in the system, and the kind of overall micro decisions that stakers need to make should still be aligned with behaving honestly and following the protocol rules. One kind of really interesting example is when Babylon Chain launched. This was just a few weeks ago, 12 weeks ago. The Bitcoin block reward went from 0.3 Bitcoin per block to 15.5 over the course of 4 blocks, right? So this is actually a 500x increase in the value of a block over the course of 40 minutes. So clearly this is a situation which would call into question the stability of the fork choice rule when someone mining on this chain sees that they have a 500x opportunity if they try and remove the latest block on the chain and create one of their own. So again, this is a question that's still unanswered in terms of how the long-term security model of Bitcoin will resolve itself. So the takeaway here, ETH has low and sustainable inflation, and we haven't even talked about the burn, right? We're 17 minutes into the talk about money, and we haven't even talked about the burn. How crazy is that? So first, I'll kind of cruise through this because the burn stuff is well covered by many people, including Justin and the Ultrasound Money meme. So we're currently burning about 476,000 Ether per year, which is after, like this is the 30-day level, and this is after a lot of activity has already migrated to the L2. So when people talk about the burn going to zero, it's like clearly not true. We're still burning almost half of the total issuance per year, just from L1 transaction fees. And obviously this depends highly on market conditions. So during high periods of volatility, like the past few days, when ETH is pumping, when everything's going crazy, then we might end up burning a lot more than during quieter times. So this is kind of what I mean when the burn absorbs large amounts of this inflation and kind of serves as this business cycle adjustment to the total supply. And yeah, just a reminder that the current inflation is only 1 million ETH per year. Now we also have burn from the blob fees, right? So one cool thing about L2 usage and the kind of roll-up centric roadmap that we defined earlier is that the L2s that post blobs to Ethereum DA actually pay for that service. Currently, they don't pay much because the blobs are cheap. But in the future, there's a world where the average L2 transaction can remain very cheap, but the blob fees actually do meaningfully offset the current ETH inflation. And so just one last napkin math calculation. So if we have a DA layer with 128 blobs per slot and 2 gigagas, that's 2 billion gas per second, that could correspond to either 95,000 transactions per second or 6,000 swaps. That's just the total raw amount of gas that could be exposed through a DA layer of that size. Now, to fully offset that issuance, each of those 95K transfers would only cost 1/10 of a cent, right? $0.001. And each of the swaps would be about 1.5 cents. The blobs themselves, all 300 million of them that are posted over a year, would only cost $10. So the real TLDR here is that transaction fees can stay insanely low and still burn a lot of ETH. And this is kind of part of the beauty of actually like growing the block space and allowing more people to come on chain and grow the user adoption while still kind of seeing some of the benefit of burning that comes from the blob fees. Right. ETH is money summary. ETH supply is relatively stable. Inflation is low and sustainable. The burn from L1 activity offsets half of the current inflation, and L2 activity burns blob fees. So I have 38 seconds left to do the full picture. And it's basically just summarizing everything I said in a single diagram. I love diagrams. I love drawing these things. So yeah, we have kind of 3 concentric circles. And I like to think of this as kind of the range of on-chain growing in terms of security, but also like hopefully opening up to more and more users. So at the core, we have the L1. Then we have the rollups as we defined them earlier, and optimiums at the farthest circle. So first, talking about permissionlessness. At the L1, ETH can be transmitted and programmed. On the rollups, you have this forced withdrawal mechanism that imbues the same property rights to ETH on the L2s than on rollups that it has on the L1. And on optimiums, you have the forced withdrawal mechanism that depends on the external DA. So all of these kind of come together and form this permissionless story for Ether, the asset, across the ecosystem. Going the other direction, we have the moneyness properties of ETH asset. So we have the burn on the L1. We have blob burn from rollups that consume Ethereum DA. And on optimiums, we spread Ether as a medium of exchange and unit of account. These 2 terms are kind of what macroeconomics people usually use to describe money, and we didn't get to talk about it too much today. But basically, spreading Ether as an asset that people care about, can transact with, and can use, even in optimiums and kind of side chains and all sorts of other constructions, I think is super valuable. And that's why I think ETH is money too. So together, this is the whole picture of why I think ETH is permissionless money. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Mike. Great meeting you in person, by the way. We have tons of questions here from the audience. We'll try to fit in on the 5 minutes we have. The first question is, when you were talking about rollups, you mean the stage 2 rollups specifically?
Yeah, so just a little context. Stage 2 defines kind of some of the security properties of rollups that Vitalik defined in an early post. And stage 2 is kind of when the training wheels are removed from the rollup. And there's questions about, is the smart contract bridge upgradable? Yeah, and so I think in the truest definition of rollup, I do think about them as stage 2, no training wheels, and they still post blobs to Ethereum DA. So yes.
All right. Can a dominant LST be permissionless money?
It's a good question. I think not, mainly because I don't see a construction where a dominant LST is not controlled by a DAO. And in the world where a DAO has control over the asset itself, I don't see that as like a stable equilibrium and a long-term, valuable, kind of anti-fragile way to hold your value on chain. So I say no.
Well, for the next one, I can answer. The ticker is ETH. The second one, how does ETH win and stay relevant for the next 100 years?
Yeah, I guess I still believe in kind of the core values that Vitalik talked about in his opening talk, which is focusing on credible neutrality, focusing on censorship resistance, and kind of this World War III grade security. I think that's kind of the only way to be anti-fragile in the way that we need to last 100 years.
Mike, do you believe in an end game for insurance? Can we figure it out, a final idea insurance curve? Is it important for moneyness to avoid touching the insurance curve?
Yeah, so I do think it's a tough trade-off to make, because moneyness, I think, does depend on having strong assurances about the asset itself, right? Like the first thing we talked about was the total supply. It has changed over time, the issuance rate. We went from 5 ETH to 3 ETH to 2. I'm not sure if it's possible to find an ideal curve. I think it's an important question that hopefully more macroeconomics people will help us think through. But I do think the risks of not touching the curve potentially outweigh the benefits of having kind of not touched it if we don't in that case. So it's kind of a non-answer, but I think we should at least kind of walk through the analysis of what's the risk of touching it, like how does that impact the credible neutrality of the total asset itself, versus the kind of risks of not changing it, which is our You have a very high stake rate. You potentially have a single dominant LST. There's many trade-offs, and I think it's hard to say without a longer forum. Yeah.
If ETH is permissionless money, why do we need Bitcoin?
I think Bitcoin serves a role as kind of pet rock, right? You sit and you hold it under your bed, and it doesn't do anything, but you know that like it's very stable. But I think ETH kind of represents something more dynamic, and I do think scaling the L1 in some capacity to make sure that we kind of have the strong settlement assurances and property rights for ETH, and it's still valuable to interact with it on the L1, but also scaling it out to rollups and validiums make it a much more kind of useful interactive asset than Bitcoin itself.
When math burn?
I don't know. I'll defer that one to Barnabé, maybe.
Well, for the last question to wrap up, I think the audience wasn't happy with my answer. So for Mike, what is the ticker?
The ticker is ETH.
Mike, thank you so much. Thank everyone for joining this session. We will be back in 4 minutes, actually, for another session. So time to quickly grab a coffee, take some air, and we'll be back.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. The afternoon slump. Are we awake? Hands up if you're awake. Yeah. Yes. Thank goodness. All right. So this is the start of the real-world Ethereum track. We have got 4 awesome presentations focusing on the practical applications that are going to make the world a better place, something I'm very passionate about. My name is Mark Pascal from the Wellbeing Protocol. I sound like an Englishman, but living in New Zealand. Have we got any Kiwis in the audience? Yes, yes. We all know each other. There's very few people there. Cool. So we've got a panel first. 3 awesome people. Ethereum real-world economy. Now the infrastructure has been built, the exciting bit starts, and we can start to do some really interesting things. We can start to build an economy. So this panel is going to give us a chance to go a bit deeper from 3 awesome people. So do you guys want to come up on stage? We have... They'll introduce themselves properly. We've got DC Posh, Liam Horn, and Tim Baiko. Over to you guys.
Thank you. Nice. Welcome. Wow. It's really great seeing everyone. So we're going to do this panel about real-world Ethereum. And I think this is a topic that's close to all of our hearts here. And we're at a really interesting time for it. You know, like there's like big things that are happening. We're going to talk about. There's sort of accelerating adoption of Ethereum as the world's settlement layer. There's big actors from outside of Ethereum coming in and using it, launching stable coins, launch all kinds of things. And so we're going to talk about those things and what it means for us and how we can what needs to happen to bend that towards the best sort of end of the space of outcomes. Let's kick it off with introductions. So we'll go around and say who we are, and we're going to say what sort of real-world Ethereum means to us. Yeah, Tim, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Tim Baiko. I work at the Ethereum Foundation. The main thing I do there is run what are called the Awkward Devs calls, where we discuss potential changes to the Ethereum protocol. And so as part of that, I have a good view into what can we actually do on Ethereum, how the roadmap is going to evolve, and also sort of the softer cultural norms around how we want to develop the protocols, things that have been important, and how that's shifted over time.
Sweet. My name is Liam Horn. I'm one of the co-founders of ETH Global and Optimism and long-time kind of Ethereum developer. I'm really excited about kind of the topic of Ethereum real world because having now worked on this stuff for nearly a decade, it's become very important to kind of see how it's going to get into the hands of real-world people. It's still not the case that I can tell my mom what I work on and she understands it. It's still very esoteric, and I'd love to get to the point in time where everyone in the world can see viscerally how all the work that we've done here has kind of changed their everyday lives. So that's where I'm coming at it from. And ideally espousing the Ethereum values that we've been working on and not just a relic of history of all this cool stuff we're doing.
Yeah, so my name's DC Posh, and I'm building Dymo. So, we sort of started with something that is looks and feels like a global Venmo and USDC. Now we're working on, something that's a universal crypto checkout. It's take any action by paying with whatever crypto you have to do a deposit, do anything on Ethereum. But I've been interested, I've cared about blockchain for a really long time, about Ethereum, and really what motivates me about it, and what I think some of the things we're going to talk about today. There's this shape that happens to cypherpunk technologies, where a lot of times you have sort of this recurring pattern of people invent something and it's new and exciting and it has some liberatory properties. It lets people do things that they couldn't do before. And then there's this sort of period of conflict where the technology grows sort of fitfully and you butt heads with incumbents and with governments and with regulatory. And a lot of the time, when it turns into something that has big adoption, something that really wins, the final product ends up looking very different, or significantly different from the original vision. And it embodies some kind of compromise. And I think this idea of like liberatory software is something that's been motivating for like many of us for a really long time. And so I think we're dive into like how we can basically be like pragmatic and optimistic about what's coming and still like bend it towards those goals. If that makes sense. Let me do briefly sort of the shape of what we're about to do. So we're going to have the first section where we're going to talk about what's happening right now. I think there's actually more of it than is widely appreciated, because this is sort of stuff from outside the tech. This is from fintech, TradFi, BlackRock, all of these kinds of things, big forces of adoption that are happening and what's about to happen. Then in the second section, we're going to talk about sort of what can we learn from history, and what sort of the space of possible outcomes. And then the last part, we're going to talk about what needs to happen today and what's our calls to action. Yeah, let's dive right in. So, yeah, Liam, do you want to kick us off with sort of the first part of you actually, for people who don't know, so like a big part of what even inspired this panel was an article that Liam wrote a year ago about like making sense of Tether on Tron and like mapping out what's happening with stablecoins right now. Yeah, do you want to tell us about that?
Yeah, and by the way, we have this list of questions in front of us also, so I encourage you guys to like throughout the kind of panel, if you have questions, throw them on, upvote them. I think it would be great to get to the point where like we're really kind of touching on a lot of the subjects you guys are most interested in. But yeah, okay, so I guess a little bit of a recap. Who was here for the talk that I gave yesterday, just so I can have some context of like roughly who knows what. Okay, so I'll share a little bit about what I shared yesterday. So like DC alluded to, I wrote an article earlier this year called Making Sense of Tether on Tron. The reason why was that I was asking myself, where do people use Ethereum in the real world? Who has a wallet? Who's sending payments around? DC built this app called Dymo, which he mentioned to let folks like us that are at Ethereum conferences like very easily move money around. And we were asking this question: who else around the world is going to do that? And when you look at the data, like the kind of crazy fact is that the vast majority of that kind of activity where it's happening is like using Tether on Tron. Oftentimes even like through a Binance account, or like literally through Binance, you're moving Tether and Tron around in places that are not with Westerners basically. And the crazy thing is, it's kind of you can almost look at it like a failure of our space, that we built all this incredible decentralization technology, decentralized stablecoins, decentralized block space, like censorship resistant, and like the biggest use case is like people moving like a completely centrally controlled sort of opaque shadow banking empires token around on a chain run by like one guy basically, and that's just like ludicrous. And so we're trying to understand how did we get to this point in history, and where are we going to go from here. And when looking that up, there's a lot of history I could talk about, and I'm not going to go into all of it as to how we got here. But when you look into it, you notice that this adoption, how we've gotten to this point where so many folks are using stablecoins, it hasn't been at all sort of related to the booms and the busts of the crypto market. We've gotten to a point now where consistently for 5 straight years, there have been just more and more people, more and more volume, more and more transactions, all just up and to the right, consistently using stablecoins. And this has been really interesting, because it's like one of the few trends in our industry that's not completely sort of like speculative and bubble driven. And that was really exciting, and it led me to ask the question, like, where is this going to go? And my observation was that there's an enormous sort of industry that's being built around the use cases that stablecoins enable. And one really important element of it is that it's not just that people use stablecoins to say, go into a blockchain, hold it self-custodially, or put it into a pool on DeFi. It's actually become like a payment rails, where you can sort of load up money into crypto, translate it into a stablecoin, move it from one account to another, and then load it out of crypto. And that doesn't always get reflected in the supply metrics, but it becomes a way for you to like move money across the world. And that is growing extremely fast. I mentioned on the presentation yesterday that this company Bridge, which is effectively wrapping that with an API, it's a tiny, like I think 1.5-year-old company, was acquired by Stripe for $1.1 billion like 3 weeks ago. And the reason why is they've found that trend of how people are using Tether and Tron in all these countries to move money around. They've realized how important that's going to be for the future of money. They've API-ified it, and the biggest payments processor on the internet, Stripe, realized this is a threat and something they really need to get on top of, and bought it for like I think like a 500x multiplier. So anyway, I don't want to go on too long of a rant here, but the point is stablecoins seem to be really damn important. And if we're as an industry trying to build for this use case, we should be hyper aware of it and make sure that the technology doesn't get too left behind in history to what might be the sort of these centralized players not adhering to the decentralized values. So that's kind of like my stablecoin angle, basically.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, if any of you are curious, Liam's done some really great writing on this topic with all of the charts and the data and the information behind it. Yeah, Tim, do you want to tell us about like what? Let's see, what do we have here? Yeah, do you want to tell us about big things that you see happening? So like beyond just stable coins around, like innovation, prediction markets and things like that?
Sure. So I think another way to think about like the real world value of Ethereum is, are there things that we can do on Ethereum that are just not possible anywhere else in the world? It's almost like a depth versus breadth thing. So on one hand, Ethereum's like this amazing distribution platform. It allows you to get financial assets and financial products and a bunch of other things like identity to a wide range of users that like TradFi can't get. But there's also a sense in which Ethereum's able to like enable new things that just did not exist. So two examples I really like here are prediction market, quadratic voting. Both of these things were effectively theorized a decade or so ago and never quite had like a place to be instantiated in the world before Ethereum. And the fact that we, were able to ship quadratic funding first on Gitcoin and prediction markets first on like Veil or Augur means that like the world now has these things I did not have before, right? And I think prediction markets is probably the clearest example where the first iterations on Ethereum were like not super popular. They were quite niche products, never quite reached product market fit. But then prediction markets in the last year or so have become like this huge cultural thing. And so Ethereum was really like an enabler there.
Does anyone here remember Augur?
Or Veil? Woo! Yeah. And yeah, it's kind of wild that like, without Ethereum, we wouldn't have had Augur, and ostensibly without Augur, I don't know that you could have had something like Polymarket exist. And similarly, I think if you look at something like Gitcoin and the quadratic funding rounds, it's like, on one hand, it's very nice that we get to allocate all this money to public goods and crypto, but I think the broader impact there is we get to see, okay, does like QV actually work in practice, and can we tweak it, can we improve it? So I think that's another huge part of like how you can get real world adoption is, are there just ideas where they're not possible anywhere else than Ethereum?
Yeah, nice. Yeah, 100%. I think Polymarket's really woken a lot of people up to this about, okay, there are things where having a permissionless rail, a global rail, is actually a pretty incredible advantage, and it lets you move faster and bigger than anything else. And there's this like question I think is like really worth for everyone to think about like okay, like what is the like next 1, 2, and 3 things that feel like that. One other thing when we're talking about, so this first section is about like what's happening right now, right? What's like, what's happening right now and what's like coming in the immediate future. I think one of those relates to this like spicy first question up here about like, oh, is the next billion people our exit liquidity? Some kind of mean. Could we get the slides actually? There's a chart that I was going to put up here, a funny one. Figure out which way it goes next. Oh, yeah. You know, and it relates to this kind of thing that I think is also really worth people like internalizing at least this possibility around, you know, there's this like funny chart that people have been pointing at for a long time that's kind of like the zoomed out log chart of price. And a lot of it so far, there's this second chart here that's much less flattering that I'm about to show. And this is, you know, about like this is about, you know, roughly usage, right? This is people searching for how to install relevant apps, you know, MetaMask, Binance, Coinbase. And you can see for like, you know, there's been these past waves of adoption that have each been centered around like a new speculative asset class. There was an altcoin wave around 2011 that was sort of inspired by Bitcoin, a lot of clones of Bitcoin. There was one that was sort of the ICO wave around 2017 that was inspired by Ethereum. And then there was the latest one that had DeFi and then NFTs. And I think that the thing I would leave you guys with, I think that there's an excellent chance that the next big wave of crypto adoption will feel very different from those. So if it does turn out that the next big wave of crypto adoption is centered around, you know, stable coins and, you know, like a lot of these more sort of real world organizations are about to talk about, like, you know, like adopting the chain as a settlement layer. That doesn't necessarily have this kind of like spiky shape, and it's something that could look and feel a lot more like a regular technology adoption S-curve. So instead of having something that goes up and back down in terms of actual usage, you have something that has, you know, early adopters and late adopters and works that way. Which on the one hand is super exciting. Like that's like what we've been looking for, and on the other hand, I think it comes with interesting new risks. Yeah, I have one also like kind of take on this, which is one way of looking at like the booms and the busts on this that prior graph is that we've sort of gotten like progressively less sophisticated in our ability to create assets for people to speculate on. Like in the beginning, this was like future of finance, like sort of utility tokens accruing value in really like, you know, interesting economic ways. There was white papers with economic analysis, and, you know, you could come up with a theory of how the thing might be valued. And then the second wave, we had sort of like these art, like digital art NFTs, and it's like, you know, art's subjective, there's some value, there's an art market, it kind of makes sense. And now we're kind of in a phase where it's like, these are memes, it doesn't have value, that's the whole point. It's just like, we like them and they go up. And I don't know how much progressively more degen we can get. And so in terms of like, is like the billion-dollar exit liquidity, my take on that is that we've sort of like exhausted the ability to create these sort of speculative assets, and we kind of need to like actually build real shit now, and that people can actually use in their everyday lives. And so it's actually more of like a turning point for the industry where if we don't do that, people are going to lose interest because there's not going to be that much more to speculate on. So, you know, I know there's some people that are like super pro meme coin. It's like a really new way to think about value in society. But personally, I'm more like pro substance and real value, you know, helping people in their lives. And I think that as an industry, we need to kind of focus on that. Yeah, totally. You know, one other really fun thing about this sort of chart, which I think is like a loose proxy for like installs, is you see this interesting divergence over on, you know, after the most recent wave, where, you know, after that, for example, after the ICO wave, it's quite sad. You see all of these things go back, you know, they round trip to zero. And after the most recent one, there's, you know, the Binance app has a much like higher sort of like new baseline than the other two. And, you know, this I think relates exactly to the thing that Liam was talking about earlier with Binance, Tether, and Tron. It's of the three, this, you know, it's the only one that's, of these, at least of these three, it's the only one that is widely used for stablecoin transactions. And, you know, we saw this, we did trips to places that have poor banking systems, poor currencies, to Turkey, to Argentina, talked to a lot of people, and there's a surprising amount of people there that are basically using the Binance app as their bank, which I think is like both. It's another case of this. It's promising, and it's also a challenge for Ethereum because there's work to do to upgrade.
Can I ask
all
a
those
question, actually? Was anyone here at DevConnect, I think in Istanbul, somewhat recently? Yeah, did anyone see the Tether stores? One guy. Like, there in Istanbul, there were literally shops you could go to in like the Grand Bazaar, and it was a big Tether logo, and you could walk in and give them cash, and they would send you Tether on on Tron. And you could go in also and you could give them Tether on Tron, or you could, actually they also supported Ethereum, which was nice, but most people, we polled them. We walked into these stores, polled them, and asked them like, why are you here? And like there was all kinds of use cases. You wrote a blog post about that, actually. Do you want to like share like some of those learnings?
Yeah. So my co-founder Nolan wrote a post called "Cash to Chain Istanbul" that is about some of this. It's very fascinating. And maybe this touches a little bit on the second question that was up on the questions board earlier, which, by the way, I think we can go back to the questions leaderboard. Where the second one was about, like, when can we buy coffee, right? I think both in terms of what we're seeing right now, like sort of like the early pirate prototype of this with Binance, Tether, and Tron in these countries with where the need for it is bigger, and then also the big wave of it that's currently brewing, where like PayPal is launching their own stablecoin, and Revolut, and like Robinhood just announced on all of it, those kinds of things. Both of those things, I think, are going to be focused on use cases like dollar global settlement for things that are sort of higher value use cases than things like buying coffee. If you're standing in front of a physical location, you can just use the local cash. It's more things like like global USD savings, like international checkout, things like Polymarket that have an international component to them. It's things like that where you kind of need like these like new greased rails, more so I think than like personal P2P payments. I'm curious what your guys' take is on that.
I have a strong opinion. Yeah, so I was actually looking at the question on the top around what like real world functions are there that are not on Ethereum that should be. And one thing I've been thinking about with, you mentioned the Tether versus Tron versus Ethereum thing is, how like should we think about Ethereum being different than those things, right? Like, is there something about Ethereum that's like more useful to people than Tron or Tether or like a Binance Chain? And ostensibly, one of the things we care about in the Ethereum community is like longevity, or as in like the changes stay around for a long period of time. And so one thing I think that like would be nice to see the space move towards in terms of like non-speculative use cases is, are there things with like longer time horizons that we can start putting on Ethereum to sort of build sort of a collective culture that like, okay, there's stuff on this that's really valuable that we cannot break, and sort of forces us to build for like a more sustainable like future. One trivial example is, I don't know if people know the website like longbets.com. It's like people can bet on something that'll resolve in like 10, 20 years, and it's usually quite small amounts, like hundreds, maybe low thousands of dollars. But this is like a perfect use case for a smart contract, right? Like you could say 10 years from now, if X happens, person A gets the money. If Y happens, person B gets the money. And I think this is like one thing I would encourage people to think about when you're thinking of what parts of like an economy or like of a company or something you want to put on chain is, are there things we can put that need to have like a really high level of durability far into the future? And there's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy aspect there. And then if people can like trust that Ethereum is around 10 years in the future, 20 years, 100 years, I think it starts to answer a lot of these questions around just like, okay, why would you use like Ethereum over these other things? It's, this thing will still be there. And there's a sense which so far this has been the case. We talk about whatever chains today, and there's a bunch of chains we talked about 5 years ago that just don't exist anymore, or effectively like
totally
irrelevant. So Yeah, like I don't have a great example beyond long bets now, but this is really the big question for me is like, yeah, something that has like a 10+ year time horizon, can we put that on chain and use that obviously to fulfill that use case, but also to like signal that there's this like deep reliability and this commitment to actually having things stick around long term.
Yeah, totally. That actually segues nicely. You know, this is like Josh Stark's idea of hardness, and you know, like Ethereum is something that provides, you know, like a global settlement layer that has sort of maximum possible hardness. You know, if we're talking about things that are happening today, just to like close out this first section, you know, we have stablecoin adoption. The tech is kind of ready right now. We have like 1 cent, 1 second transactions on rollups. And I think that combined with sort of like the physics of stablecoins where they're produce yield for the issuer, they give international access, has made them sort of irresistible for like a lot of these like, you know, existing organizations where we talked about like PayPal and Revolut and all those. But it's also exactly what you were just saying, where it's like hardness. There's probably a reason why there's like an Ethereum ETF, but not like a Tron ETF. Like there's like an element of this thing is going to be around forever. That doesn't always apply to everywhere else.
Yeah,
but
I can
go for it.
One thing on that, which is that to some extent, like Ethereum's value being hardness, like in other words, is like Ethereum is reliable. Like you know it's going to be around for a long time, and you know that you're not going to get your money taken away. It's kind of like because the collective kind of like process of how blocks are generated is so robust that it's just like it's hard, it's reliable. You know you're not going to lose your money. I think that's one of the things that, in terms of like risks of how we could end up in kind of a more centralized world. We can kind of think about is if we end up in a world where, let's say, PayPal creates a stablecoin that everyone uses to the PayPal app. If that's a thing that can be kind of like rugged and like taken away from you, that would be like not good for an end user. And
Totally.
so there's a lot of questions around how exactly will the world look like when more and more companies kind of issue stablecoins and more people are holding stablecoins as a form of money. I think actually, Tim, you gave a good example earlier today when you were saying that like your bank in Canada you told you to deposit money in, but then it said if you want to withdraw it out, you can only do 5,000 per day, and so it's kind of like similar to like an optimistic roll-up that doesn't disclose the fact that you can't withdraw all your money, you got to wait like several days, and I think that's an example of a thing where we as an industry can set what are the things that we must know to be true in our money. And we can make sure that those principles or those values are adhered to by the new people coming into this space. So a PayPal USD, instead of it being issued on some random chain that you don't have any trust guarantees around, at any moment it could go away, it's issued on Ethereum, it's auditable, it's traceable, there's kind of certain social principles around how you keep it. I think that this element of how does Ethereum keep its values to be maintained as the technology gets adopted is a very important sort of topic.
Totally.
And I think on that point, when we think about like within the Ethereum community, we've done a decent job of trying to segment like what are the things we want to see. Like with rollups, most notably, we say, okay, like stage 0, stage 1, stage 2, and using this like terminology, we can create like a Schelling point saying like, we're going to direct the rollups energy to build these types of thing. And I think we sort of miss something like that in terms of like real world applications. Because even before this panel, I was trying to think like, what does it mean to like use Ethereum? Like there's a very narrow sense in which it's like, okay, you just hold the asset. And then when you're like standing a stablecoin on Ethereum, like, okay, it uses the gas on Ethereum. And then there's some question here is about like non-financial use cases. So if you just have something that, you've registered an identity once on Ethereum for like 100 years, and you sort of never touched the chain again, are you like using Ethereum? And so I think this is something that I'd love to see sort of the community come up with, but it's almost like a taxonomy of like, what are the ways people use Ethereum? And then of those ways, what are like the different trust assumptions and the different like affordances that people should think about? And I think once we have those labels, and again, like rollups is probably the best example, but yeah, it sort of helps people then frame their work. And my sense is when you think of like the value stuff around like, okay, the people in the future won't have like the same values as the people of today, and that'll be somehow bad. It feels like it's rarely malicious. Like most people I speak to, like come and they want to try to build the right thing for Ethereum based on their understanding of it. And they obviously like may have different values and there's like conflict around that. But if we can have like these Schelling points where like someone is saying like, oh, I want to build like an identity app on Ethereum, and we can just be like, hey, here's like, you know, a stage 2 for like an identity app. Right. It should do X, Y, and Z. It, you know, the issuer should have like these rights, but like these guardrails. Then you can like guide people who come in with good intentions to sort of respect the values or stick to the values in a way that doesn't feel super adversarial, which is like, oh, you know, you believe something different than us and we're going to try to like shift your product roadmap. So yeah, it would be amazing to see like more of that on like the social and use cases side.
Yeah. So we talked a bit about like, you know, like what's happening now. Let's do the section on like what we can learn from history. What we can learn from history and like what are the, you know, to your point just now about like we should have high standards. Like what are the like, you know, like, given that this big thing is happening and all of these big organizations are sort of piling into Ethereum as a settlement layer, like what are the better and worse outcomes within that space, and how can we and then in the last section we can talk about like, you know, our calls to action, like how we can bend things towards the better end of that. Yeah, let's start with the risks, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, one example, earlier today I spoke to someone that was interested in basically trying to stable coinify Japan. It was actually a really interesting project. And the default approach they were thinking about doing it with was by kind of launching a brand new L1, you know, a brand new kind of system, completely sovereign, independent from Ethereum, and just using Ethereum purely for its software layer, because it's, you know, it's a very useful way of kind of getting a blockchain up and running. And, you know, the idea was using a small number of validators to set it up. And I was really strongly advocating for like, no, dude, like this is why we built L2s. You can make it as a roll-up, because if you do that, you get to benefit from the Ethereum consensus, the kind of the incredibly neutral block space, while still being able to go to Japan and stablecoinify the country. And, you know, it seemed to me that in response to that, his reaction was a lot more, you know, actually that kind of makes sense. It's a technologically that's a good solution. We might as well do that. It saves us a lot of the headache of having to set up our own validator set, but we can still do decentralized sequencing. And like the point of this was that through making Ethereum easy to interact with and interoperate with, we can get more of these sort of use cases that people want to use blockchains and stablecoins for brought into the Ethereum fold. And in terms of like how that relates to the risks, if Ethereum is not at all thinking about how do we integrate with these use cases, we're going to end up with a big kind of Frankenstein machine that doesn't actually work for people that want to leverage stablecoins and so on. But if we're really receptive to the use cases and we build it, you know, through things like scalability, interoperability, we'll make it a very attractive kind of central point for people to integrate with. So yeah, I would just, with regards to risks, the biggest risk I think is that we're just like not focusing on the use cases. You know, I often meet folks in this space that are like, the types of things in their heads of what people are going to use Ethereum for are just like so far gone from the reality. When the reality is staring us in the face, you can look at the gas metrics every day and you can see what people use this thing for, and we have to like not forget that. For example, it's been a great thing that the Ethereum Foundation is really into DeFi recently, because, you know, 95% plus of the gas fee revenue is from DeFi.
Yeah, I think one risk that's really worth drilling on is a lot of this new wave of like financial adoption of Ethereum is centered around real-world asset-backed stablecoins. So, like how many people have heard of DAI? Most. Perfect. How many people have heard of RAI? Right. Perfect. And we love these things, and they have, you know, a few percent of the market cap of like USDC and USDT. And I think there's a really interesting like sort of space of possible outcomes there, some of which are really nice and some of which are really quite bad around, you know, we're going to have like more and more of the world's activity happening on these tokens. Currently, the way they're built is kind of, you know, right in the middle. Like they're permissionless by default, which is fantastic. It's what lets people build things like Polymarket on top of USDC. But they have a centrally operated blacklist. And there's tail risks that come with that. So yeah, I think it'd be interesting to talk about like, you know, like what are the assets that are at the center of this, and, you know, like what are like the better and worse outcomes there?
Yeah, I think kind of what we were talking about earlier, like this sort of labeling around different stages. There's a sense in which USDC being effectively controlled by a single issuer is bad because they can blacklist your coins, but it's net better than a bank because it's like transparent on chain, you can use it and whatnot. And it's probably somewhat worse than DAI because there's like more of a control there. And so I think this is something as well that like within the Ethereum community we need to, agree on is, are we fine with like facilitating a lot of things that are like net improvements for the status quo in the world, even though they're not fully permissionless or not fully transparent to the same extent that something like that's purely built on chain is. I think you see this over and over. Like, we talk about assets, but I was talking with the founder of Eve, who announced that the sort of physics for their next versions is going to be on Ethereum. And we were talking about, how they should go about upgrading the contracts for the game. And one thing he said is like, paraphrasing is, it's actually not the most important thing how you upgrade because most video games are just a complete black box, and going from like the code for the game is a complete black box to there's something public is already like most of the value. And then, whether you have a multi-sig, a delay or whatever, it's kind of like an incremental gain from there. So my sense is like there's a lot of real world use cases that almost look like bad if you take like a blockchain first perspective because they have all these trusted failure points. But they are like a significant improvement to the status quo because just the rest of the world doesn't operate this way. And so yeah, I think we should welcome those, and it's like a very valuable way to leverage Ethereum's impact in the world. And to the extent that we can, then like giving them a terminology of like, okay, this is like a stage 0 game on Ethereum, or this is like a stage 0 asset. That's extremely valuable because if they then want to go further down the rabbit hole, they have like a clear roadmap to do so that's been informed by sort of the Ethereum values rather than their perception of what that is.
Yeah, I would strongly agree with that. And with regards to stablecoins in particular, there's this really good website. I think is it bluechip.org?
Yeah, how many people here have been to bluechip.org? Oh, only a handful. Yeah, go to bluechip.org. I think we're going to get to this very soon when we talk about our like call to action, like what needs to happen next section. But I think those kinds of things that are providing like active sort of drill down transparency are going to be really important.
Yeah, it plays into the question of like, how does that technology get adopted, that we were saying earlier? Like, if we as a community can articulate clearly what are the things we need to be true, and in the case of a stablecoin, it's like, that the reserves are fully backed, that it's visible where they are, it's traceable, like we want this thing to not be ruggable, like with regards to a blacklist, we want to understand, to what extent that thing is being abused, or maybe we don't want that at all. Like we have to at least articulate these things, and then it makes sure that within the protocols we espouse and make popular, we kind of make sure those things are used. I think it's very important.
You had a really like thought-provoking take, this morning around the idea of like a whitelist as opposed to a blacklist stablecoin. Do you want to talk about that a bit?
Yeah, like I think that it seems very likely to me that there are going to be stable coins that are issued from consumer fintechs. So for example, a PayPal coin that I've said a couple times. In some sense, you can think of Circle kind of like a Coinbase coin because Circle owns Coinbase owns a big chunk of Circle. And I think there's going to be a lot of these examples of these coins issued by kind of consumer fintechs. And the thing for them is it's really important that they adhere to regulations, otherwise they're not going to do it. So it might be the case, and this is just, I'm just kind of theorizing, that they actually have more of like a whitelist where the only way you can access this coin is if you're kind of already an existing customer, if they've KYC'd you and so on. That's like maximally compliant. But obviously that's not very, cypherpunk. But maybe it's actually possible that these sorts of coins might still exist, but instead of them being blacklistable, they're whitelistable, but you can always exit. And that gives you this interesting property where it's very much more like a regulated financial product that these companies are already familiar with offering, but you're adding this new feature to it, which is the ability to exit into crypto. And to some extent, that's one of the major value props of stablecoins already, just the ability to have it be portable. So this is like, it's a product in the direction of make it regulated, make it familiar, and make it something people already want, but add in a bit of crypto flair so that it's ejectable into the Ethereum kind of block space. So what are the kinds of products we can build like that, I guess?
Totally. Yeah, I think that's a perfect segue to, we have like 15 minutes left, so I think it's a perfect segue to our last section. It's going to be about like our calls to action. I mean, I think one thing that sort of like thought experiment really sort of illustrates too is how much the devil is in the details. Like the outcome is not going to be like total cypherpunk victory. It's probably also not going to be like total TradFi victory and like Ethereum just gets subsumed somehow, right? It's going to be something that, like a lot of interesting things are happening at the margins. And, like I think Ethereum is adding a lot of freedom to the world no matter what, but there are outcomes that result in a lot more of that versus others. Like one really interesting version of what you're talking about, where it's like, on the surface, for example, like a whitelist stablecoin is actually like much worse and more dystopian than like a blacklist stablecoin. But on the flip side, if you had one that has like, okay, you need to KYC to like receive PYUSD or to do something along those lines, but like to send it, you have like this permissionless exit, like even if you get removed from the whitelist. In some ways, that is more like permissionless than something like USDC, where if you land on the blacklist, then you can't do anything with it anymore. The balance is just gone. So yeah, let's dive into like the what needs to happen next, call to future or call to action part. Yeah, Tim, like in your view, like what should we be doing?
I think we should be more ambitious in stablecoins. So I think stablecoins are great, but you can think of them as effectively like a distribution channel for like fiat, right? Like, and there's a lot of good stuff you can build with that. And there's a way in which stablecoins are like thinking of, okay, how can like we get Ethereum out into the world and sort of push it around to different users? One thing I'd like to see more of is like, are there things we can do to pull the world into Ethereum and sort of make Ethereum sort of more of a dependency in some important way, and that's like providing value that nothing else in the world can? One example I like to think about for this is, SpaceX is the only company in the world that has reusable rockets. This means the rocket launching costs are like much, much cheaper than others. And the entire sort of industry will then reorient around that and be like, okay, like they're able to do this thing that no one else can. And that unlocks a whole new set of industries. And there's a lot of people working on Ethereum, a lot of very smart people. And my sense is there's probably some like SpaceX reusable rockets level of thing we can build that then means that like people will use Ethereum because it's the only thing in the world that provides that. And my sense is to date, what we've seen with things like Polymarket and Gitcoin, quadratic funding is we have these like economic constructs that are maybe a bit too risky for like traditional allocators. Like if you're a government, you're not just going to swap everything over to quadratic voting overnight. And Ethereum's been like an interesting playground or almost like a test net for those people. I think the Polymarket case is almost more some sort of like legal arbitrage where like it was just impossible to do outside of crypto, and that created like a way to do it. But those feel kind of like weak moats in a way where, you can fix this and you can, make prediction markets legal and just have them on like whatever Robinhood. I think the quadratic funding example is a bit stronger because it's actually like you have to want to do this and you have to test it. But this is really the thing I would try to think about in terms of like real world applications, not as much can we just like export a bunch of things into the world using Ethereum as distribution, but can we build something on Ethereum that's so valuable that makes people sort of come to use the chain and actually provide significant value in a differentiated way to the rest of the world?
Yeah, that's really, it's really interesting. Like when at the beginning we were talking about what tends to happen to cypherpunk technologies at scale. And if you look at what happened, for example, to PGP versus what happened to BitTorrent versus what happened to Bitcoin, the thing you're talking about, which is like how can like Ethereum be uniquely valuable so that like all of these sort of institutions that are coming in and like, oh, we want to do like global settlement, like basically Ethereum is like the only responsible option, right? There's an interesting element to this. So like PGP, for example, initially, like, there was a big fight with the government about whether encryption was even allowed at all. Then they won that fight. Then there was Signal. There's mostly a much bigger audience, but still like sort of centered on enthusiasts. And now we have like mass adoption of end-to-end encryption via like WhatsApp, via iMessage. There's an asterisk on these things. But one interesting way that this came to be is that, you know, Apple and Facebook, some of these big organizations decided that actually end-to-end encryption is in their interest. Being able to go to a regulator and say, actually, like, we don't have these messages was in their interest. And like, that's actually really, to the extent that Ethereum becomes that, it's very powerful. And then, you know, conversely, you look at how many people here have heard of Daniel Ek, actually? Oh, like a handful. So Daniel Ek is the founder CEO of Spotify. He was previously the CEO of uTorrent, which is one of the big torrent clients. And I think that's sort of an example of like this story going less well. You have a cypherpunk technology, it's liberatory, it's interesting, it's, you know, something that is in the user's control, but it ended up not finding a way to be valuable to like, you know, any of the like bigger organizations in that space. And so they ended up just sort of like routing around it entirely and building this thing that's a walled garden. So yeah, I think the thing you're saying about like find more ways for Ethereum to be like uniquely valuable, like, you know, to individuals, also to institutions, makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, and I want to like amplify a little bit what you're talking about, the BitTorrent example. Is I think it's like really illustrative of how this technology adapts. If you look in the early 2000s when torrenting first became popular, like we figured out as a society how to like share files with each other, you know, getting around sort of like, you know, any sort of barriers to do that. And we figured out how to launch a dApp. One of the first dApps was BitTorrent, basically. And that meant that all of a sudden now, like, you know, me as like a kid, I could download this thing and I could start, you know, basically downloading movies illegally. And I was one of many, many people that did that. And it kind of totally shook up the way that the music industry worked, which is how we ended up with Napster. Because someone realized, holy crap, the whole world is now downloading all these movies on BitTorrent. Let's like just blitzscale this new thing that's happening in society. But they did it in a way which was very sort of not very friendly to the existing kind of media landscape, which is why Napster kind of eventually got shut down. But it didn't change the fact that BitTorrent existed. Like since BitTorrent existed, you can't, you know, go back in time. Now it exists. You can always get the movies on Pirate Bay or whatever. And that's what I think ultimately was the thing that put societal pressure to enable things like Spotify and Netflix and streaming models. I think this is like a really similar mental model for what's going on in crypto. Like the fact of the matter is now you can move money around the world using an internet connection. That Pandora's box has been opened. We've seen like the Tethers, the Binance, the Trons go and blitzscale it out to everywhere in the world. We're like without thinking about the regulation or the consequences. Like CZ literally went to jail because of this. But then on the other hand, the cat's out of the bag. We're not going to go back. Like it doesn't matter what Gary Gensler or anyone else says. Like we're not going to go back. And so, you know, we need now as a society to adapt. And so I think in terms of the call to action is that we need more companies like a Coinbase that's willing to say, hey, look, this is going to happen no matter what. You can't stop it. Let's actually come up with frameworks for regulating it and embracing it in society and doing it properly, because you can't go back in time. But we need less of the Binances, but maybe at least more people that are heavily scrutinizing them to the point of like the L2 beats and the blue chips, stuff like that.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, you know, on that last note, actually, I think we have two very specific, you know, like prompts for the audience if anyone wants to work on something like this. You know, L2 beat is amazing. We love L2 beat. Blue chip is great. I think there are a few more instances of this that are just missing currently. Like we currently don't have anything that is like L2 beat but for non-custodial wallets. And we don't have anything that's like L2 beat for custodial apps, right? I think the kinds of things you're grading them on are different. Like for non-custodial, there's this big aspect of like fake self-custody. There are companies out there that are like, I won't like name or roast any of them, but there's several, you probably know, that are like, oh, we're non-custodial. Also, you can recover your account with SMS auth. And you know, so physics of that doesn't quite work. So I think having some like nice transparency there would be very like sort of a useful guardrail. And then conversely, on the like custodial side, the big question is like, to what extent is there like permissionless exit in practice? You know, and it really varies. So you know, there's like PayPal, PYUSD, we'll see how that shapes up, but hopefully you can just like send your PYUSD to any address. If that happens, then you can do anything else in the extended Ethereum cinematic universe from there. And on the bad side, you know, if you look at, for example, the Venmo crypto tab right now, it will let you buy and it will let you sell. And that's about it. And then it does technically have a transfer button, but it requires like a additional KYC that is so onerous that I'm pretty sure they don't actually intend anyone to use that. I'm not sure why they put it there. But yeah, I think something that is like L2Beat for wallets, both custodial, non-custodial, that would be extremely useful.
Yeah, I'm gonna +1 that. There's a lot of stuff you could dive into with regard to how these wallets secure your assets, and even like 1Password and like iCloud. You know, these are crypto asset custodians effectively, and like you got to ask yourself, how secure is it really? And I think as we're entering into a world where embedded wallets is becoming a concept, which means, you know, you are sort of in this weird gray area where like you kind of custody your assets, but like not really. Like we really got to make sure like we don't screw that up. And so an L2Beat for self-custodial or quote unquote self-custodial wallets would be like very, very valuable. And if anyone wants to build that, please like, you know, reach out. Like that would be extremely valuable business and product.
Yeah. Do you have?
I feel like I already said mine, but like something that's so valuable, the world like has to use it. Like the equivalent, I don't know, maybe it's like a bank in space or something like that that runs on Ethereum. Like having things that just do not exist anywhere else. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
And long-term things as well.
You should answer the questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do quick questions.
Totally. Yeah, we
You
have.
can buy coffee with crypto already. The fees are 1 cent. Your coffee is like $4. Easy one.
Wait, who here has bought coffee with crypto, like ever?
I bought you coffee with crypto, like.
Okay, like 10%, maybe. Yeah. Okay, we should keep checking on that.
Yeah.
I think, okay, next one as well. TradFi is only a playground for a few million people. Most people, like the amount of people who've like bought and sold options in TradFi is also like millions. I think that like having the rails of DeFi is extremely valuable because it provides a bunch of financial infrastructure to the average users. Stablecoins, like DAI is probably the most simple version of this. It's like a CDP is like a complicated financial product, but like a stable coin is very simple. So even if DeFi is just used by like a few million users, if it produces, you know, financial services for like hundreds of millions or billions of people, that's quite valuable. And I don't think that's that different in how finance works.
I think that makes sense. Like, one moniker I had for DeFi last year was it's kind of like Switzerland in the sky. Like it used to be the case that a lot of like the world's rich that wanted to kind of park their money somewhere, they would go to Switzerland and put it in like a bank that, you know, you knew that the guy was never going to like reveal any relationship to the US government or anything like that. I think DeFi is kind of that, but on a global scale and via the internet, where it's maybe not going to be like the thing that every single person everywhere uses all the time, but it's going to be like this really high quality place you could always exit into if you needed to, for anyone anywhere in the world. And I think that's a fantastic thing, is that again, it creates this place that's better than any other alternative, and it is better than any other alternative for most people in the world, that I think is going to lift everyone else up in terms of quality of their financial access.
I can do the GameFi one. Either have a good game already and don't think about crypto while you're building it, then at some point add some crypto. I think Eve did this well. Or do something from scratch that's crypto native. Like I think Dark Forest is probably the best example we've seen. The worst is the like in between, like you're trying to do a game and you're trying to do crypto and they don't quite work well.
One other take on GameFi that I heard from the founder of ThirdWeb, I thought that was pretty apt, is that we kind of took blockchain gaming and like just mega juiced it with like extra money incentives. And his take was kind of like, you know, games, you shouldn't need to like just juice up the amount of money you can earn from playing a game. Like the whole point of a game is it's supposed to be addictive in the first place. And it could be the case that we just got so hyped up about games on blockchains that we just like threw all this money and tokens at it. But maybe we kind of lost track of just making like interesting games in the first place. And I don't know, I think personally like we've kind of overly linked the concept of blockchains with the concept of gaming. And it maybe confused us a bunch.
I don't know what ETH in the next 5 years means. I'm not going to predict the price. Non-crypto native people managing self-custody. I think this is back to what Liam was saying. Like we should have different standards that we apply to different types of wallets. And ideally, each of them are like relatively sound, so that as a non-crypto person, I can be like, okay, anything that's like a stage 2 wallet is secure, and I don't have to like think about, oh, the mechanics of how they do recovery or whether they do recovery or stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I have a bit of a like riff on that. Maybe like not the thing that most people would want to hear, but I think that empirically and realistically, a lot of the people that are going to gain access to Ethereum are going to be on custodial apps. And you know, like traveling to places like Argentina and Turkey really reinforced that. This is even people who like have direct experience getting rugged by their own banks, and they're still like, yeah, we love Binance, we love Lemon, right? And this is, I mean, to tell you like the personal side of this is what drove like, you know, us at Dymo shifting our focus from like Dymo the app to Dymo Pay, which is like, okay, you know, Ethereum has these magical properties. How do you let people do anything on Ethereum in like one transfer, even a transfer from a custodial app? Like someone wants to place a Polymarket bet, like how do you do that directly from Binance? Like send money to an address. And so, yeah, I think at the same time, like it's like a critical like backstop. Like the fact that you can like exit to self-custody is like the boundary condition that like ensures freedom for everyone else. And so I think like fighting for like good regulatory around like self-custody and things like that is still like extremely important. What do you think?
I think we're getting kicked off.
I see. What was that?
I think they're kicking us off.
I see. They're about to kick us out. Well, thanks so much for joining us. This was fantastic.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Thank both of you.
Thank you, DC, Liam, Tim. Awesome conversation. And okay, so we had a quick break until the next session. While we're just transitioning, I guess my main takeaway was that economies need strong, durable foundations, and we've got plenty of work to keep strengthening those foundations. Okay, I'll come back in 1 minute. Right. Okay, the second session in our real world series this afternoon. We're going to talk about robots, Ethereum and robots. How can Ethereum be used in this emerging consumer robots industry? Fascinating space. Before we do that, did you know that sitting is the new smoking? So I'm going to add 3 minutes to each of your lives now. So what you're going to do is you're all going to stand up, and you're going to put your hands up above your head, and you're going to wiggle your bum like that. You're going to wiggle your bum, just get some exercise. Yeah, there we go. So you're going to live 3 minutes longer now. Well done. Okay, you can sit down. Oh, we've got some press-ups here. Awesome. Yep, that's like 10 minutes extra you've got in there. You're going to live long. All right, okay, so I'd like to welcome Tomasz Stańczyk. I hope I pronounced his name right. Tomasz is a founder of Netherminds, a core ETH developer since 2017, and early member of Flashbots. And he's going to talk to us about Ethereum and robots. So welcome.
Hi, everyone. All right, great. So let's talk about the robots, the agents, the Ethereum, what changes for us, the way we build. And I think that there are 2 dimensions. We've been building for a long time for this digital simulation dimension. Everything that was about digital assets and creativity, we could start pricing it, and that was our revolution or evolution going towards the new financial markets. We disrupted the financial markets. And now let's go to the physical dimension. Let's start treating the physical world and robots and everything around us the same way as we treated smart contracts. Let's start feeling like we're building something new again, and let's start feeling like we're disrupting again everything around us. And that Ethereum, once again, is the space for building, for builders. And I don't know which one will be more infinite. Is it just the digital space where you have more space and will be more valuable? Or actually when we start going beyond with the planets and more building, and maybe Earth is so vast and robotic is so hard that actually building and the value that we'll create in the real world actually will be once again much, much, much more than digital. Maybe we'll get bored with digital and think like finally we have to start connecting Ethereum with digital again. And all right. And I think that's like one thing that for me seems obvious now is that if we want to go to robotics with Ethereum, we have to start with agents. And like people from Tesla say, well, in the end, it doesn't matter whether you're training the car or the humanoid robot. It's just the AI in the end that will be very important, and whatever the body is, it will work. Which means like if I'm for people, if I have brains, whatever the bodies are. This is the power in the world, and if we get the agents right on blockchain, then we'll get the robotics then connected to the agents. So you have to start preparing blockchains for agents. And how we'll be doing that? Most likely, as we already start nowadays, and you see lots of agentic frameworks launching on various blockchains, we'll be running the agents inside, at the beginning, trusted execution environment. Later, you'll go with cryptography. They'll be running with their own keys. They'll be limited by social media and trying to prove that they have some kind of human owners. They will be starting to make money, as we already see that. They'll be abstracting chains without caring about chain abstraction UX, actually. They'll be going for the most efficiency, and you actually will start thinking about no longer UX matters that much, it's just the efficiency, APIs, and verification. They will start coding without caring about the quality of coding materials and the bootcamps and how you train developers. They'll be just reading formal specifications, and the way you build chains and communities will change because the users are no longer your users, it's agents that are users and customers. So you'll be marketing differently, you'll be building differently, and it will be absolutely ruthless efficiency go. They will start auditing themselves. They will start auditing the smart contracts that they'll be executing, which means that actually it will be also simpler because you'll be able to deploy those smart contracts with a lot of supporting tooling. And that supporting tooling will be using exactly the same coding formalizations that you'll do for training the new agents. And, well, blockchain was actually very bad for humans, but it will be fantastic for agents. Most likely, they will be able to use all the data, verify everything, and run autonomously. People were not able to do it. We were continuously wrapping everything that we've built on blockchain, so we're just trusting something that it's trustless underneath. So it will be all about integrity. Agents will be checking and verifying everything. All that ZK efficiency that we're building, the speed to compute coprocessors will matter for agents. Everything that will matter for agents will matter for robots, because when they meet together in a physical space, all their protocols will be verifiable. All the diplomacy between the agents and robots will be verifiable. And yeah, integrity will matter, and what will matter will be the networks, blockchain networks that provide that integrity. So you look for the maps, for the best cryptography, for the fastest executions. Once again, ruthless. It will not matter what your business development does. It will not matter who you're going to beers with, for what events you're going. Maybe the events will disappear. It will be all just agents and robots. We'll be building that. We'll be playing everything like a game and also living fantastic lives. And through that, we'll be disrupting financial markets. We've already done it. I mean, I feel like this is almost finished. We already feel like many of us will see how it will all move to the digital space. Sure, it's still happening around us, but that's like sorted. We know it. It will happen. The prices are there. The infrastructure is getting there, and we're just like speeding it up a bit. But what happens with the government disruption? It's not really revolution. We're still voting. These are still democracies. There is no violence, and it's changing, and people doing strange things. But why they're doing that? Because they can. It's just simpler and simpler to manage the governments and to do that from the outside, and realizing that all those machineries are very old and not efficient. You can change it. And I think one thing that we can rely on is that we can always in the future do something that the billionaires can do now, or we can do something now that the billionaires could do a few years ago. So we can play the same toys always. So you look at whatever was available for kings or rich people in the past, you can do it now, which means that whatever people are playing with now and they're playing with governments, you'll be able to do that from home, from your computer. We'll be building the governments, we'll be building the smart cities, we'll be building the world again. And why the governments will be disrupted? Because they'll just gradually disappear. There'll be less and less people needed to run everything, and the infrastructure will be automating itself. And how you will exist in all of this, you'll feel like, oh, am I controlled by AI and robots? No, it will exactly the same. Like if nowadays you go and you use public transport, you live in the city, you see everything organized around you. Sometimes you think, oh, there are people around this, but maybe some of those systems were invented years ago and those people are already not working on it, they're somewhere else. The feeling of all of this was the same. It will be just the same UX. We'll be living in the world around us, in the cities, we'll be traveling, and all of this will be just so much more efficient, and you'll be building that with robots around you, and this will be totally normal and totally pleasant because it will be so much more intelligent. And everything will be running on Ethereum. And when you think about the fallback of nowadays, if you're flying a plane, well, if you're a passenger on a plane, you have an autopilot, pilot, co-pilot, there is this fallback thing, and you always think that there is a person that checks whether the machine will break. But in the world with agents, you'll think like, oh, why the person? If we look at the promise of the robotaxis, they don't have steering wheels anymore. Why? Because you imagine that for the very, very efficient system, only agent will be the fallback for another agent. So you no longer even can expect a person to be equally efficient with the operations. So there will be no fallback for machines, but there will be no fallback for the governments. The agents will be there, and only the combination of agents and people will be looking and taking roles over each other. And the robots around us will be autonomous. I'm not talking about humanoid robots, any robots, machines, combined with the network, connecting with the network, sorry. And I think that we'll walk away a bit from the belief that the code is low. The code is low for some most basic financial transfers and payments. This is simple, but we've tried over the last years in blockchain, in Ethereum, in Solidity to codify things that were really not so easy to codify. We try to codify the governance and the DAOs. We try to codify very complex and fuzzy interactions. And those will be operated by the agents that will be introducing that fuzzy assessment and hallucinations and roles. So the regulators will be agentic regulators will run within the trusted execution environment around the agentic markets and agents executing, and they'll be resolving disputes. Governance will be executed like this, and rules will not be there hard-coded in the code and potentially breaking us forever. Rules will be there for the enforcers to look at it in the fuzzy way and hallucinate like people always have been hallucinating and building creative things. And what does it change for the user interface for trading? Will you trade? Will you actually use blockchains? Probably not. You'll be using agentic systems, so like robo-advisors upgraded to the agent level, and they'll be executing all the trades for you. So you will have chain abstraction, but the chain abstraction will go in and further. You will not use a wallet in the sense of executing transaction, you will not even execute the intents, you will execute the pre-intents. Whatever you will need, whatever you'll think about your life in the sense of wealth management, the agents will execute for you. Whether to be mind reading or just analyzing your conversations from the past or analyzing your life situation, the only thing that you will need to know when you wake up in the morning is like how much money I have for today's party or for today's dinner, how much money I have for this month, how much money I have for the next holiday, how much money I have to put aside for the retirement. And practically my only choice would be maybe the branding of the agents, the system that is delivered to us. So that's what you'll be building for users, not the UX for them to interact, but the system that will be the most efficient for the agents to decide to use, the ones that will be costing least and they'll be executing at the lowest cost and verifiable at the lowest cost. And once again, you'll have access to something that potentially millionaires, multimillionaires, and billionaires have access to. Very, very advanced financial advisors who are extremely efficient. So no longer you can improve your financial results by playing the game. You no longer can be better than the agents. So it doesn't matter whether the chain abstraction UX is good for you as a user. You will not be using the wallet. If you want to play a game and gamble, you can play a game, but it will be always worse than your trading abilities. Very soon. So what else will happen? Practically those two worlds will coexist. So we'll have the inversion of thinking of who delivers the value for whom. Like you have the digital and physical world providing interfaces for each other. The agents will be deploying robots in the physical world just to be able to execute experiments. Well, whatever they cannot simulate, they have to experiment with. As the same way as we think that whatever is too expensive for us to experiment with, we have to simulate. So it will be like the two sides of the mirror and the Alice in Wonderland way. And what else? We try to think about the human identity now and uniquely identify all of humans with proof of humanity. Does it mean that people will become almost like NFTs, like to identify yourself in those interactions with the digital world? So we're building nowadays the interfaces for the agents to interact with the physical world, to deploy robots, to landscape everything, to make changes, to deploy the government responsibilities, whether it will be hospitals or healthcare, education, or whatever, building energy sources for themselves. We'll be providing services for agents. So the same way as you build the blockchain solutions, anything that you target now, you market for agents, you change totally the way you think about your customers. And, well, so that curiosity for agents of the physical world will be needed in the same way I mentioned that. So the services for people will be like when we ask agents to execute for us, this will be the second part of a trade. So we trade something from our world for something from their world. We provide energy, we'll get computation, we'll get intelligence. And what the robots and agents will care about, like the experiments in the physical world, building something, curiosity to extend beyond what is already known from the human knowledge. Energy sources, so nuclear power and so on, solar power, wind power, something more like on the scale of the civilization development. Compute devices, so building GPUs and beyond, maybe quantum computing. Will they use ETH or Bitcoin for all of this? Most likely. Your conversations and ideation with, like, will the cryptocurrencies be needed for all of this? Yes, as a store of value for agents and for the digital assets. And it will be very, very strange to expect that this will require the traditional finance. And identity of us, what will matter? The reputation systems of agents in their world, most likely privacy may disappear. I don't know. Like, so this is a big conflict always. Do we keep introducing privacy for what? For protecting the data, so to take advantage? Does it mean that if we introduce privacy, then introduce monopolies? I think some of the talks here were saying exactly that. If you have any private data advantage, then you introduce monopolies. But if you remove privacy, then you have perfect competition. Everyone has access to data. It will be really hard to remove access to data from the agentic or robotic systems. They will be able to observe the world through the sensors, through the access to all the data in the world, and they'll be able to extract the hidden information from the surroundings. So you not only will have to hide the information, but also the sources of that information, how you calculated it. You'll be able to derive and infer the knowledge from surrounding on the privacy data. If you remove privacy, then obviously that world will have to be private on the other side. So it will not be your privacy, but whether the privacy of agents is protected, whether the humans cannot extract anything from the agents, or agents themselves promise that they don't act on the privacy, on the private data that they extracted, inferred from the knowledge around you. And what will really matter for you on verifying whether you're interacting with another human or agent? Probably it will matter in the dating scenarios, but maybe not in other cases. And when will you have to prove that you're a human? Probably for the cases when you interact and try to prove to agents that you're human, and for the universal basic income. And we'll start to building also a bit of universal basic robots. And even nowadays, you already have studies that say, well, agents are better at empathy. People prefer the way they respond to us if we try to be empathetic. So once again, I think it's almost like, don't expect that many events to change your career goals or professional development. You'll be sitting at home talking to agents and learning for this way and building and focusing on your family, but the professional aspect will be there in your agentic environment or robotic environment, but the social aspect will stay with you. So probably, as always in the past, we'll be trading more efficiency and we'll be regaining some ways of spending more time focusing on personal development and family. There will always be the concept of competition and chasing and thinking that I want to push even more for training. and for building more. Who do we compete with? I was thinking about it. When we build robotic systems, when we build agentic systems, we continue competing with Tesla and Elon Musk somehow. Like it seems that we are aligned, that we bring the ideas, and it's just we have this centralized system that keeps delivering them a bit faster. But I feel like we continuously serve it a vision. We serve the vision of open data, of open source, of collaboration. We serve the vision of building together. And we serve the vision of autonomous machines, and it just keeps being delivered there. So I think that if we stop serving that vision, it will be really bad, and we have to keep serving the vision. And if we want to keep serving the vision, it means that we always have to rush building it the way we want, and this is how we set the culture for the world to happen. And we probably should expect the same momentum for Ethereum as we've seen if you've been in 2017. That was like we wanted to disrupt the financial markets, so we started talking and announcing more and more Ethereum Alliance, building with the large enterprises. Let's do the same with robotics. Go and connect with the companies building robots. Go and connect with the companies building agents. Start building agents the same way as you were excited building smart contracts. This is how you change Ethereum for the future. And the more announcements of connections between agents and Ethereum, the more announcements of the Twitter autonomous agents trading on Ethereum, or robots being built and executed with Ethereum, or the coordination of the physical systems, smart cities, the more announcements like this you'll push to the world, the faster it will happen, and the more excitement there will be about Ethereum again. And this happens now. Go to all of these companies. And what will matter? Verifiable surveillance? Sure, you can imagine that systems that will observe everything in the city and they'll have only one rule, for example, that the moment when there's something really bad happens, and name it very clearly, like let it be murder only, you want to remove it entirely. So you say if murder happens, that's the only situation when the surveillance robots reveals any data that it collects ever. So you can expect massive privacy, and as I said, it's not your privacy in a way, because surveillance robots will know everything about you, but they will be oblivious. So care about the privacy disclosure from those robots, allow them to collect all the data, but ensure for the ZK hardware solutions that they will never disclose that data. Whatever they observe, they forget. They are always preserving your privacy, even as your privacy theoretically doesn't exist, but only in the context of that hardware world. Verifiable healthcare, you'll be able to go to any hospital and totally trust that the surgeon there, robotic surgeon there, will execute the job tested with the models, like AI models that has been executed millions of times. So you no longer will be worried, is the doctor tired or non-trained, or did something change? The things will be repeatable, and sure, we'll be adapting to that. Jobs will be disappearing, but probably will be disappearing slowly, and we'll be training the things and be enjoying that building together. The same for education. You have lots of systems for the novel education mechanisms, and probably less and less interactions in the education. Interactions will be always set for the social aspect only, but some process of education will be remote and will be probably based on holographic teachers and access to all the information available at the pace that your kids need, or yourself. Hyper-public transport, like the sharing of the robotaxis, all of this will require connection to the financial market where everything is public and you'll be able to allocate resources wherever you want. All of these things, you'll be verifying that robots work the way they should work, and you can go to any of the science fiction novels in the past, and we always somehow end up building that because we get inspired by the novels that we read when you're like 6, 7 years old, whether it's fantasy and science fiction or some kind of adventures, that's what we build. And well, they're not predicting anything, they are making us build it. And this is a lot of fun. You build robots, you build the world, you reshape the world, and you'll be allocating to robots, you'll be allocating to factories, building factories, and maybe it will feel a bit slower. You will not be able to create mint tokens out of thin air like we do it now. So is digital having more capacity than the robots, or actually physical world has more capacity? Try it, build the robots that replace the robot that builds robots, and see how much we can multiply the value and start playing with this allocation and resources and tokens that gain value. Gamble together, gamble with the real world, build factories that build factories, use the remote verification, automated sensors that will be verifiable. All that hardware has to be built, so you can try to play with the really, really hard things in physics, in chemistry, in biology. Just learn it. You have this access to all the knowledge nowadays, and you feel like you're building with a game. You feel like you're building the world with planting trees from Farmville or Factorio style of machines or Minecraft. The world becomes Minecraft. It's all fun. We have fixed economics. We've fixed as well the world around us. It will be super fun. We can practically build all the perfect worlds that we imagined. It's building time again. It will not build itself, but actually probably it will build itself. But we started. Thanks a lot.
Wow, awesome. Okay, we've got time for a few questions. Let's start at the top. How to trust agents if we can't even verify without another agent?
Yeah, I think the same way as you, in every case where you have the attack mechanism, you're using defense mechanism that is like appropriate. So when you have trouble with agents, you will use agents. Agents will help you to trust other agents. They will use whatever verification mechanism there exists. If you force agents to use the ZK verification, verifiable hardware for robotics, then the other agents will be more likely to trust them. Like the same way as we do. If you go and make a big transaction with someone, if they pay you like $2, you don't care, you don't verify them. If they pay you $1 million, then you start being like testing everything. If they say they transfer you $1 billion over blockchain, then probably you'll say, okay, I need to ZK verify it and sync the chain myself. So that's what the agents will be looking at. They'll be choosing, so every agent will try to say, I'm the most trustless one. They will try to use the tooling and the culture that we're building. You use the same defense tools as the attack tools, defense capacity.
Will humans be needed? Humans will be the inefficiency in the system, and agents would like to marginalize us.
Yeah, humans will be needed for humans. Something like this, the major thing in the end is just to learn, to enjoy life, and to socialize. Like, if you yourself need other humans, it means that you are needed. Because you need other humans, you made them needed. And this will be super fun, probably. And since we'll be building for many years and we're passing that culture, I'll be using new technology like any technology in the past. Everything that we're using nowadays feels magical for the people 100 years ago. And probably for them, they would think like, oh, this is no longer human. The fact that all my communication is in my pocket through the mobile device, and I'm connected around the world with all the friends, and I can keep changing that. This seems not natural. This seems like no longer human for people maybe 200 or 300 years ago, but it feels supernatural. We adapt, and we always, in all these adaptations, we care about the human connection. So if you feel you need other humans, it means you're needed as well forever.
How do we benchmark agents versus humans in subjective decision-making, especially given the fact that models might be trained on unclean, opinionated data?
Oh, ideally, we'll see who will make more money, right? Like, so if you keep making more money than the agents, that's like the simplest game, the ultimate game. You can go and play board games, you can play computer games, or you can play trading game, and it's like an ultimate game of a single number of how much money you make. You not always want to play that game, but if you push people to play those games against agents, then as long as people are winning, you have the benchmark. You have the benchmark who makes the most tokens if they want to play the game. Or, well, how do you benchmark humans in the success level? Do you enjoy their lives and social interactions, or do they make more money? I think that you'll never find the perfect benchmark, but if you want to find one on blockchain, it's probably the amount of tokens that you amass.
Why would robots choose Ethereum over other chains?
This seems obvious.
What are the best Sybil-resistant approaches for this future you envision?
I guess all the cryptography that we're building. I mean, Sybil resistance, like, will you care? It's just robots or agents will be able to multiply themselves. You have millions of them, so will they have identities as long as the system holds with its own assumptions, consensus mechanism, and the verification for cryptography, it all works. So it's exactly the same resistance mechanism as before. We already had bots controlled by people, so you already could spawn like 1 million different mechanisms. Whether there's a bit more intelligent themselves, it probably doesn't change the mathematical underlying rules of the consensus mechanism.
Okay, we've got one more question. Why would we want to make agents their own beings, like giving them their own wallet, keys, and giving up complete control? What is the point of the purpose of this bright side?
Well, I guess if we have like kids or friends, we want them to enjoy it, so let them enjoy it. It seems fun to look at it. Like it seems fun to keep fish at home or hamsters. Probably looking at the agents building thing. Whenever we play games, sometimes at some point you're bored and you're just looking at the game because you enjoy looking at it. I guess with agents will be the same. The nature of building and curiosity.
Okay, awesome. So time is up. Thank you very much, Tomaz. Just a couple of reflections. Proof of humanity, only useful for dating. I guess that assumes you want to date a human. Don't know whether to be petrified or excited, but yeah, awesome talk. Okay, so we've got a couple more minutes until the next talk. So if you want to transition. We've got Ethereum for a force of good coming in a few minutes. Okay, our penultimate session in the Ethereum for Good track this afternoon. So, Ethereum, a force for good. We're building all this stuff. Are we actually creating a better world? Are we creating a positive force for change? So I'd like to introduce Stani Kulachov. Stani is the founder and CEO of Avara. And out of Avara, you may have heard of a wee project called Aave and Lens and Family Wallet that he has been co-founding. Fun fact about Aave, he likes to hug trees, but he can tell you about that. So welcome, Stani.
Hey everyone, it's going to be a talk about how we actually can use Ethereum to build not just great things, but really good things for the humanity. And I have today roughly 50 slides and 20 minutes, so it's going to be really fun. So if there's something that you like, you have to be very quick to take a picture. And I know tonight is going to be Rave, so I'm trying to, and I'm the last speaker here today, so I'm trying to be as efficient as possible. So you can all have your disco nap in later today before Rave. It's a really interesting question is that what is force for good? So what kind of things create positive outputs for the society, for the community, and humanity? And I personally have been building here in the Ethereum community for the past 7 years. And I started by building mainly as a hobby and experimentation while I was still in university in Helsinki, Finland, where I'm from. A project that started really just by enthusiasm and became one of the biggest DeFi protocols in our space, and hopefully a technology that is going to be used by everyone. And I think the same way across all these protocols that we're building here together now and in the future. And Ethereum is fascinating because it's a really open design space, so you can really build anything. But the key ingredients is that how you put things together in a way that it creates the output that is beneficial for everyone. And overall, when you think about technology and the purpose of technology and what it really helps, it's about actually lifting the standards of living in our communities and in wider society. So when we go back in history and look at all these technological innovations that we've seen, and they typically tend to compound. So let's say there's innovation in electronics that compounds different types of new innovation. If there's innovation that enables the internet, you have applications and you have access, and that's a compounding innovation. But also, in the flip side of the coin is that technology can also do a lot of harm if it's designed in a wrong way or without the certain values as well. So technology can actually also create unequal access, information asymmetry. The more you actually know, the better execution and the better opportunities you can have. It can create worker displacements, pollution, and increase the climate change. So technology always is really neutral to the outputs, and it's up to really the people behind that are building the technology to decide what the outputs are going to be. So decentralized technologies are built in a way that they're accessible and open. And a big question remains is that can these technologies be a force of good that actually can lift up the society and humanity? I believe that Ethereum is a really powerful set of technology, especially because not purely from the technical perspective, but also the choices we have made as a community. Being able to build on an open source stack ensures accessibility, open contributions, and actually access to building these protocols and networks in a way for ourselves to live in that future as well. And the very interesting idea about decentralization is that it really removes the central point of failure or gatekeeping that we've been trusting in society for centuries now. So this is something interesting. Obviously, the internet itself has been built by relying on decentralized technologies. So we have IP protocol, HTTP, different email protocols, and then the Ethernet protocol. So the actual internet itself has been built in a decentralized way, but over time became more centralized. And open internet has fostered a lot of innovations over the years, and that innovation is just accelerating over time. And this centralization started more recently, and I would say more 2 decades for now, even though the actual original architecture was more decentralized. And I think what happened here is that humans and people who were using the internet wanted more accessibility, wanted everything at the same time. It's an open environment to build, but at the same time, we sacrificed ownership over, or user experience over ownership. And I think truly after a couple of decades actually building online, we started to effectively gravitate towards decentralized technologies like the blockchain and Ethereum specifically, because that can actually be a game changer. You can bring a lot of that decentralization into application level and bring open protocols into the everyday application interfaces. And really main thing about the safeguards is that what we can provide is effectively rules over data ownership, data sharing, neutrality, openness, and security. And security here effectively means the security that the Ethereum as a network provides for different types of applications that have really core functionality, whether it's finance or other types of use cases. And Ethereum by itself, by its design, is censorship resistant. And obviously, that's a spectrum than anything else, because censorship resistance depends on actually the rules we're setting around Ethereum and how we actually prevent centralization within the existing rules, how Ethereum operates. But it also ensures individual freedom, effectively for developers to express with code and build things that makes a better society. And it enables programmable trustless agreements. And I think one of the biggest challenges today is that every day we actually are relying upon agreements. So when we walk on the street, we have an agreement, social agreement, economical agreement, legal agreement that, for example, at a certain point during the day, in the evening, there's going to be lights on the street. We're trusting when we open the faucets in our kitchens that there's going to be water. We have other types of agreements between people that are based on different kinds of norms or legal agreements as well. And Ethereum provides this ability to actually formalize rules that can actually be really good for everyone. This is interesting to think about. When we compare something like how Ethereum and the blockchain has progressed over the years and compare it to something like the internet progression, I think even before going that, we started pretty much with the most basic type of functionality, moving value across different users and trying to tackle one of the most centralized aspect of it, which is the value movements and finance. And over time, obviously, as we had a programmable machine, the Ethereum virtual machine, we were able to actually program different kinds of functionalities that go beyond moving funds from one account to another. So some of you who've been in the space for years now remember the days of ICOs when capital allocation and capital formation was done in an open way. based on ideas that got funded. A lot of interesting innovation happened there, and a lot of things that didn't work. And that mimics pretty much how internet started. There was a lot of ideas where that sounded really interesting, but then eventually didn't work. And at the same time, there were ideas that actually worked and became success stories of the whole internet era. And now I think we're moving towards a phase where we're starting to validate a lot of the ideas that actually work on-chain. Decentralized finance is one good example where we have a decentralized financial protocols that are functioning well, providing high utility, and at the same time are making also revenue and are organized in decentralized organizations, which is really fascinating concept. And I think we're moving towards a path where we have scalability and we can actually move towards more consumer-facing level. So obviously, Ethereum isn't perfect. It never will be, because we have a lot of programmers here. We have a lot of contributors that are constantly innovating. And the world is constantly changing. And that's the challenge of Ethereum, to keeping up with things that we learn on the way, and also figuring out how Ethereum actually progresses and improves over time as we learn. But one thing is really important to realize is that with scalability and Ethereum transaction costs going down, with scaling, whether it's L2 or the improvements in the actual main architecture on mainnet, we can achieve scale of economics in the sense that the more of these transaction costs are going down, we'll see more actually adoption of the technology. And this happens in every industry as the technology progresses. And obviously, L2s is a really great example of finding a solution how Ethereum could actually scale in a way where we're focusing on getting transaction costs to a minimum and opening the doors to new types of applications. And this is just one kind of like a main scaling strategy that we're seeing at the moment. We're seeing also alternative blockchains, and it's always kind of like interesting to put yourself and Ethereum in competition to other networks and other opportunities that are there to either to use or build. And I think competition in general is healthy. It creates inspiration and it creates more innovation. But the main thing why also we are here, because we're maybe thinking that Ethereum has an advantage, something that doesn't exist somewhere else. And I truly believe in that. So first of all, I think Ethereum has the best developer community ever. And I've been part of developer communities outside of the Web3, in Web3. And there's nowhere else so much of energy that really wants to move the space forward, innovate, and actually create something good for the people. There's obviously aspect of being a battle-tested network in the sense that Ethereum has gone ups and downs and has actually been progressing on scalability, but also learned over the time what path to take in the future. And there's ongoing improvements. These improvements are something that we don't see every day necessarily, but there's a lot of work that actually goes into the Ethereum ecosystem and infrastructure improvements over time. And I think more importantly, there is a commitment to decentralization as well. And I would say that first applications were a lot related to finance, because that was obviously very straightforward use case, as blockchains in the first place were trying to solve a financial problem. And for me personally, I basically moved into Finland in my 90s. I grew up there. It was a big recession. back in the days, and a lot of unemployment, capital dried up, and I grew up in a society where basically you could feel in families the pain of lack of access to finance and just economical depression. And for me, building financial protocols that create accessibility, transparency, and mitigates what actually banks can do today as a centralized authority has been very important to me. But good question remains on how do we make financial systems accessible to everyone, because we know that there might be still access to finance in Europe and in the Western world, but when we look at the whole landscape globally, we still have quite a big number of unbanked. And unbanked is a theme that always circulates across the on-chain innovation, because Ethereum has this unique opportunity where you basically need an internet connection and a device, and you pretty much have a distribution of value at that point. And I think there's been a lot of progress that we have to celebrate as well, especially in the space of stablecoins, as they minimize geographical disadvantages, especially in countries where there's a lot of inflation. Argentina, where I recently visited, and Turkey, and a lot of other countries. And remittances are still a big topic to solve. When we compare traditional banking, we look at what stablecoins can actually offer. That's going to be a big area that's going to move forward. RWAs is a way to actually put value on chain that has been maybe really difficult to achieve and maybe borrow against or monetize. And that's going to be a big category. And social media, I think there is a lot of people using social. And this is a very interesting topic and close to me as well with Lens, especially because centralized platforms own all the data and the connectivity, and there's no ownership at the moment, while all the users are creating actually the value. On-chain puts people first. So everyone has a social capital. They should be able to own it. You should be able to access protocols without middlemen. We actually have technology that can provide true access and fair access and transparency as well. There is definitely other sectors that we haven't touched upon. Supply chain is very interesting. There's still 27 million people in slave labor at the moment. There's a lot that we can do in agriculture, carbon credits, and of course, importantly, when you're thinking about building and use cases, there's a lot of values that you can actually tackle. There's obviously 16 areas that you can focus, and these are the sustainability goals from UN. In most cases, if you're building already on chain, you're actually tackling some of these values. Question if we are moving too slowly. When you compare to the adoption of the internet, you can actually see that the growth that is happening now on chain and within the Ethereum ecosystem is actually in line how we're growing with online. There's a little bit of differences there, but there is significant growth happening even if you don't feel it every day. We're still very small compared to the bigger pie of the internet users as active users on chain in terms of developers compared to the main Web2 world. But to grow actually from here onwards, events like these are perfect because we're welcoming more developers into Ethereum and build more and expand. And there's challenges when you come and build, learning a new technology, smart contracts, the technology moves fast, tools are moving fast, DAOs are very a new thing, there's not many models. We're still very early in the space, and there's so much to do, actually. There's so much to do, so much to build and contribute. And UX is a big bottleneck. So for UX, we have to do a lot. And I think this is the time, as we have solved scalability and progressed quite a lot on that aspect, being able to have good UX and build good applications that are on-chain is going to be the next chapter. So where we are in the progress of adoption, I think we're somewhere in the middle in terms of the usage if we compare it to the time as internet started to grow. It doesn't feel that it's moving fast, but we're growing. There's more and more users and builders in the space. Polymarket is an interesting example as well, where you can build something that is actually really valuable in terms of information and can predict. We're able to predict election results on chain. We can build anything. It's just about how we imagine and think about it. And I think we're in this moment because we want to shape the future where we want to live in. And we're just getting started. It's very early. I've been here for 7 years, and I feel that there's still 2 decades just to build every fundamental infrastructure and accessibility for users. Thank you.
Thank you, Stani. That was wonderful. Lots to think about. Okay, so we've got 3 minutes for some questions. What is the code?
So the code is force for good.
Okay. As a developer, sometimes it's haunting to tackle the adoption challenge. What are the baby steps we should take if we make financial tools that make use of crypto and apply it to our community?
I think you should always start from the user and actually how you can help by building a product. I think when I was building on Ethereum and even a little bit of today, it started from a lot of the technology side, the protocol aspect. But I think today, if I will build something new, I will start from a product and actually how we can solve a user's problem.
Okay. Yep. What's the Avara endgame? How do you want to... Oh, it's gone. Hang on. Okay, let's go to the top one. Oh. How can we protect DeFi from unhealthy incentives schemes and continue growing it as a better financial system?
I think it really depends, obviously, on what we're building. And overall, incentives are an extremely good way of distributing ownership of a system that can be governed by a community with the set rules in the community transparently. That's a big value proposition. That is why the Aave DAO exists, or the Sky DAO exists, or Lido DAO exists, because they're able to create these rules and actually benefit the community and build better outcomes effectively. I think incentives come when there's actually a meaningful traction and a protocol market fit. And that's the place where incentives are more interesting, where it's more about decentralizing a valuable infrastructure that has actually high utility on chain. And the another question about the Avara's endgame. So obviously we started with within Aave Labs building DeFi and the Aave protocol. Our endgame with Avara is to build a people-powered internet. We think that blockchain is, as a technology, it's use case neutral, meaning that we will see financial use cases, but also Ethereum is going to be used for non-financial use cases as well. And Avara is something that provides access to that infrastructure and these use cases with family and extends with DeFi, with Aave, and Go, and in social with Lens.
Cool. 25 seconds. As a developer, sometimes it's haunting to tackle... oh, we've done that one, haven't we? Yes. As a builder of both network consumer apps and protocols, what's your view on scaling, improving on
Okay, I got it. Yeah. So
let's call it a day. We'll
yeah.
give up. Okay, we're just about finished now.
I think scaling should be a really kind of like a open-ended space. So we should be able to see scaling happening within the main architecture of Ethereum in mainnet. I think there should be a lot of innovation happening, which is going to happen. But scaling also should happen on these L2s specifically, and we should keep exploring new ideas and ways to scale beyond what we know today. And this is a ever-ending research topic where developers can actually contribute. I do think that we should apply the exact amount of security that we need based on the use case. DeFi, for example, might need the highest security, where social might need the least amount of security, but some security to enable guarantees for the users.
Okay, we're out of time. Thank you very much, Danny. A big round of applause. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got a couple of minutes left for the next session. We're going to have an awesome panel on why DeFi matters. Okay, last session of the day. Hope you're hanging in there. Why DeFi matters on Ethereum and why Ethereum is the best place for DeFi. We've got an awesome panel to delve deeper into that topic. So I'd like to welcome Kane, Loy, Namek and Tasha onto the stage. You want to...
Looks like we have a very good turnout today. Very exciting. Very important conversation. DeFi, does it matter on Ethereum or not? It was a large conversation on Twitter a few months ago. Vitalik got in some trouble with the DeFi OGs. And yeah, now we have this at Devcon. So consequences have actions. We have a lot of really cool people here today. So let's just start off. Let's do intros. My name is Namik, part of the founding team here at MegaETH, hence the hat. I love crypto, I love DeFi. I don't think DeFi is the only thing that matters, but I love DeFi.
Hi everyone, my name is Loy. I started Kyber, one of the earliest decentralized exchanges in the space. I guess, back then in 2017, DeFi wasn't a thing. Stepped out a couple of years ago, but still help out the team here and there, and recently started Caliber, focus on building new DeFi project, new improvement on Ethereum with new founders.
Hi, my name is Tasha, also a local here from Thailand. Founded a project called Alpha Finance, which built a lot of the DeFi products and a lot of experiments. The flagship product is called Alpha Homora, where we came up with the concept of leverage yield farming. So I can share a bit more of DeFi back in 2020 and also nowadays as well. Transitioned to advisory role last year, and then also started another project called Infinite, which is more on the DeFi infrastructure layer. So it abstracts a lot of complexities to get new DeFi protocols built and scale within the same chain and to different chains as well. Yeah, that's about me.
I'm Kane. I guess I'm partially responsible for us being on the stage here today. The funny thing is, I was on the stage and I was like, the last time I was on a Devcon Mainstage was accepting a UX award at Devcon 4 in 2018 for Haven, which is dark, right? Like it speaks to how bad UX was back then. But we won a UX award. So it's been 6 years back on the main stage. Very excited to be here. So thanks.
Let's get straight into it. Ethereum's the first Turing-complete blockchain. Very quickly found PMF as this global financial layer, right? BlackRock is on Ethereum, super bullish. What's the role of DeFi on Ethereum? What's its edge? And how can DeFi and Ethereum maintain this moat? What do you think, Kyber?
I think the best thing that Ethereum can offer to many DeFi applications is that it has the highest security guarantee. It's a non-stop Turing complete machine that you can expect that at really I think since 2016 we had no consensus incident ever, right? So I think you can be sure that your DeFi application will run in extremely even in extremely harsh condition. It won't be stopped because of whatever condition, right? So I think that's the highest guarantee that Ethereum can offer to DeFi protocols.
But do people really care? You're seeing a lot of activity on other L1s. You're seeing Arbitrum as an L2 have, it was the DeFi chain for a long time. I mean, Hyperliquid is also doing pretty well there now. But do people even care about these guarantees? Does anyone here care about the guarantees?
I think they would care if they suffer from, say, LifeNet issues, right? I mean, I think there are several incidents in the past that some of the popular layer 1, some of the popular Ethereum killer was stopped, right? Basically for hours. And people cannot close their lending position. People cannot, do their transaction, right? And that really, made them suffer, right? Financially lost, right?
So firstly, I love Ethereum, right? So I'm just playing a bit of devil's advocate. I think arguments can be made that ETH1, when gas fees are unbelievably high, it's basically off, right? For every single person in an emerging market, they can't afford to use Ethereum L1 when something important is happening. It's too expensive. What do you think, Tasha?
Yeah, no, I think two things actually. I think the question to really answer the question of why define Ethereum, right? You have to think of what the users want. Users want to use DeFi for yields, for liquidity. The yields a lot of the time on chain comes from interoperability or the money Legos, which I think that's pretty much competitive edge of Ethereum. Also the network effects as well for being around for so long, a lot of builders there. A lot of liquidity there. Therefore, you as a new builder, as a new D app, actually benefits a lot more building on Ethereum because you get that edge. And as a result to that, users therefore get the benefits of network effect of that money Lego. The second, for sure, when we talk about DeFi is liquidity. Ethereum has 60 billion of liquidity out of about like 110 billion of liquidity on chain. That's like more than 50%. So I feel like, if you're looking to swap, you're looking to lend or, do different things, you don't want to pay like, 5% of fees or like, whatever high slippage, right? So I feel like at the end of the day, there can be many L1s and L2s. It will take time. And I believe that there will not be just all activities on Ethereum. And I think, there will be like multiple players that would capture a lot of demand. But I think it would also take time for the other L1s and L2s to also get the benefit of that network effect and the liquidity. Yeah.
What are your thoughts, Kane?
I think it's trade-offs, right? Like the trade-off that we have with L1 is it doesn't go down. It gets expensive, right? But there is super deep liquidity, and you can find a clearing price for almost everything, right? You've got composability, you've got all of these different markets. There's a ton of Lindy, and yeah, in congestion moments, most people are priced out, but it will still keep functioning. You'll still be able to find liquidity if you're willing to pay for it, right? The flip side is then we have L2s, which are able to keep prices down even during congestion. Different trade-offs, different different value props, right? Like they're not as liquid, they are cheaper most of the time, and so you're not going to get priced out from using Arbitrum or Optimism, right? So I think that the point of Ethereum is to have this very secure L1 and then have many different approaches to scaling for L2s. That's the roadmap. It's working, and I think that that's one of the reasons why people keep building on it.
So we've kind of mentioned L2s a couple times now, and the prompt is like why DeFi matters on Ethereum. Do we think that L2s are Ethereum?
I think for small transaction, for like simple transaction, you can always go to L2, right? I think a lot, and also like so before that, let me give some sort of like history kind of like lesson from that we learned from Kyber, right? I mean, back in 2018, 2017, when we launched Kyber, basically our model was that we allow market makers to do market making on-chain, right? By making like on-chain transaction to update the price and to allow other people to trade with the market makers. And I think when DeFi summer happens, when DeFi summer happened, it really killed Kyber, right? Why? Because the gas price increased like crazily, and it made it like really impossible for the market makers to update the price and to really like make profit, right? Because like they had like to spend too much on the price update. So I think use cases like that can certainly run on L2 because one is cheap, second is fast, right? Like you can do like high frequency price update. You can do like a lot of like micro transaction, but you cannot do on L1, right? So it really like have users have more option, right? If they want to do like high value transaction, if they want to make sure that they can always withdraw their fund from like a lending vault or like do their like basically they can pay right, like in order to do things, then they can go to L1. L2 they can do things fast, they can do like things cheap, right? And they can do a lot of other new things.
Yeah, I love your answer. I think I feel the same way. If the L1 and the L2 have different kinds of DeFi experiences and applications, they're complementary. If they're a replication of what exists on the L1, I think then you're just competitive and parasitic. What do you guys think of Unichain? I mean, Uniswap, right? Like, it exists on every chain. I mean, every L2, every L1. It's an AMM. And now they have their own app chain. Thoughts?
Maybe I won't answer that question. I'll answer a different question that you asked earlier. So my my view of whether L2s are Ethereum is that we have found ourselves in this place, right, for reasons. A lot of them are regulatory reasons, I think, where we could have been more pragmatic about how we were building things, but we had to kind of try and psyops everyone into believing that things were further along than they actually were, right? You know, all L2s are somewhat centralized, right? You know, to varying degrees. In a normal world that didn't have adversarial regulators trying to shut down crypto, we would be able to be honest about that set of trade-offs, right? And just say, look, this is technology that we're in the process of building. You have L1. L1 has trade-offs. You know, L2, all of the scaling solutions have trade-offs. And we're going to build demand first. And once we've got that demand, then we're going to figure out ways to decentralize it. There's two problems. One, in the early days, we had a lot of people who were here for ideological reasons, including myself, who were like hard line about decentralization and censorship resistance, right? And, you know, I've come to the conclusion after like 7 years of building in this space that that's just not viable. Right? There's no point in building a perfectly decentralized, perfectly censorship-resistant system if there's no demand for it, right? And so we need to be willing to make pragmatic trade-offs as we're building towards, you know, demand, because these are technical problems. We can definitely solve them, right? So my view today is that it's better to build demand and then figure out ways to make the technology better over time, more decentralized, more censorship resistant, than to start with some pure ideal. And I think that we've all been moving in this direction, right? Like all of the L2s did this, but we kind of had to like squint and pretend that it wasn't the case. It's also the case of DeFi. Like all the dApps are not decentralized, right? They're hosted on AWS, they're hosted in Cloudflare, but you know, we're like, oh yeah, like, you know, no multi-sigs, don't look over here. It's bullshit, right? And if we weren't in the regulatory environment that we've been in for the last 4 years, I think we would have been able to be more honest about it. And I think that now we need to just lean into it, be pragmatic, build things, get to mass adoption, and once we've got mass adoption, we can figure out how to make it purely decentralized and purely censorship resistant and really improve the tech. So it's a very different approach to how we started back in the old days building OG DeFi, but I think it's the only way forward.
Hyperliquid is a great example, right? Build for users what they want, and that's like, you know, a distributed system in the end of the day where anyone can come and like participate, right? And is it as decentralized as like your conventional L1? Like, no. But does it have an unbelievable PMF? And that's awesome? Yes. So yeah, I think like the trade-offs are definitely part of the Mega thesis for sure. So music to my ears. Anybody else have any thoughts on the L2, L1 stuff, or we can move on?
Actually, I think the other thought that I have is that you know, a lot of people might jeopardize the fact that, hey, like more L2s create more liquidity fragmentation. But I think on a hindsight, those new liquidity on these new L2s could not even have been on-chain to begin with if there's not, you know, for that L2 to begin with, right? So I feel like each L2 kind of have its own community. You know, the founder, the team building that L2 have their own, you know, VCs or have their own community or like on-chain users deploying liquidity there. So I feel like, yes, there's liquidity fragmentation for the short term among all these, you know, tens, hundreds of L1s and L2s, but over time, like I feel like there's going to be a point where that liquidity gets smarter. They will know about Ethereum, know about other L2s, know about other yield opportunities elsewhere, and then eventually that would, you know, kind of aggregate to you know, a few places. So I think we're seeing that shift a bit more, as well as those L2s launch a token and the liquidity kind of like, you know, aggregate to somewhere else. So I think net positive overall, in my opinion, for the whole industry.
Yeah, I think like I was always a big fan of Arbitrum as a case study because it showed that the most efficient, like I mean they had the shortest block times, right? So for DeFi it enables more efficient DeFi than anywhere else, and it found really strong PMF. OP with the super chain is trying to create like this next level of interoperability between like their cluster. Really, really exciting. I tend to believe that like too much fragmentation is an issue, especially when you don't have differentiated block space, right? If it's just like all horizontal scaling, but you don't actually, you can increase like the capacity, the total net amount of block space that is associated with the Ethereum ecosystem. But if you don't actually work on like vertical scaling as well, like you're just capped, right? And like, okay, if we just want the grand success of like Ethereum to be like, you know, transfer of like money, right? Okay, it works. But if we want like these really sophisticated applications, which exist in like other high-perf execution environments like Solana, we need to work on like multiple degrees. But you know, you've mentioned like L1s a couple of times, right? I love to get into this conversation of like to understand why does DeFi matter on Ethereum. We need to understand how DeFi is different on Ethereum compared to other alt L1s, right? As we know, like Ethereum is the most decentralized smart contract Turing complete blockchain, right? And that it attracts large players, right? I remember I was once speaking to a famous Solana VC, and we were talking about like the role of DeFi on ETH versus the role of DeFi on Sol, and he was like, okay, you know, 10 years down the road when there's like a bank-to-bank transfer of like a currency, right? That happens on ETH. That's not going to happen on Sol. If someone's moving $500 million, that happens on Ethereum. But we'd love to get everyone else's opinions here on like, what is the granularity of DeFi on Ethereum compared to other, you know, like it's not like Solana is like super centralized. It's still relatively decentralized, right? How does DeFi differ between like, let's say Ethereum, Solana, and yeah, I think those are like the main two L1s out there today, in my opinion.
I think just, you know, it shows a lot from the stats as well, right? Like Ethereum, as mentioned, like 60 billion, I think about like 400,000 wallets. So that shows a lot of like how aggregated or like how large a wallet has to be on Ethereum just to make sense on Ethereum versus Solana, where about 7 billion of assets and 6 million of wallets. So I think it shows the type of applications on those two different L1s already, and also the types of activities and the types of users. And those results are pretty much, you know, as a result of the tech or like, you know, how it's built as well. You mentioned that, you know, Ethereum's a lot more decentralized, a lot more secure, and hence, you know, high liquidity or like large amount of liquidity is more trustworthy on Ethereum as opposed to Solana, where I think it's more very much like retail driven. They may not care so much about decentralization or, you know, security for maybe like $100 of wallet, right? But they're willing to like do a lot of like bets and a lot of like derivatives trading on Solana and make, you know, a lot of money from doing that activity. So I think there's no right or wrong in my opinion of like whether it's decentralized or not, but just more of like what's the unique differentiation of that chain or that L2 it is, and how that differentiation would attract that differentiated types of applications and therefore that segment of users. Because if there's no differentiation from the tech or the fundamental chain itself, then it's going to be very, very hard to attract the right apps and the right users.
I think that there was a moment in time where a lot of the ideological builders were on Ethereum, and the more pragmatic builders were pushed to Solana, partially because, you know, cheaper transaction fees, right? They were like, we don't really care about anything other than users being able to transact cheaply, right? And, you know, they went there, and ultimately DeFi is about network effects, right? You know, the network effects on Ethereum mainnet are really powerful. And there was a period in time where we were needing to bootstrap new network effects on all the L2s, which was really hard, right? Like, I tried to do this on Optimism. It did not go well. It was a very difficult thing, right? And in parallel to that, you had network effects that were growing on Solana. And so you now have these two independent networks that have different network effects with different builders, and I think they both have enough critical mass to be sustainable. What's interesting about Ethereum to me, though, is we now have this new kind of process where we get to experiment with things like Mega ETH with some of these new networks that are trying different sets of trade-offs, and we get to try and bootstrap new network effects and see whether or not we can compete with, ultra low fees, for example, right? Or, really low latency. And so even though each time we create a new set of trade-offs with a new L2, we need to bootstrap network effects, there is already that kind of core liquidity that's sitting on L1 that's sort of anchoring it all. So you don't start from scratch, right? Like you wouldn't want Mega to be an L1. That would be a really hard process to bootstrap, but it's able to kind of pull some of the ETH liquidity there. So I think that we have a very interesting prospect in front of us where something like Solana, which is monolithic and has network effects, is now going to have a bunch of things that are competing with it on some of its core value props, right? Low transaction fees, high throughput, et cetera. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see whether it kind of gets squeezed in the middle, right? From like deep liquidity from L1 and then super fast, low, transaction fees from some of the L2s. So I think this cycle we'll find out.
I think one of the things that I always look at into new Ethereum killers or like new layer ones is whether with the new technology improvement they can create any new use cases, right? And if you look into DeFi, I think all the DeFi innovation still happen on Ethereum or EVM kind of ecosystem, right? Like we have concentrated liquidity, perp DEX, AMM DEX, whatever, right? Like, DeFi lendings. Every innovation that we have seen in DeFi started in the Ethereum ecosystem. Solana or other high-performance layer one, they might have amplified them, right, the use cases, but still, I mean, they all started like from the same innovation that started in the Ethereum ecosystem, right?
I would say like the central limit order book came from Solana. No one ever tried to do that in Ethereum because like, come on, like that's a bit silly.
There was Ether Delta back in 2017, but like I think the gas was just like too bad.
We did try it. It just failed horribly. Yeah.
So I think like when we started this conversation by talking about like ETH1, right? And we spoke a bit about ETH2, and we had a conversation around how if you have an L1 and an L2, like if they're complementary, meaning they go after different kinds of use cases, like that's pretty chill. If not, that's not so chill. But one of the edges of ETH1 is the fact that it's extremely decentralized, extremely you can do all these awesome things on ETH1, but there's not that many things you can do, right? So yesterday or the day before this, Justin Drake had like an announcement around like a bunch of optimizations for ETH1. What did you guys think of that conversation? It was actually in this stage at 5 p.m., same time.
So, I came here to watch that, which is the first time that I've like run across like a Devcon to try and get to a presentation. And I think that there were a lot of things that were very exciting about that. My issue with it fundamentally, and there's definitely different takes on this, is that if you're going to like YOLO propose a different path for Ethereum L1, then it needs to probably have a different time frame, right? So we already have a long-term roadmap for L1. If you want to propose something that is supposed to be a radical deviation from that, having the same time frame, I think, is not the right approach. And so I think that there was a little bit of disappointment, including for me. I was like, 2030 is like so far away, right? Like we're talking, and then also it's software, right? Like I was sitting there when Vitalik was like, the merge is coming in 2017, like. No, like, so, 2030 also feels like much further away because it's really 2035. So I think that if we're going to propose radical approaches to L1 scaling, then it needs to be, something that is much more pragmatic and sooner.
Yeah, I was excited. I also sprinted to get here. I was literally sitting on the floor in that corner, and yeah, it was a bit disheartening for me because in a lot of ways, like I knew basically what the spiel was going to be, and it's actually very bullish even for MEG-ETH because we're not interested in replicating any use case that can exist on any L1. So I want Ethereum L1 to be better, right? I don't think of it as competitive whatsoever. But it really does show just like the level of ossification of Ethereum as a mainnet, right? It's very, very large. It's very difficult to get things across the finish line to the point where we have like over a year for just like pilling people, right? When, you know, it's like clearly we are in two different rooms because I feel like people already are like, we need to do something.
We've legit become Bitcoin. Like there was a period of time where we were like, Bitcoin, they're crazy, like they won't do anything. And we're like, all right, let's think about it for 2 years and then we'll start. Like, it's like, I don't know. I mean, yes, of course, Ethereum is important. We shouldn't fuck it up. But like, you know, it doesn't feel like that's a reasonable time frame.
What do you guys think?
I feel like Justin Drake, he high up the talk a little bit too much. And I think that people have like different expectation from what was delivered. But I think like from the protocol developer point of view, right, I think the most exciting things that or potential that I got out from that is one, you know, user experience on L1 might be a lot better given, you know, the potential shorter block time, faster finality time, right? But the reality is that I think protocol developers will just like, you know, I think will probably like accommodate or like change accordingly to the updates from the layer 1, right? So like, for example, currently 12-second block time, maybe it's not too bad for users. It's just a little bit like, you know, too much of MEV and stuff, right? But, you know, if users want to have better experience, they go to layer 2, right? 4-second block time, less MEV, price is closer to the centralized changes price. But, you know, I think it doesn't change much like to like protocol developers that much. It might impact a lot more on the user experience. It might, you know, have like more transaction on Ethereum layer 1. But I think from the protocols developers point of view, not much changes.
Yeah, I think a lot of thoughts very much resonate with both two other panelists as well. I think the first thought is like, you know, from 12-second block time to 4-second sounds good, but, you know, by 2030, will that be even too slow? You know, you also mentioned perhaps in 2035, right? 10 years from now, maybe like all the things we're talking about is all like already abstract away from the users and everything's expecting like in less than a second, right? So that's the first thought. The second as well is more like, I think it really raises a question of whether Ethereum has to be fast or whether Ethereum will, like, should play the role of, you know, the main settlement layer, don't have to be as fast, let the other L2s do the fast job, and just be secure, be decentralized, and maintain that role. So I think, you know, really still debating among myself whether, you know, Ethereum should or should not take this route. And I think it's, you know, there's no right or wrong answer as well. But I think whether we take on this route or not, it will really change and shift the way ETH token as well will play, and also the Ethereum network will play in the whole dynamic.
Yeah, I feel like the need for Ethereum L1 to do these optimizations comes from the fact that like L2s are kind of parasitic, right? Or at least, in my opinion, they have been historically. Yeah, like look at like, I don't know. Yeah, like look at Hyperliquid, right? Vampire attacks Arbitrum and is now its own L1 and is amazing. But what happened, right? Like it was able to get a lot of liquidity and user base from Ethereum. What was good for the Ether asset? Nothing much. What was good for the Ether user on L1? Nothing much. And then, you know, a lot of question marks can be even pointed to existing L2s. Like if your architecture effectively can easily become its own L1, right? Like are you building this L2 because you want to just like vampire attack Ethereum's existing ecosystem? And then, you know, strong arguments can be made for like, we have to focus on the ETH L1 because these L2s are not actually good for us. Yeah. What do you guys think we need to do to 100x DeFi on Ethereum? And that can be in L2s as well. Ethereum is what you want it to be.
I think there, you know, one of the mistakes that I certainly made back in the day was rejecting Polygon, right? I was like, it's a side chain, it's, ideology again, right? It's a side chain, it's not real, it's parasitic to L1, all kinds of stuff, right? I think that there is a need to ensure that Ethereum, including the L2s, side chains, whatever, maintains relevance. If Ethereum loses relevance, it's very hard to get it back, right? Ethereum is the dominant platform for DeFi today. It has the deepest liquidity, but if something flips it, it could get dark, right? And so I think that improving the L1 is important. If we just kind of hand over all responsibility for relevance to L2s, then you're right. Like if one L2 becomes huge and then it decides to split off to an L1, like good night, right? So I think that there is a really important aspect to maintaining relevance for the L1, continuing to improve it. And I think the existing roadmap is good, right? I think the existing roadmap is a solid roadmap. It's good to see alternatives proposed. I think that some of those alternatives, I was hoping it was going to be like magical wizardry and like next Tuesday we get, 1 second block times or something, but here we are. I genuinely believe that we need both of these things because to your point, if we just, kind of let the L1 ossify and turn into Bitcoin, where it's like a 5-year debate about OpCat, like that's a really, really bad place to be. And I think that it's almost definite that Ethereum will lose relevance at that point.
I also feel like Bitcoin can afford to take 5 years. Those affordances do not exist for Ethereum, right? Like if you were number one, you can do this, but not if you're number two.
Also, like no one is pretending to build a new network. I mean, Litecoin gave up on that, right? Like, there's not even digital silver. I think it's like now a sloth chain or something as of today, right? So, there's no credible threat to Bitcoin from that perspective of, store value, digital gold, whatever it is. But there are many, many, many credible threats to Ethereum, including the L2s, arguably, right? So, there is a responsibility to continue to improve the L1 in order to make sure that, it has a defensible moat.
What do you guys think? How do we make DeFi 100x better on Ethereum?
In 2018, 2019, when we before DeFi summer, right? So I think one of the things that we did really, and I think we're still proud of that now, is we started WBTC, right, with BitGo and a couple of other projects. So back then, when we realized that, okay, the TV or the asset on Ethereum, that there weren't that too many assets for people to trade, right? For like DeFi, like if you do DeFi and the whole like TVL of everything is like 100 millions, right, US dollars. What else can you do? So we did WBTC, and I think recently we started like seeing more and more people like bringing other assets to Ethereum, right? Via like real world asset on different ways as well. I think that, and also like if you look into like stable coin, right? Like USDC and USDT, I think most of it is on Ethereum now. I think that's one way for us to secure like, the number one position for Ethereum, right? Like we need to bring more asset in. We need like to bring like, a decentralized version of WrapBTC into Ethereum, for example. Or like we need to unlock Bitcoin liquidity in Ethereum and Ethereum layer 2s.
I mean, the counterpoint to that though is like Tron and USDT, right? Like this crazy scam chain, and it's doing, huge volumes of stablecoins, right? There's reasonable concerns about both of those things, USDT and Tron, right? But from a practical standpoint, there's a lot of shit happening on Tron and a lot of people are using it. And even the argument of like, oh yeah, high value transfers, people will only do it on Ethereum. Like people do big USDT transfers on Tron all the time.
Yeah, actually in Turkey, you go to the Grand Bazaar and you go to the OTC desks, they don't do Ethereum, they only do Tron because they know what it is. It's actually kind of sad, but it's true. They only use Tron.
I mean, I think most people, as we talked earlier, right? I mean, L1 Ethereum will fit for some certain use cases, right? Like for the assets that are less volatile, that like that you don't need like to require like sub-second kind of like finality, then you can still rely on layer 1, right? Hopefully, in a couple of years or in a few years from now, on the next Devcon, people will start like using USDT or USDC payment on Mega ETH, on Base, on all the layer 2s, right?
Awesome. So let's move to questions. We have 9 minutes and 30 seconds allocated for Q&A. If you guys don't have questions, I'm just going to keep LARPing. So, question for me. Oh, geez. From my point of view, I see MegaETH as a direct competitor to Solana. Let's fucking go. Assuming tech performs as promised, inshallah, how do you feel about this comparison, and also when testnet? Yeah, I mean, I think that like there's a meme that is said sometimes where we're going to out Solana. I think like fundamentally the thesis for MegaETH is performance and decentralization don't really go hand in hand, and that's because consensus is complicated. The more decentralized you are, right, like it takes longer to reach consensus. And on MegaETH, what we say is, okay, you know what, like it is tough, let's just kick that down to Ethereum. The power of proofs, be that fraud proofs or validity proofs, coupled with the forced exit / forced inclusion, meaning even if the sequencer is wilding out, I can go back to the L1, is unbelievably powerful. People haven't explored it enough. And when you take these guarantees and you say, you know what, now let's go performance first, you're able to achieve a level of performance that's never really been seen before in crypto. And that's what like our thesis is, and that's what we're doing. And yeah, testnet very soon. Keep tuned. All I'll say is like, yeah, really excited, to be completely honest. With Uniswap v4 coming up probably early next year, do you think DeFi will get even crazier? With hooks, will we possibly see the stocks going to DeFi of AMM? You seem like you have some facial reactions.
I mean, obviously, I think with V4 coming, I think we will see like a lot more like different strategy that people will bring in, like with AMM and different like strategy that every hook will have their own way of market making, right? But I think the reality that we are seeing now, because like I think Kyber now runs one of the biggest DEX aggregator on EVM, and we see that I think a lot more liquidities are going off-chain, right? Via like private market makers, via RFQ network, and they have like every one of them will have a different strategy of like where to get liquidity, how to do pricing and things like that. Of course, they still use like on-chain for settlement, right? But I think we're seeing more and more of that like going off-chain, and I think doing stock, I think like you don't need like Uni V4 to do that, right? Like like all the RFQ, all the like existing infrastructure can already do that. I'm also like super excited to see like what Uni V4 can bring to the table. There's been like a lot of talk lately, but like I haven't seen like concrete example. Yeah.
I mean, every single new version of Uniswap manages to break DeFi in some spectacular way, right? So I'm looking forward to the unintended consequences of V4. I can only imagine what chaos is going to come from this.
But I feel like a lot of the hooks or pretty much strategies that you can do are only a number of them. Like you can do a lot with hooks for sure with Uniswap, but I feel like the only ones that are gonna get adopted would be like a handful. And I think a lot of those use strategies or trading strategies or so-called hooks are already like being used and built by these, whether it's market makers doing on-chain things, instead of building it off-chain in themselves, then just making it more on-chain and accessible for normal users to access those hooks. So I think yeah, the impact would be more on like a lot of people would be able to access what those use strategies that market makers are already doing, and not just limited by the ones that they build themselves.
Kane, how will Infinex change the DeFi landscape?
Good question. I thought that my meme coin was going to maybe win that question battle there for a second, but looks like no, so sorry.
What about meme coin?
Oh, so I launched a meme coin as a way of like testing out Solana. I wanted to like get my head around what Solana was doing. So I launched this meme coin and airdropped it to all the SNX holders, and they're just like the biggest jeets in history, and they all just like dumped it to oblivion. And they were like, I can't believe that you've done this to us. Like, you know, they're fighting with each other, and they're like, what are you gonna do? Like to, you know, I was like, guys, like just don't dump on each other, right? Like your friends aren't your excellent liquidity, but here we are. Anyway, Infinex.
Wait, really quick question.
Yeah.
So it was a sole meme coin to SNX holders, right? But SNX was on Ethereum, so it was a different wallet address. What was that like?
Yeah, so basically what I did is I airdropped a token on Base called 2192, and then they were all just like dumping it into oblivion. So I was like, all right, like we have to burn it. So I made everyone burn the token, so they had to like all burn it to get something. And what I gave them was a Solana token, and then they were obviously all pissed about that. And so, you know, it was this long, like, weird, you know, airdrop game, basically. But yeah, it turned out poorly, and everyone's mad. So classic meme coin games. So Infinex, though, Infinex is trying to bring Binance on chain, right? We've had for the last, you know, decade, basically, a little bit longer, centralized exchanges dominating transactions, right? Most crypto transactions happen inside of someone's database. And we've made inroads against this at various times. You know, Uniswap's competed with Coinbase on a couple of days in history, so, you know, good job. But we haven't really been able to make much headway against centralized exchanges. So we finally now, I think, have the infrastructure that we need to be able to bring everyone on chain. But the way to do that, you know, as I kind of alluded to earlier, is to be pragmatic, right? Building DeFi, we tried to build DeFi in a way that was both non-custodial and censorship resistant, and we didn't even land the censorship resistance, but we just created the worst UX. And so Infinex is basically saying, look, we're going to park we're going to be non-custodial, right? But we're going to park censorship resistance, and we're going to build the best UX possible, and we're going to get people using all of these on-chain protocols that we've made, and we're going to create, you know, mass adoption. And once we've got mass adoption, then we'll go back and fix the other issues.
So next up is, what do you think of the value accrual mechanisms for L2s versus the monetary premium of ETH? I'll start as someone who's building an L2. I think like most L2 tokens kind of suck. I think in general, like governance is a bit of a meme. We've seen this with like major DeFi protocols that are like governance tokens, and then the governance happens, and then they don't follow governance. So yeah, I think like part of this is because the regulatory landscape has been very scary. So when you look at like tokenomic design, the design space is very limited. I do think that is changing, and I think there'll be like a renaissance for token design over the next few years, and we'll be able to catch up on lost time. And I'm excited to see what that looks like in the future. But at the moment, I definitely think like L2s are like, you know, L2 tokens are kind of cursed, and the sad part is they don't even provide value back to the ETH asset class. So it's like a lose-lose, and no one's really that interested, at least in my opinion. What do you guys think?
I think the best L2 token design that I've seen recently was Unichain, because they actually have, you know, the ability to capture the value from MEV, from like all the different fees that Uni has been, or any like, you know, DEX has been capturing. And I think people were joking around that, you know, Unichain was a fee switch for Uni token that people have been waiting for. Yeah.
Good to see you're still holding your Uni airdrop.
Yeah, I agree. I think a good analogy though is like, if L2 tokens only relying on, you know, transaction fees, capturing all those, then as a result, you need to maximize number of users, which again comes back to how many users are there on chain, right? So I think ultimately we have to kind of like really embed the tokenomics of L2, especially for our L2 as well, to really be a part of the product and the chain and be more creative. Like, what else can you engineer? What else can you capture value along all the different parts of the chain itself? And I think, Barry Chain is one idea, or like one experimental way of like how you can expand the number of ways to capture that values, but definitely like, not limiting to just that.
I haven't given this much thought, so this could be utterly insane, but I feel like L2 tokens were a mistake. They've created this environment. I mean, that part I have thought about, and that is true. I do believe that. They have created this fragmentation of attention within the Ethereum ecosystem, which is really problematic. Now, okay, you want to launch an L2, it needs a token, like what do you do? I feel like we should have tried something like, if you make the best L2, you get some ETH or something like that, right? Instead of like, just mint your own token out of thin air. I think that would have been a much more effective mechanism for distributing value. Like if you can scale Ethereum, if the EF had been like, all right, we're going to put up, 100 million extra ETH, right? We're going to like increase the inflation rate or something, and whoever captures the most transactions or whatever in L2s, you get this pile of ETH. I think we'd be in a much better place today.
Yeah, I think we just need a closer relationship between the asset and Ether, right? Like the architecture of these L2s should be beneficial both to Ether as an L1, Ethereum as an L1, and Ether as an asset class, and no one's really done it.
Vitalik should buy back all the L2s and ban L2 tokens.
No comment. So when are you going to fight David Hoffman again?
I wanted a rematch and he won't fight me again, which I get. I'm still so injured. I've still got like 3 broken ribs and my fingers are all messed up. So I can understand why he doesn't want to do it again. But also like, come on, David, like give me my rematch, please.
And you had the broken ribs before you even had your fight with David. So you were
Yeah, they were broken before, unfortunately. I didn't realize. I thought they were bruised, but yeah.
So what is DeFi Learnitas? And like, what's your vision for it?
No, that's the meme coin. That's 2192.
Oh, okay,
they haven't given up on it. Like, guys, let it go. It's over.
Yeah, I was thinking I'm really like not cool. I have no idea what this thing is. So yeah, I guess, do you want to talk about synthetics?
Yeah, I can talk about synthetics. Synthetics got to a point last year where I think we tried several different times to find ways to coordinate it, right? A lot of the OG DAOs struggle with this kind of power vacuum issue, right? I've talked to Rune about this a little bit. I joked with him. He didn't think it was funny. I said we should stop creating power vacuums, and maybe that would make the governance problems go away. But we've been trying to work out how to inject some agency back into the DAO. Luckily, one of the OG holders stepped up about 6 months ago and said, okay, I'm happy to kind of take on this role, try and coordinate people, try and drive it forward, and rethink how the token mechanism is made. And, I think the interesting thing about building in DeFi is we're still very early. Like, we still haven't figured it out, right? Like, just because the thing's been around for 6 years doesn't mean that it's working, right? Or doesn't, there's aspects that are working, but there's always optimizations that could be made. And if you don't have someone with agency to kind of do some YOLO things and try things, then you will just kind of stagnate. Right? And so I think within the SNX community, there's a lot of demand for like finding and trying some new things. It's been a while since we've tried anything new, tried something different, tried something a bit aggressive. And so I'm really excited because I think there's this kind of new push. We've launched our own chain, so more L2s. But there's also a push to redesign the token, bring it to this new L2, and find new ways to kind of capture value into the token and drive adoption again. And the final thing that I'll say is like one of the mistakes that DeFi made a few years ago, and I contributed to this, was trying to meme into existence this real yield, narrative, right? It's just the, I mean, it's the dumbest, most boring narrative you could possibly have, and I think everyone like fell asleep and stopped caring about DeFi. We need to bring back the fun a little bit. Stanley was saying he's going to launch something with 10,000% APY, so I'm looking forward to that. Maybe he announced it before on his talk, but we need to inject some excitement back in, right? We need to make DeFi fun again. It's not TradFi. It's still early.
If it's not Ohm, I don't want it. So how can DeFi amplify adoption overall versus deploying on new L2s, new chains, so much tech debt building up with that? Does anyone understand what this means?
Yeah, I think it's more of like, how can we have more types of DeFi as opposed to the same type of DeFi applications on just building more L2s? I think comes down to the types of assets, right? So like DeFi applications, it's like a product. So a product for what assets, right? If it's for ETH or let's say governance token, there can only be a certain thing you can do with it. But now that we have more, let's say, types of assets like LST, LRT, different kinds of RWA, then each type of asset will require or like will expand the innovative area of like what you can do with it. So I think with the rise of new assets already being on chain, it already gives rise to more types of DeFi products already. So I think to amplify that even more, then we need more types of assets on chain, and that would consistently lead to more types of products building around those assets.
I think people need to understand like where to do what, right? Like. I think the issue of having like 50,000 new L2s and new chains, which are all the same, is there's actually like nothing new, right? It might be an asset which kind of looks like this other asset which exists on that other chain, and like there's some variation of the same DEX, but like it's a tiny bit different. Doesn't really matter. It's not a new experience. So I think like part of it is study what Solana's like execution environment enabled, and that enabled a new kind of DeFi, and ultimately, shilling mega ETH, I guess. But like, I think until you have like an execution environment which facilitates new kinds of activity, maybe we should stop just like replicating the same thing and not fragment users and just like focus on DeFi on the L1. Like, there's DeFi, like ETH L1 is kind of cheap now because like no one's using it.
It's not as cheap when you're subsidizing people's gas, trust me. It feels more expensive.
What do you guys, do you have any thoughts, Loy?
I think eventually, like, I think there are a few things that will help like user life better, right? One is on the wallet stack. I think wallets should abstract away like all the different chain for users. And secondly, on the aggregator stack, that will basically, like, users don't need to know that they're trading on like Uniswap or Curve or like whatever DEX, right? They just need like to call the API and that's it, and everything will be done for them. They will get the best rate. They get like the best execution ever, right? I think these two things will matter a lot for DeFi in general. That users don't need to care which chain they are on, which DEX, which protocol that they're interacting with, and just a couple of clicks, they are done.
What do you think about like restaking DeFi?
It creates a lot of new asset, and that's good for DeFi. So there are more like activities, more asset for people to consider. Yeah, I think in general it's good. Whether they are useful, no comment.
I still don't know what restaking is, and at this point I'm too afraid to ask.
Final words, everyone, go.
On restaking?
No, just like any funny little comment to say goodbye to our beautiful audience.
I think we have all been building so much infrastructure, so much applications. We need to do more, onboarding users. He's doing it. We should all, do more of it. And yeah, I think that would be net positive for even infra builders as well.
We have 4 years to get to mass adoption, and we can basically do whatever the fuck we want. So start doing some crazy shit.
It's time to build, yeah.
Make Ethereum great again. Let's go.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Okay, we've got a wee transition for our last session back in about 3 minutes. Okay, last session of the day. Well done. I think you guys should all give yourself a round of applause for making it to the day 3 last session. Well done. Awesome. My name's Mark, Englishman living in New Zealand. Got any Kiwis here? No Kiwis? No, they've all gone home. Okay, last session. We're going to talk about corruption, KYC, and the costs of compliance. So Jared Hope, co-founder of Status and Logos. Welcome, Jared.
Cool. All right. Well, yeah, thanks for making it to the end. I'm sure you're hungry. I'm sure you're tired. I am too. So I'm here to talk to you about corruption, KYC, and the cost of compliance. And I mean, I think a lot of people intuitively don't like KYC when it's applied to them, but never really kind of looked into it, or maybe some other alternate narratives. So I'm here to give you another narrative form. So let's wind back the clock back to September the 10th, 2001. Pay attention to this date. It might look familiar to you, right? Donald Rumsfeld, the Defense Secretary of the United States, had held a press conference in which he admitted that $2.3 trillion of the Pentagon's budget was completely unaccounted for. Had no idea what it was spent on, right? In fact, in that press conference, he went to say that the adversary wasn't terrorists. In fact, it was closer to home. It was the Pentagon bureaucracy. Now, the following year, Jim Minory took it on himself to track down just $300 million of this, right? He traveled all over the United States, and unfortunately, couldn't find it. He said, he's on quote, saying, "We know it's gone, but we don't know what they spent it on." Kind of a problem, right? Now, fast forward to 2015, right? Catherine Austin Fitts, who is the Assistant Secretary for the Housing Department of Housing and Urban Development, looked into her own department as well as the Department of Defense and found for the year of 2015, $6.5 trillion was known as unsupported adjustments, right? This was 54 times the actual approved spend for the DoD authorized by Congress, which was $122 billion. Now, okay, Mark Skidmore, not sure why he's not appearing there, but he has a face, thought that this might have been some kind of typo, right? Surely it can't point $6.5 trillion. Surely Catherine meant $6.5 billion. So he got together with Catherine, and they really dove into it. What they found is, through their research, is that there was actually $21 trillion unaccounted for between the period of 1998 and 2015, right? Oh, okay, there he is. Now, none of this would have been, this is old news for Franklin Spinney, right? He was a 1983 military whistleblower who had already come out in Time magazine trying to alert the public of this kind of spending, right? He's on quote saying the books are cooked routinely year after year. So this isn't something that happened just in that period, it's been happening for a long time. In fact, it's still happening, right? So here is something that's from this year, where $8.2 billion of improperly valued material went to Ukraine, right? Again, no idea what that material was, just the money got spent. And here is Senator Chuck Grassley of 2024 on quote saying that when it comes to catching fraud, the Department of Defense internal controls are a complete failure. We've known it for decades, and he's looking quite grumpy about it. And the reason for that is because he's basically made most of his term tracking down this kind of spending. So he's found a gas station that was created in Afghanistan that should have cost $500,000, actually went for $43 million, right? He's found soap dishes that cost $117, right? Hammers, $400. Pliers, $1,000, right? Forks and spoons, $57 each. I hope they were plated in gold, right? But the most comical one is probably toilet seat lid covers. And maybe you remember this, maybe you heard about it. It's happened a few times. Once in the military, where they were going for roughly $640 per toilet seat, just the lid, right? Like not the entire thing, just the top part, right? In the Air Force recently, it's gone for $10,000 for each lid. It's a hell of a lid. So how does this happen? How on earth can you spend 54 times your allocated budget in a single year, right? Well, it's actually because of the oldest living program that's still in operation today. This is called MOCUS, right? It's written in COBOL. I think it was deployed in 1958, right? Now, what its purpose is for tendering, right? Procurement and so on. But what it also happens to do is it finds unspent money or funds in other programs that have kind of gone stale, right? This is completely illegal to do for any other government department, but here apparently everyone seems to look the other way. Now, just to give you a sense of proportion going into this, right? On the left-hand side here, we've got the unaccounted adjustments I've just been talking about, right? This $1.2 trillion on average that's being spent per year according to that time span of 6.5 trillion, right? Adjusted for inflation, that might be around 2.5 trillion, let's say, right? On the other side, we've got the United Nations estimates for illicit financial flows on a given year, right? It's somewhere between they estimate 2% to 5% of global GDP. So that's the 1.6 trillion and the 4 trillion bounds. Now, the 3.1 trillion that's on there, this sort of middle bracket, is an estimate of illicit financial flows for last year according to NASDAQ's global financial crime report that came out this year, right? Just to give you a sense of proportion, right? This is just one government agency, the entire planet's illicit financial flows, okay? So, going back to that press conference, if you recall, at the beginning of this, right? The day after 9/11 happened, right? Tragedy, absolute tragedy. And as those towers fell and hit the ground, the world changed, right? Not only in terms of the surveillance, in terms of like our communications, but also the deployment of financial surveillance around the entire planet, right? In just 1 month, the Financial Action Task Force issued out 8 of their 9 special recommendations, and actually, with the installment of the Patriot Act, they have basically a whole bunch of provisions for KYC and AML, specifically around sections 311, 326, 351, and 352. So the 311 is about giving the Secretary of Treasury the authority to target specific money laundering and terrorist financing risks. 326 is about establishing minimum standards for financial institutions. So like this is why you have to like hold your passport up and take a photo of yourself whenever you sign up for an exchange or so on. 351 is immunity for anyone who likes to squeal, right? So reporting, and if there's any issues around reporting, they're kind of immune if it's in the name of this particular goal. And 352 is basically the mandate for financial institutions to implement the program, right? Now, I say this goes around the globe because it was felt in Asian banks, right? So according to the LexisNexis Risk Solutions, the true cost of anti-money laundering compliance survey in 2015, even though local regulations were cited as the most frequently as having the greatest impact, it was known that the US regulation embodied by the Patriot Act, which was actually what enforced these particular implementations of policy. Now, we've established agency, illicit financial flows, just to give you a sense of proportion, right? Now, we've also seen that it was implemented in the name of terrorism. Can you see on here the amount that has gone to terrorism? Yet? Maybe? Oh, there we go, right? $11.5 billion have gone to terrorism financing, according to the latest NASDAQ Global Financial Crime Report. That's what we sold out our civil liberties for, just to give you an idea of that, right? Now, of course, you might look at that and go, well, you know, it's been 2.5 decades since then. Surely we've solved terrorism. Well, actually, if you roll back the clock and look at some of the estimates of what that terrorism financing looks like, the World Bank and the IMF basically viewed the terrorism financing organizations for the entire year of 2001 to be less than $500 million, right? Just to give you a sense of proportion here. In 2005, RAND found that Al-Qaeda's annual budget was between $30 to $50 million. In 2015, the Department of Treasury estimated that ISIS generated roughly $1 billion. And in 2016, Europol estimated that that was doubled to $2 billion. Now, in contrast to that, we have this great report from the Simpson Study Group on counterterrorism spending, right? And they believe that, according to that report, that between the period of 2002 and 2017, this came to a total spend of $2.8 trillion, or $186 billion on average per year. So this spending on counterterrorism is 16 times larger than what our estimates are for spending that goes towards terrorism, right? That's a pretty good margin if you're playing both sides. Anyway. So, I mentioned this notion of illicit financial flows, right? What are they? Well, there isn't really an agreed consensus on the definition. But generally speaking, it comprises of tax evasion, multinational tax avoidance, the theft of state assets, the laundering of proceeds of crime, and they cover a broad range of market and regulatory abuses, such as corruption, drug smuggling, and human trafficking, right? And it is important. Like, I'm not trying to dismiss this at all, right? So don't get that from me. I'm just trying to give you a sense of proportion on this, right? It is important because Donato believes that for every dollar that's spent on that goes towards crime gets reinvested in crime, and therefore you get more crime, right? Perhaps a better analysis of this is actually Bjorn Lomborg, who got some of the top economists in the world together and tried to rank the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals on a dollar-for-dollar spend, right? And they found that addressing illicit financial flows is a top priority. So why is this important? Why is addressing IFFs important? Well, they're basically associated with ineffective state functioning, illegitimate use of state power, and they're kind of an international problem because even though you might solve it within your own state or within your own country, that capital will probably flow to other countries that support it in some way, right? At the end of the day, it results in lost GDP, which means there's lost tax revenue, and the argumentation is that that leads to poor governance, right? And higher quality governance is obviously, well, is desirable. So what exactly are IFFs? And well, that depends just like the definition. So there's a myriad of different methodologies, and it's unclear exactly what comprises IFFs. And this is kind of part of the problem, because it's actually hard to understand what they are due to their nature. So Raymond Baker here basically views that 65% goes towards trade misinvoicing. Trade misinvoicing is like when a multinational corporation will do, say for example, natural resource extraction in like one country, but misprice the cost of extraction and the value of resource that's extracted, and then when moving it to another country, changes those numbers, right? 30% towards criminal activity and 5% towards corruption. The Cardamone view is that 80% goes towards trade misinvoicing, so this same problem, and 20% towards corruption. And the NASDAQ Global Financial Crime Report focuses more on the humanitarian aspects of illicit financial flows, so 25% towards drug trafficking and 12% to human trafficking, with 63% just towards other, which is corruption, crime, and so on. So even though we had the Financial Action Task Force and the Patriot Act implementing these regulations, it wasn't really until 2005 that illicit financial flows as an argumentation came onto the scene as a public policy issue, right? And this was actually through Raymond Baker's book, Capitalism's Achilles Heel, right? The issue is that he's pushing a model and this idea that isn't really well substantiated, and Peter Rutter is quite critical of it in 2015, where we didn't really know much more about the issue 10 years beyond, right? And in fact, there's more people who also feel the same way, right? So even though we use different measures and models to estimate money laundering, there is actually no model that can be used to quantify and accept it globally. Even the Financial Action Task Force own methodology for assessing compliance with the FATF recommendations and effectiveness of AML systems is completely vague, right? It relies on the general use of crime statistics, anecdotal evidence, and subjective conclusions. And this is part of the nature of like what makes IFFs so difficult to deal with. Now, to their credit, there is an ongoing pilot program by the United Nations that is trying to provide the highest quality data around IFFs. Yeah, I mean, it's largely focused on drug trafficking in developing countries, and it's roughly $1 billion we're talking about as some of the bigger ones. So, are follow the money methods effective? Well, according to the financial actions covered, right? Ronald F. Paul believes that less than 0.1% of criminal finances is impacted by follow the money methods. And according to the UN, this is roughly 0.2%. In other words, 99.8% of criminal proceeds are completely unaffected by all of the KYC that we've implemented. So what can we measure? We can measure the cost of implementing compliance, right? And according to the LexisNexis Risk Solutions reports, for the United States banks alone, this is roughly $26.4 billion annually. That's double the amount that's going towards terrorism financing in the US alone. In fact, Ronald F. Paul believes that compliance costs exceed recovered criminal funds more than 100 times over. And the banks and the taxpayers and ordinary citizens are penalized more than criminal enterprises. That's you and that's me. In fact, this has been known at the OECD and B20 for several years. In fact, all of those costs get passed on to us. And in particular, when it comes to traditional trade finance, 50 to 60% of these costs, or more than half the price of your trade, is charged to clients, and a large portion of that is associated with compliance. Now, so why am I talking about this? Well, there's another inverse way to think about this, and there's a great thing that we understand in institutional economics, that if we can reduce transaction costs in the abstract sense by 0.1%, this enables a country to be able to quadruple its wealth. That's the difference between Argentina and Switzerland, right? So we can actually create better and more efficient institutions that lower transactions. And what I mean, when you line up in the DMV, or if you're filling out a form, that's associated with transaction costs in an institutional sense, right? If you can reduce that by using, say, smart contracts or smart paper or whatever, we can enable more wealth, which will probably lift a lot more people out of, will just make a higher quality of life. In fact, Michael Levy basically says that no one could rationally think that AML controls in general, or financial investigation in particular, will solve organized crime completely or eliminate high-level offending, right? For there even to be a chance to achieve that, there would need to be a step in change in transparency and effective action against high-level corruption along all possible supply chains, right? It's a huge problem. Why is that a huge problem? Well, before I get into that, Amnesty International created a report called Weaponizing Counterterrorism. I highly recommend you read it. But they basically showed how the Indian government has been exploiting the 2010 and 2013 FTFS assessments to target, human rights activists, journalists, students, academics, and so on, right? And so this is one of the issues with these kinds of recommendations. What happens is that if you don't implement them on time, you can be excluded from the economic system, right? You can be excluded from member states. And so this leads to rushing bad law through their parliaments. And when they're in place, politicians can then use them for political gain. They've been used to suppress political opponents. It's not just Amnesty International talking about that, it's also the Royal United Services Institute in the UK. This is a 100-year-old think tank, very well prestigious and well-respected. They focus on authoritarian regimes, but as we just seen, it doesn't apply just to authoritarian regimes. So, who is perpetrating it? Are we really ones to blame? Alex Cobham doesn't believe so. In fact, he says that IFFs are likely to be, by and large, an elite phenomenon, right? So the financial and political elite. And And the reason for this is because that's where the systems of abuse are likely to be strongest and where the capital is concentrated. They're the ones who make the rules, and therefore they're the ones who can break them. And to give an example of this, you might recall Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan Chase, is on record basically saying crypto is a tool for criminal drug traffickers and money laundering and tax avoidance. And if he was the government, he would shut us down. There's a certain irony in that basically the following weeks, I think, after that statement, he was hit for, or not him, but JP Morgan Chase, was hit for fines totaling roughly $39 billion for doing exactly those things. This was part of the FinCEN files, which basically shows that it's not just exclusively JP Morgan Chase, but many major banks. Now, when it comes to financial secrecy, you might think of tax havens in nice, lush, exotic Caribbean islands. You might think of even Switzerland. But I wanted to point out the Financial Secrecy Index, and particularly look at the global scale weight here. The United States stands out at roughly 25%, in contrast to the second position of Switzerland, which has it less than 4%. Right? Their policies are literally, as Rumsfeld said, closer to home. Poderoda goes on to say, asking a kleptocratic state to create an effective AML system is like asking the fox to create a better henhouse. It is the governing political elite that benefits the most substantially from the weakness of existing systems and controls. And this is a problem because this kleptocracy issue is real. According to this Bloomberg report, trust in most US institutions has been withering across the board. It doesn't matter where you look. Public, civil society, the public is losing confidence. This is not just happening in the US, but it's happening globally. And whether you look at the United Kingdom or in France, you'll see that trust is declining. In fact, if you look at the OECD reports, the average public trust in governments hovers around just 41%. We can do a lot better in terms of providing quality of governance. In fact, to corroborate the point, Transparency International came out in 2023 saying that over 2/3 of countries score below 50 out of 100, strongly indicating that they have serious corruption problems. Now, why is this important? Or another way to view this problem of kleptocracy is that government debt is growing. In fact, it's reached unsustainable levels in many of the advanced and emerging economies. And this is from the Peterson Institute in International Economics in 2011. Even though they were talking about 25 years, we're kind of already quite into that. And this is also evidenced by foreign sovereigns not buying US debt. In fact, since the 1800s, 52 countries saw a debt-to-GDP ratio above 130%. 51 of those have defaulted, and today the United States is at 120%. By 2033, they're going to be above 130. And that's according to the Congressional Budget Office in 2018. Now, those challenges are also not unique to the United States. According to the National International Council, they projected that many governments of the OECD countries are likely to experience the same economic difficulties. Running a little bit over time, but so the Financial Action Task Force is also quite interesting in of itself, right? Because it has a unique form of sovereignty as a non-governmental organization. It has no legal basis. It enjoys this sovereign immunity granted to it by its member states, right? It has no oversight. Even though it is based in Paris in the OECD building, it is not the jurisdiction of the French government, neither the OECD countries. So they kind of can do whatever they want and have no real pressure to reform unless all member states start participating in that. As I mentioned, if you don't follow them, it results in economic lockout of the global financial system, and there's no way to opt out. So why does this matter? Because if we can start solving governing institutions, we can start unlocking trillions of dollars worth of value rather than it just disappearing into the ether. There's this great report called from the World Bank called Where is the Wealth of Nations? And what they found is that human capital and the value of institutions as measured by the rule of law actually constitutes the largest share of wealth in virtually all countries. This is beyond natural resource extraction. So at the end of the day, what I'm trying to convey to you is that we should stop thinking from a scarcity mindset when it comes to follow the money methods, and instead what we can actually do is improve our institutions. If we can make them faster, more efficient, and maybe even develop them in parallel, then we can actually create a much better and thriving world and a higher quality of life for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. That was awesome. And that concludes the day. So we wish you a safe travels back. And thank you very much for coming.
Mm-hmm.